This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Comprehension Ability, creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. All credit goes to the original author.
Synopsis.
Lin Yuan, carrying the door to Myriad Worlds, transmigrated into the great universe of the Starry Sea. Here, the mightiest could obliterate star systems with the flick of a finger and traverse millions of light years in an instant. As a bottom dweller, Lin Yuan could only rely on the door to Myriad Worlds and his innate talent, against heaven's understanding, to travel through countless worlds, silently growing stronger. Your Against Heaven's Understanding allows you to cultivate the Muscle-Tendon Transformation Bible, comprehending the Muscle-Tendon Transformation Blood Tempering Divine Technique. Your understanding is heaven against, upon extending your comprehension to the thunder in the palm, results in the mastery of the thunder creation opening technique. Your understanding is heaven against, while observing the birth and death of worlds, leads to the insight of the world in the palm. Your understanding is heaven against, through studying the art of external incarnations, culminates in the self-transformation great technique. In his unending travels, Lin Yuan ceaselessly grew stronger, until he was unrivaled across all worlds. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. Conscription. That's how it is. Prepare yourself when you go back. The instructor, wearing a black uniform, crossed his hands and glanced at the thin young man before him, a trace of sympathy flashing in his eyes. I've been included in the draft quota? Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Having just crossed over, he had not yet had time to adapt. Before he could, he was hit with this bolt from the blue. Actually, for an ordinary student like Lin Yuan, conscription wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The government always spent generously on military expenses. Even for conscripts, the benefits were decent, but that was during peacetime. Now, with news of different species invasions in the border star systems, many suspected that the purpose of this draft was to bolster the frontline reserves. In the Starry Sea era, 2,600,000 years ago, the Cosmic Human Alliance pursued a frenzied interstellar expansion, conquering star system after star system, inevitably making contact with other species civilizations. Resources were limited. To vie for various space resources, human civilization had initiated a series of conflict wars. Those displaced civilizations of different species all watched human civilization from the shadows, seizing any opportunity to counterattack. This is trouble. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He was well aware that although human civilization generally held the absolute advantage in wars against most civilizations of different species, local battlefields were not smooth sailing. Civilizations of different species deep in the starry heavens were ferocious and brutal, individually powerful beyond imagination. Tearing apart warships was no exaggeration. In battling these different species, even fully armed human soldiers had an average mortality rate reaching 2 to 3%. Moreover, due to the secrecy of the war, all soldiers participating in the extermination of different species were forbidden from communicating with the external world. The general duration of local space warfare was lengthy, lasting hundreds to hundreds of years as a norm. That meant, now that Lin Yuan was selected for this draft quota, even if he survived the combat against the different species, he presumed he would spend the latter half of his life aboard a cold outer space warship, never again touching the soil and oceans of a life planet. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Director, can we discuss this? My parents are counting on me for support, and I have a younger sister. The instructor tapped the desk and solemnly said, "Don't worry. Actively responding to the government's draft policy, your family will be properly taken care of. Your father's position will be raised by 1 level. Your mother will receive a decent job in the district. Your sister will have all her tuition fees waived, and after turning 18, she will have one opportunity to advance to higher education. So, all the arrangements for after my departure are considered?" Lin Yuan pursed his lips, feeling indescribably complex. Frankly, these conditions were acceptable. His father was at a career bottleneck that most people couldn't cross in decades. His mother was currently jobless and securing a decent job. would greatly improve the family's living situation. As for his sister, an advancement quota to higher education was something money couldn't buy. With his sister going to higher education, her prospects were boundless. Only, why should all this be built on my sacrifice? Lin Yuan had only crossed into this body a few days ago, and though he had fully absorbed all its memories, he still felt an indescribable repulsion at the scene of sacrificing one for the happiness of the family. I still prefer life on the planet. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but speak up. After becoming a soldier, everything would be under militarized management. By then, it would be too late to refuse. Though refusing now probably wouldn't make a difference either. Lin Yuan, serving the government is a duty we citizens ought to fulfill. Besides, this draft is a mandatory policy. Once selected, it doesn't matter how much you don't want to go. Moreover, young man, what's wrong with going out and making your mark? Being able to witness the different species, which you only see in textbooks, is something ordinary citizens can achieve in a lifetime. If you can make a notable achievement, you might even be transferred back to serve in the military district. This is a rare opportunity, indeed. The instructor patiently consoled Lin Yuan for a few moments. But Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say more. But the instructor waved his hand broadly. All right, go now. Spend more time with your family these few days. Under the instructor's gaze, Lin Yuan stood up and left. Outside, more than 10 students about Lin Yuan's age were lining up, waiting. After Lin Yuan came out, one of the students walked in. Classmate, what did the director call us here for? A dark-skinned student quickly grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and asked in a low voice. You'll know once you go in. Lin Yuan sighed, ignored him, and walked away. Before seeing the director, Lin Yuan had not expected to be included in the mandatory conscription quota. Last week, Lin Yuan had learned about the mandatory conscription from a report by a prominent media outlet on his home planet. At the time, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention. The scope of the mandatory conscription included the entire Kanglin star and several tens of surrounding life planets. With a resident population of 50 billion on Kanglin star, the conscription quota assigned to Kanglin star was only a few 100,000. From a probability standpoint, the chances of a citizen being selected for the mandatory conscription was about 1 in 100,000. Such a minute possibility, Lin Yuan hadn't taken seriously. But reality is full of surprises. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. Conscription_2. The original body had bought various kinds of lottery tickets for more than 10 years and had never won once. Yet he managed to hit the 1 in 100,000 chance of being enlisted through mandatory conscription. Returning home, Lin Yuan found his parents at home, and even his younger sister, who rarely sat in her seat, was there. Looking at the cake in front of her, she drooled, yet she didn't dare to reach out. Yuan? Mother Lu Qiong stood up, her gaze toward Lin Yuan filled with unspoken words. Father Lin Shoqing sat there with a frown, seemingly lost in thought. It was clear that the news of Lin Yuan being drafted into the mandatory conscription had reached home. Even compared to Lin Yuan, his parents had known this piece of news earlier. There is still some room to maneuver around this conscription issue. Tomorrow I will go to your uncle's place and ask him to intervene. Father Lin Shoqing said. The uncle he mentioned was a distant relative. Currently employed at a certain research institute, he had quite a few connections. There's no need. Lin Yuan shook his head. The mandatory conscription policy was issued by the government. It's not to mention a mere employee of some unknown research institute. Even the Kanglin Star governor would have to pay a huge price to make any changes. Of course, if Lin Yuan truly had any connection with the governor, his name wouldn't appear on the conscription list at all. Before the list was released, it was possible to avoid being listed by spending money and utilizing connections. But once the list was finalized, it became difficult to be removed from it. I'm a bit tired. I'm heading back to my room. After eating a bit, Lin Yuan got up and went back to his room. How to get rid of the mandatory conscription. Lin Yuan lay on his soft bed, still holding onto the faintest hope. Connect to the goddess of wisdom. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan sat up. The goddess of wisdom was one of the three great goddesses of the cosmic human alliance. She was the core intelligent processing system of the entire civilization, overseeing the operation of the whole, responsible for all affairs of every citizen of human civilization, monitoring any abnormal behaviors strictly to ensure they comply with the civil charter. In the span of more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization was able to sweep through many different species, largely due to the contributions of the three goddesses. If it weren't for the three goddesses' absolutely selfless processing methods, the human civilization of the universe would probably have perished in internal strife long ago. How could it possibly have grown to its current grand, brilliant, and resplendent civilization? Humans have emotions, they can have cognitive biases towards things, can be influenced by emotions into making wrong decisions, but the three goddesses do not. The stance of the three goddesses is always aligned with human civilization as a whole, without any private intentions, capable of being perpetually just. The goddess of wisdom that Lin Yuan connected to is naturally not the main consciousness of the actual goddess of wisdom. It was but an insignificant subconsciousness derived from her, a benefit that every citizen possessed. Cosmic First-Class Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your question. An electronic synthesized voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears through the omnipresent network. I want to know, what are the conditions for exemption from mandatory conscription? Lin Yuan organized his language and asked. Mandatory conscription stems from Article 156 of the Constitution, designed to maintain the stability of human civilization and for warfare. All human citizens are obliged to comply with conscription. The following three conditions allow for exemption from mandatory conscription. 1. Evolvers, being those on the path of evolution, are the hope of human civilization and have the privilege to refuse mandatory conscription policies. Evolvers. Lin Yuan looked complex. During the long Starry Sea era, evolvers were no secret. There were many ways to become an evolver, mainly divided into unique evolvers and common evolvers. Unique evolvers are easy to understand. They cannot be popularized nor replicated. For instance, some evolutionary families with genetic inheritance belong to this category. There were some individuals who had undergone an unrepeatable special process, mutated, and obtained extraordinary powers. These two belong to unique evolvers. As for common evolvers, these were humans who undertook a stable path of evolution. For example, gene warriors, who took expensive genetic potions and stepped onto the path of evolution. And spiritual masters, who through brutal training and torture, combined with specific cultivation methods, created killing machines and so on. Any stable evolution path was exceedingly precious, the valuable knowledge discovered by countless ancestors and predecessors throughout their lives. I should just be an ordinary person. Lin Yuan sighed. Being ordinary meant there was no chance with unique evolvers. To become an evolver, Lin Yuan could only consider stable evolutionary paths. But such was not something that could be achieved overnight. Although certain evolution paths like gene warriors could be accelerated, this was based on expensive genetic potions and other treasures. In the human alliance of the universe, genetic potions were strictly controlled products. Ordinary people have no means or qualifications to purchase it. Even if one took a step back and placed the gene potion in front of Lin Yuan, he still couldn't afford it. As Lin Yuan pondered over this, the cold, indifferent electronic synthesized voice rang out once again. Second, cosmic fourth-level citizens have an exemption privilege every 10 years that can offset the mandatory conscription. Fourth-level citizen. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. In the first year of the Starry Sea era, human civilization established the public citizen hierarchy system. Citizens were divided into 12 levels, and the higher the level of the citizen, the greater the privileges they possessed. and the method to raise one's citizen level was to contribute to human civilization. This was supervised by the three goddesses, ensuring absolute fairness. Thus, raising one's citizen level was exceptionally difficult. Nearly 99% of citizens from birth to death were only first-level citizens. Of course, accompanying this were the many benefits of higher-level citizens. Starting from fourth-level citizens, one would possess an exemption privilege every 10 years. This could pardon citizens below the rank of serious offenders from their sentences. Mandatory conscription was included in this as well. However, with the current connections of the Lin family, where could one meet a fourth-level citizen? Bear in mind, the current population of Kanglin Star is 50 billion permanent residents. Those who have reached the fourth level are only one. That is the Kanglin Star governor, the major figure who controlled the life and death of billions of citizens. What about the third option? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Third, contribute to human civilization and be promoted to second-level citizen, then you can avoid mandatory conscription. The electronic synthesized voice came once again, but it made Lin Yuan fall silent once again. Even without being an evolver, a second-level citizen status is not lower than most evolvers. The privileges that evolvers have, a second-level citizen naturally possesses as well. However, this was even harder than becoming an evolver. At least Lin Yuan knew how to become an evolver, even if he couldn't achieve it. But to be promoted to a second-level citizen, one would need to make contributions that could be recognized by the goddess of wisdom, something completely elusive. What specific acts can be considered contributions? Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Providing a brand new evolution path will earn a huge contribution. The electronic synthesized voice responded. Lin Yuan vaguely realized. The goddess of wisdom placed great emphasis on brand new evolution paths. Otherwise, she wouldn't offer a huge contribution as a reward. Think of other methods. Lin Yuan massaged his temples, considering the three conditions provided by the goddess of wisdom. None was achievable for Lin Yuan at the moment, especially the last one, providing a brand new evolution path. If Lin Yuan had that, he would have already been promoted to a second-level citizen. Why would he be waiting for mandatory conscription? Unknowingly, midnight had arrived, and Lin Yuan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, at that moment, a strange pulling force drew Lin Yuan's consciousness towards his mind. Deep within his mind, a magnificent, towering gate of light appeared. The door was filled with a pale blue light screen. It rippled constantly, like water waves. What is this? Lin Yuan was shocked. He then awoke from his sleep. It's not a dream. After waking up, Lin Yuan could still sense the gate of light deep within his mind. At the same time, lines of illusory text flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes. Name: Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm: none. Talent: none. Divine skills: none. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 2: Reincarnation descends against heaven's understanding. This gate, can it send me to another world? Through a brief spiritual connection, a stream of information flowed from within the gate. In short, Lin Yuan could, should he choose, pass through the gate in his mind. Enter another world. This entrance did not imply the physical body entering, but rather the arrival of the true spirit, the consciousness descent. Similar to reincarnation, the door to the Myriad Realms. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Based on the flashing text in his field of vision, the gate of light in his mind should be the Myriad Realms Gate. And Lin Yuan was the holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Should I try it now? Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. The Myriad Realms Gate could send his true spirit consciousness into an alien world. But it was not without limits. Each transit required the Myriad Realms Gate some time to recharge. Calculated according to the Kanglin star's solar cycle, this period was roughly 8 months to a year. Never mind. Lin Yuan made up his mind. In a few days, conscription staff would take him away. Then, he would be subjected to comprehensive surveillance along with other recruits. Lin Yuan didn't know whether the true spirit transits by the Myriad Realms gate would leave traces on his body, thus alerting the surveillance to something unusual. But Lin Yuan dared not gamble. Even a fool could see that the gate in his mind was an incredible treasure. If that were to be leaked, what awaited him would be certainly far worse than forced conscription. Lin Yuan understood the principle that to possess a gem is to invite envy. Therefore, the best time to transit the Myriad Realms was now. At least at the moment, Lin Yuan was not under any surveillance. Even if some anomalies arose, there was a chance they could be covered up. Moreover, from the extraordinary aspect revealed by the Myriad Realms gate, it was possible that Lin Yuan could become an evolver and be exempt from forced conscription. Transit. With a single thought from Lin Yuan, the gate of light in his mind began to quiver. Lin Yuan only felt his spirit and consciousness uncontrollably flooding into the gate of light. The Dali dynasty. The Great Zen Temple. As a world-renowned holy land of the Buddha Gate, the depths of the Great Zen Temple were unfathomable. There were no less than 50 martial monks at the innate realm, and even a grandmaster at the grandmaster realm. You should know, whether in the imperial court or in the martial world, innate martial artists were considered local experts, and grandmasters were few and could be counted on 2 hands. With a grandmaster presiding, the Great Zen Temple could basically be considered one of the top powers. The Martial Monk Institute. Hundreds of martial monks were topless, sweating profusely, practicing the Arhut Fist. The Arhut Fist was not a profound martial art, but it was highly beneficial for strengthening one's foundations. The many martial monks of the Great Zen Temple often practiced this boxing technique to circulate their life essence. As the monks practiced the fist repeatedly, not far away, a group of 3 to 4-year-old little novices in gray robes poked their heads out. Their round eyes looked over, filled with curiosity and expectation. This group of novices was the most recently accepted disciples of the Great Zen Temple. Their backgrounds were mostly that of orphans without a father or mother. Who would have thought? Among the dozen little novices, one significantly younger novice's gaze suddenly flashed with an unusual light. This novice, naturally, was Lin Yuan, who had transited over the martial world. Lin Yuan's expression was contemplative. Although the young novice's years were few, he had some understanding of this world. This world, akin to the ancient times of Earth, was home to martial artists capable of taking on thousands single-handedly. From the memory of the little novice, Lin Yuan found that an old monk at the Great Zen Temple, from tens of meters away, could lightly strike and shatter a wall. In the world of the cosmic human civilization, that would undoubtedly be considered superhuman, part of the ranks of evolvers. Name: Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm: none. Bound talent: against heaven's understanding. Current status: consciousness descent. Residence time: 20 years. In the lower left side of his field of vision, Lin Yuan quietly saw lines of illusory text flashing by. I can only stay in this world for 20 years. Lin Yuan looked pensive. That was not difficult to understand. However, the newly appeared bound talent did cause Lin Yuan some confusion. Against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan checked himself. Apart from his senses becoming much clearer, there were no other anomalies. That's a sparrow. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a sparrow flying in the sky, his clear senses allowing him to notice every detail on the sparrow's body. Feathers, wings, pinions. Only a moment later. Your understanding is against heaven. Having observed the sparrow's flight, you comprehended the martial skill divine sparrow sky-crossing skill. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly widened. In an instant, countless key points about the martial skill divine sparrow sky-crossing skill flooded into his mind. This skill enabled one to hover briefly in the air, and although it couldn't achieve true flight like a sparrow, it was still incredibly unbelievable. This is against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Just by watching a sparrow for a moment, he had comprehended a rare skill. This ability truly deserved the Against Heaven label. An earthworm. Lin Yuan shifted his target, looking at an earthworm crawling out of the soil next to him. Your understanding is against heaven. Having watched an earthworm digging through soil, you have comprehended the martial skill Earth Dragon Rolling Skill. A wealth of digging experience and techniques emerged. With the Earth Dragon Rolling Skill, Lin Yuan could create a vast underground tunnel in a short amount of time, becoming the forefather of all tomb thieves. This is sick. Way too sick. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel emotional internally. At the same time, his gaze no longer focused on the surroundings. Instead, he looked toward the numerous martial monks practicing their fists in the distance. Your understanding is against heaven. Observing the martial monks practicing Arhut Fist, you've comprehended the superior martial skill Great Arhut Buddha Fist. Compared to the previous 2 attempts, this time took much longer, almost half a stick of incense to complete. Great Arhut Buddha Fist. Spiritual light surged in Lin Yuan's mind, and he started practicing the fist technique accordingly. Under an old towering tree of the Martial Monk Institute, Abbot Huiyuan stopped walking and looked toward the many martial monks practicing their fists. Not bad at all. There are no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. Only through decades of arduous training can one achieve success. Abbot Huiyuan nodded slightly, his expression revealing appreciation. He observed for a while, but didn't find any martial monks slacking off. Everyone was practicing earnestly without any slack. These little rascals. Abbot Huiyuan's gaze shifted, seeing a group of young novices, sneaking looks from not far away. Although the Great Zen Temple is a holy land of Buddha Gate, it is also one of the great martial sects, so it was normal for the young novices to aspire to the martial Tao. They haven't even learned to walk yet, and they're already thinking of running? Seeing 6 or 7 little novices imitating the martial monks and mockingly practicing fist techniques, Abbot Huiyuan couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. Even though Arhut Fist wasn't some profound martial art, it was still a secret skill of the Great Zen Temple. To learn it would take no less than 7 or 8 years. That was under the condition of having ample vitality and guidance from a master. As for those novices, their bodies hadn't fully developed yet, making it absolutely impossible for them to master Arhut Fist. Fooling around. They're all fooling around. Abbot Huiyuan frowned, his eyebrows knitting together. Training in martial arts was no joke. Forced practice not only brought no benefits but could also injure the body. Just as Abbot Huiyuan was about to step in and send the novices away, he suddenly froze. His gaze fell on the youngest novice amongst them. Similar to the other novices, this one was also practicing fist techniques. What? Abbot Huiyuan's expression changed subtly, becoming more incredulous the more he watched, and a tumultuous shock surged through his heart. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 3. A martial Tao prodigy, seen once in 1,000 years? For Huiyuan, an innate realm peak martial Taoist, there were few things that could stir his emotions. Buddhist martial arts inherently have the effect of calming the mind and stilling the qi. Huiyuan had immersed himself in the Buddhist teachings for 70 to 80 years, not to say he could remain unfazed even if Mount Tai were collapsing in front of him. But it was not far from it. Yet now, his heart was tossing with tumultuous waves. Is this Arhut Fist? No, this is not Arhut Fist. Huiyuan carefully observed the young novice practicing the boxing technique. Compared to the hundreds of adult martial monks performing the Arhut Fist, bursting forth with robust vitality, this young novice's practice didn't cause any stir. Yet to Huiyuan there was something, like an antelope hanging its horns, effortlessly natural. Every punch and every kick by the novice carried an inexplicable meaning. How is this possible? How can such a mere child master such a profound boxing technique? Huiyuan could hardly believe it. Any martial art, including those of the Buddha Gate, requires a great deal of time to comprehend and master. Our Hoot Fist is not particularly profound, but it usually takes a regular person 6 to 7 years of hard training to achieve some proficiency. But now, the boxing technique that the young novice was practicing was clearly several grades higher than our Hoot Fist. And he had already mastered it perfectly, which was utterly inconceivable. What baffled Huiyuan the most was that he had never seen the boxing technique that the young novice was practicing. It bore traces of the Arhut Fist, yet was far more sophisticated. It almost reached the level of the great Zen temple's 72 exquisite skills. Such high-tier Buddhist martial arts, and Huiyuan, an old monk nearly 100 years old, had never heard of it. Abbot. The other young novices also noticed Huiyuan's gaze. One by one, their faces turned pale, standing obediently in their places. Only Lin Yuan continued practicing the newly realized Great Arhut Buddha Fist. At this moment, Huiyuan was hardly paying attention to these novices who had sneaked out. He waved his hand, signaling all the young novices to leave, while he kept his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, who was practicing Great Arhut Buddha Fist. Lin Yuan kept practicing this boxing martial art, he had realized, while feeling a tingling sensation spreading through his limbs and body, as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. He did not know how much time had passed. Inside Lin Yuan's lower abdomen, in the dantian, a whiff of qi silently converged. Is this supposed to be inner qi? The innate inner qi that only innate martial Tao experts can harness? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. He was just a 3 or 4-year-old novice, with limited knowledge, only aware that innate inner qi is a power wielded by innate martial Tao experts. As soon as the inner qi formed, Lin Yuan immediately felt a surge of hunger. Instinctively, he stopped practicing. If he continued, he figured he might starve to death. However, when Lin Yuan looked around, he saw that the hundreds of martial monks and the dozen or so young novices nearby had all disappeared without a trace. In their place, there were 7 elderly monks. The middle one, an old monk with very long eyebrows, had a piercing gaze that made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle. Abbot? Head monk? Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Among the 7 monks, Lin Yuan had met 3. The head of the Martial Monk Institute, the head of the Discipline Academy, and the current abbot of the Great Zen Temple. As for the remaining 4, he did not recognize them. However, being able to stand alongside the abbot, their status must be significantly high. Especially that elder long eyebrow. Even the abbot only dared to stand half a step behind him. Little fellow. The current abbot of the Great Zen Temple, Huiyuan, asked with a gentle smile, "Where did you learn the boxing technique you were practicing just now?" After Abbot Huiyuan had the other young monks leave, he immediately contacted the abbot of the Great Zen Temple and other heads. The true experts of the Great Zen Temple immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and hastened to come over, putting aside their ongoing tasks. Everyone's judgment was the same as Huiyuan's. The depth of the boxing technique practiced by Lin Yuan was no less than that of superior martial arts. Moreover, this technique was a Buddha fist technique previously unheard of. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that there exists such a superior Buddha martial art in the world that they had never heard of. Where did you learn it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. His demonstration of the Great Arhut Buddha Fist was partly to showcase his talent. Through the 3 attempts just now, Lin Yuan understood that to excavate the effects of his against heaven's understanding, he needed to engage with the profound martial teachings of this world as much as possible. By observing sparrows and earthworms, he could only comprehend ordinary martial arts like divine sparrow sky-crossing skill and earth dragon rolling skill. But by observing the monks practicing Arhut Fist, he was able to directly comprehend the superior martial art Great Arhut Buddha Fist. If he could observe a superior martial art then, the comprehension derived from it. Although Lin Yuan did not know the status of superior martial arts, allowing him to ascend swiftly and condense innate qi was certainly no trivial matter. And to access such superior martial arts of the great Zen temple, even more profound teachings, merely being a young monk was definitely not enough. Replying to the abbot, I just saw my fellow disciples practicing boxing and also wanted to practice along. As I was practicing, I somehow comprehended this boxing technique, although I'm not sure if I should have. Lin Yuan promptly showed an expression of unease. What he said was not untrue. In the cosmic human alliance, if Lin Yuan were this forthcoming, he might be observed or even studied. But in the current world, similar to an ancient feudal kingdom of the martial world, especially in a place filled with the Buddhist teachings like the Great Zen Temple, even if Lin Yuan displayed extremely powerful talent, he would only be regarded as a true Buddha reincarnate or a living Buddha child. Seeing the monks practicing Arhut Fist and then comprehending a superior martial art that far surpasses Arhut Fist. Martial Tao, when considered in cosmic human civilization, should be considered a completely new evolution path. If I can deduce the martial Tao to a higher level in this realm and later present it to the goddess of wisdom for evaluation, I should be able to obtain a substantial reward. Lin Yuan silently pondered. After learning about the forced conscription, Lin Yuan had asked the goddess of wisdom and knew that she highly valued new evolution paths. Are they all waiting outside? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and glanced outside the Sutra Pavilion. When breaking through to the realm of Great Grandmaster, condensing spiritual powers inevitably led to spreading the news. As a result, it was only normal for the abbot and the heads of the monastery to notice. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple, and the heads of the monastery were all waiting. If there were other monks present, they would notice that the abbot and the heads, who normally presented themselves with the poise of high monks, were now showing a trace of nervousness on their faces. It was as if they were schoolchildren about to meet a teacher they admired. Uneasy, expectant. Everyone come in. Just then, a gentle voice rang out in everyone's ears. Yes. After receiving permission, the abbot and the heads exhaled slightly and followed Elder Long Eyebrow into the Sutra Pavilion. We greet the Buddha child. On the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow and others finally saw Lin Yuan. They immediately bowed and said they had no choice. If one could explain Lin Yuan reaching the innate realm at the age of 3 as a once-in-a-millennium martial Tao prodigy, then stepping into the realm of Great Grandmaster at the age of 8 was something that could not be explained by any stretch of common sense. Only the reincarnation of a true Buddha, a Buddha child on earth, could reel back people's cognition. Everyone, including Elder Long Eyebrow, did not hesitate to address Lin Yuan as Buddha child. Buddha child. Lin Yuan slightly smiled, without admitting it, nor denying it. Lin Yuan's own family knew their own affairs. He was not any Buddha child. But as long as Lin Yuan kept silent about it, no one else would know. Next, Lin Yuan spoke a few words with the abbot and the heads. He took the chance to share his enlightenment about the breakthrough from the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm over the past few years, explaining it in a way that offered guidance. This directly enlightened the abbot and the heads like an epiphany. The Great Zen Temple, as a great martial sect with a great Grandmaster's heritage, naturally had records on how to break through to the Grandmaster level. These were the precious heritages left by Patriarch Bodhidharma and successive Grandmasters. However, even the manuscripts left by Patriarch Bodhidharma contained many things that the abbot and the heads found difficult to fully grasp. Being able to do certain things doesn't necessarily mean understanding all the principles and essences of those things. They all knew that to break through to the Grandmaster, one needed to perfectly control every bit of their own strength. But exactly how to control it perfectly and what it means to do so was not elaborated, let alone how to achieve it. Yet Lin Yuan, relying on his against heaven's understanding, was able to faithfully replicate the process of breaking through from the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm, giving specific methods and means. This almost moved the abbot and the heads to tears. With Lin Yuan's guidance, they could now at least see the hope of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. If they could absorb this guidance for 10 or 20 years, perhaps they too could step into the domain of Grandmaster. With just a few words from Lin Yuan, he nearly cultivated several grandmasters for the great Zen temple's future in the next few decades. This capability, if not the Buddha child, then who else could achieve it? Indeed, if anyone now dared to doubt Lin Yuan's identity as the Buddha child, the abbot of the great Zen temple and the several heads would be the first to disagree. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 7. Descend the mountain. Enter the world. As for you, Master? Lin Yuan looked towards Elder Long Eyebrow standing beside him. Elder Long Eyebrow had granted Lin Yuan guidance and direction, even if it had been for only 2 months. In addition, Lin Yuan had been able to smoothly move into the Sutra Pavilion because he had received a nod from Elder Long Eyebrow. In the realm of Great Grandmaster, the essence lies in the spirit. External forces can hardly interfere. Several years ago, upon studying the I Ching Jing within the Sutra Pavilion, I realized another martial art that should help in stepping into the realm of Great Grandmaster. The martial art that Lin Yuan mentioned was naturally the I Ching washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. This martial art, besides nurturing the physical body, could also temper the spirit. The breaking through from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster essentially involved awakening spiritual power. And the purer the spiritual power, the easier it was to perceive and condense into a unique spiritual force. It can be said that as long as one can cultivate this martial art to the state of perfection, the probability of breaking through from the peak of Grandmaster to the realm of Great Grandmaster could almost reach 20 to 30%. Buddha child, there's no need to expend your energy on me. The path to Great Grandmaster requires a moment of sudden enlightenment. Elder Long Eyebrow immediately said. Before Lin Yuan, the common knowledge among the world's martial arts powerhouses was that the realm of Great Grandmaster could not be forced. Even a Great Grandmaster himself could hardly cultivate another Great Grandmaster. 1,000 years ago, Patriarch Bodhidharma, the founder of the Great Zen Temple and a Great Grandmaster, took 108 high monks of the Buddha Gate as disciples and established the Great Zen Temple. Yet none of these 108 high monks were able to step into the realm of Great Grandmaster. It doesn't matter, just listen. Lin Yuan didn't say much and slowly spoke of the I Ching washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. Seeing this, Elder Long Eyebrow listened patiently. At first, Elder Long Eyebrow was quite at ease, believing that what Lin Yuan said would be somewhat similar to the insights left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. But just 1/5 of the way through, his brow furrowed, and his thoughts began to surge. This. As a Grandmaster, Elder Long Eyebrow's heartbeat quickened. With his basic discernment, he had realized just halfway through that the martial art Lin Yuan was imparting held great value. It was actually a martial art for tempering the spirit. Spiritual martial arts had appeared before. On the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, there were several spiritual martial arts left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, all the known spiritual martial arts of the world could only be cultivated by Great Grandmasters, and only those who had condensed a unique spiritual force, meeting the basic condition for practicing spiritual martial arts. But the I Ching washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill that Lin Yuan had realized could even be cultivated by martial artists of the innate realm. This was simply inconceivable. For a moment, Elder Long Eyebrow was at a loss for words. He knew very well the value of this martial art. It could be said that if this matter were to spread, the Great Zen Temple would become the focus of the entire world. The other great martial sects, and even the Dali dynasty, would shamelessly come over to snatch away this martial art. After a moment, Lin Yuan finished speaking and looked towards Elder Long Eyebrow, who was stunned. The abbot Huiwen, and a few others standing beside him had also listened once, but didn't immediately realize the value of this martial art. They just felt that the martial art Lin Yuan spoke of was abstruse and difficult to understand, requiring gradual comprehension.
All right.
You may all go back now. Lin Yuan cast his gaze downwards and waved his hand. Yes. Elder Long Eyebrow, as if awakening from a dream, suppressed the excitement in his heart and respectfully responded. After Elder Long Eyebrow and the others left, the Sutra Pavilion became quiet once more. Lin Yuan went up to the third floor and picked up an ancient tome. On the surface of the tome were the words, Demon-Subduing Wisdom Scripture. The wisdom scripture was related to the spirit. This martial art was indeed a spiritual martial art, left by Patriarch Bodhidharma 1,000 years ago. Before breaking through to Great Grandmaster, Lin Yuan had not mastered any unique spiritual force. Although he possessed an against heaven's understanding, he had not delved much into such spiritual martial arts. Now that he had already become a Great Grandmaster, he naturally began to comprehend this aspect. Half a month flew by in a blink. During these 10+ days, Lin Yuan had been observing the demon-subduing wisdom scripture. Your understanding goes against heaven, deciphering the spiritual martial art, demon-subduing wisdom scripture, and realizing the unique spiritual skill, heaven-striking earth-shattering skill. Lin Yuan rejoiced in spirit. Within the Niwen Palace at his brow, strands of unique spiritual force continually entwined and overlapped, forming an inexplicable pattern that imprinted itself upon it. Heaven-striking earth-shattering skill. Unique spiritual skill. Lin Yuan felt that once he activated the pattern within the Niwen Palace, woven from unique spiritual force, he would unleash a type of spiritual domain. Within the scope of this domain, even if another was a great grandmaster, their spiritual will would be suppressed and subjected to the torment of sinking and being lost. This defies all reason. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. Merely with this unique spiritual skill, Lin Yuan was confident he could be invincible within the Grandmaster realm. Time marched on. Another 5 years had quickly passed. Within the Sutra Pavilion, unnamed auras pervaded the space, halting just at the threshold. Above the realm of the Great Grandmaster, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and a white lightning bolt seemed to flash across the void. Lightning born from the void. This was the external manifestation of an extremely powerful spirit. The spiritual force of a great grandmaster could kill a man, yet it couldn't shake the rules of matter. For instance, lifting a rock using the force of one spirit. Since ancient times, not a single great grandmaster had managed to do this. However, now, this ironclad law was broken by Lin Yuan, for his realm had already transcended that of the great grandmaster, reaching an unparalleled level never seen before in this world. With his against heaven's understanding, it took Lin Yuan merely 5 years to cross the 3 major realms, from post-heaven to innate to grandmaster, and achieve the body of a great grandmaster. Now, another 5 years had passed, and it was not surprising that he broke the chains of the great grandmaster, accomplishing feats that no one in history had. Above the great grandmaster, let's call it the mythical realm. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The level beyond the great grandmaster was one of legends, of myths. Therefore, naming it mythical seemed quite fitting. There are still 10 years left to stay. It's time to take a look outside. Lin Yuan eased his aura and looked out beyond the great Zen temple. After stepping into the mythical realm, Lin Yuan had essentially absorbed all the accumulated foundations of the great Zen temple over 1,000 years. If he wanted to maintain the cultivation speed of the past 10 years, he would need to travel the world and experience other martial secret techniques. After all, the Great Zen Temple was but one of the great martial sects. Beyond it, there were still several other great martial sects, and even the Dali dynasty that loomed large. Experiencing martial arts utterly different from those of the Great Zen Temple and then refining them to their ultimate heights with his against heaven's understanding would make it easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend the path and realm that lay ahead. Outside the Bodhi Yard, Abbot Huayuan of the Great Zen Temple and a few abbots were convening once again. I can already feel the bottleneck of the Grandmaster realm. In as soon as 10 years, or at most 20, I should be able to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm. Abbot Huayuan said excitedly. Normally, given his aptitude, the chances of stepping into the Grandmaster realm were not high. However, under Lin Yuan's guidance from several years ago, he now saw hope. The other abbots also looked quite thrilled. Lin Yuan's advice had greatly benefited them as well. Although they were not as confident as the abbot in making a breakthrough within 20 years, they still had high hopes for 30 or 40 years. For those martial artists at the innate realm peak in this age, living past 100 years was not difficult, and most abbots were in their 60s or 70s, capable of one last struggle. Just then, a martial monk hurried in. Abbots, no good. The martial monk stammered, clearly very urgent. Take it easy, no rush. Abbot Huayuan comforted him softly. Buddha child. The martial monk took a deep breath, about to speak. What about the Buddha child? Abbot Huayuan stood up abruptly, looking directly at the martial monk. The other abbots were equally solemn. At this point, the Buddha child was seen as the hope of the great Zen temple for the next 500 years. Anything related to the Buddha child was a major affair for the great Zen temple. The Buddha child. Seeing the expressions of the abbots, the martial monk quickly said, "The Buddha child has descended the mountain." What? The Buddha child has left the mountain? Abbot Huayuan was stunned, then quickly asked, "Did the Buddha child say why he is leaving the mountain?" Exactly. What did the Buddha child say? Abbot Huayuan of the Martial Monk Institute also asked urgently. The Buddha child said, he is going to leave the mountain to... The martial monk steadied himself, attempting to mimic Lin Yuan's tone. Have a look at this world. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 8, The Greatest in the World, Dali Dynasty. Has the Buddha child entered the world? Head of the Martial Monk Institute, Huayuan, immediately reacted. It wasn't strange for the monks of the great Zen temple to descend the mountain and explore the world. Abbot Huayuan and several heads of the institutes had experienced it themselves, more than once. To high-ranking monks, descending the mountain to wander the world was part of their spiritual cultivation. However, in the minds of Abbot Huayuan and the others, Lin Yuan had been sitting in the Sutra Pavilion daily for 10 years. In such a state of mind, at least he was unmatched by the several institute heads. That's why they overlooked the fact that Lin Yuan had never actually left the mountain before. If the Buddha child ventures out alone, could he encounter any danger? The head of the Discipline Academy seemed to think of something and couldn't help but speak out. However, before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed his words. Abbot Huayuan and the other heads glanced at each other again. What a joke.
Danger?
Although they did not know Lin Yuan's current realm. As early as 5 years ago, Lin Yuan had already reached the realm of Great Grandmaster. In 5 years, even if Lin Yuan made no progress, he would still be a Great Grandmaster. With the strength of a Great Grandmaster, even if surrounded by tens of thousands of troops, it would just take some time to annihilate the whole army. At the very least, he could retreat unscathed. A Great Grandmaster traveling the world, as long as he does not wish to die, will not die. It's unnecessary. The portraits of the Buddha child have long been distributed to temples all over the world. Our monks from the great Zen temple all over will heed the Buddha child's command, Abbot Huayuan said slowly. The great Zen temple could serve as the holy land of Buddha Gate and one of the great martial sects, because its potential influence was unfathomable. Even among the other great martial sects, it was second to none. Outside the great Zen temple, the sky was vast, the land was broad. A young monk clad in a gray robe walked along a narrow mountain path. If someone observed carefully, they would discover that, with each step the young monk took, his figure would appear several meters away, incredibly mystical. This young monk was naturally Lin Yuan. After leaving the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan had traversed 1,200 miles in 2 hours. Compared to the realm of Great Grandmaster, The divine energy within a warrior at the mythical realm had evolved into a higher order of power. For now, Lin Yuan chose to call this power Yuan energy. A single strand of Yuan energy could break through 10 strands of inner qi at the level of great grandmasters. Of course, this was a rudimentary comparison. Actual combat was a different matter. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, his true combat power had reached an unprecedented level. Even if all the great grandmasters from ancient times to the present were resurrected and stood before him, they would not be enough for him to slap away. Ha 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 ha. Exhilarating. It's truly exhilarating. With every step Lin Yuan took, his blood surged, and Yuan energy circulated within him. Monstrous heat spread in all directions, burning like a furnace. The physical body of a warrior at the mythical realm allowed Lin Yuan to resemble a humanoid beast. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Yuan came to a halt. A gentle breeze brushed against his face. At once, Lin Yuan stood still, as if in a daze. Days passed with the rising and setting of the sun. With your against heaven's understanding, after perusing countless scriptures and feeling the blowing wind, you have listened to the profound meanings of the wind and comprehended the true meaning martial arts, divine wind 9 steps. Lin Yuan opened his eyes as numerous flickers of spiritual light erupted in his mind, forming a school of true meaning martial arts. True meaning martial arts, surpassing the martial arts of great grandmasters, would require a warrior at the mythical realm to expend a great deal of energy and time to possibly create. This time, stepping out from the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan's mind was at ease, free from confines, experiencing the winds of heaven and earth. With the aid of his against heaven's understanding, he created this martial art, Divine Wind 9 Steps. Lin Yuan carefully contemplated. This martial art belonged to the category of movement techniques. It utilized the Yuan force within one's body, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. And after 9 steps, one would merge with the wind as much as possible, thereby achieving a several-fold increase in one's own speed. Terrifying. Lin Yuan felt quite emotional in his heart. At his level, every aspect had already reached its apex. To even enhance a fraction was immensely difficult, not to mention a several-fold increase. True meaning martial arts has already started to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Is the path ahead also related to heaven and earth? Lin Yuan still stood in place, his expression reflective. Pudu Temple. This temple was built 300 years ago by a high-ranking monk from Great Zen Temple during his pilgrimage. Over the centuries, it had always maintained a close connection with Great Zen Temple. What business does the Buddha child have at Bright Moon Palace? The abbot of Pudu Temple asked cautiously. In front of him sat a young monk who was none other than Lin Yuan. The main purpose of Lin Yuan's departure from Great Zen Temple was to observe the profound martial arts of other major factions. And the forces on par with Great Zen Temple, also known as Great Martial Sects, were his first choice. Those who were revered as great martial sects generally had a great grandmaster as their founder, and also produced numerous grandmasters across generations. And Bright Moon Palace was one of these great martial sects. The founder of Bright Moon Palace was an even rarer female great grandmaster. I wish to observe the many martial arts of Bright Moon Palace. Lin Yuan, sitting cross-legged, stated calmly. On the way to Bright Moon Palace, he passed by Pudu Temple and took a moment to rest. Even as someone of the mythical realm, he was still human and could not go on tirelessly like a robot. Pudu Temple had deep roots with Great Zen Temple, and when the abbot of Pudu Temple recognized Lin Yuan's identity, he immediately saw to his personal hospitality. Bright Moon Palace. The abbot of Pudu Temple hesitated. Not to conceal from the Buddha child, half a year ago, a grandmaster from Bright Moon Palace passed away, and with no successor, there were internal rebellions. Many martial art scriptures are likely to be missing, the abbot of Pudu Temple said softly. Although Bright Moon Palace desperately tried to suppress this news, Pudu Temple, through special channels, became aware of it. Lin Yuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. If the Buddha child wishes to view the martial arts scriptures of Bright Moon Palace, you might visit the Dali capital. Years ago, the founding emperor of Dali trod over the world, sweeping across all directions, and even visited Bright Moon Palace, copying all of their martial arts scriptures to take back with him. Pudu Temple paused for a while and then subtly mentioned another matter. At that time, it wasn't just Bright Moon Palace. Other great martial sects, including Great Zen Temple, had all been visited by the founding emperor of Dali, and many martial arts were copied and taken away. As a great grandmaster and unrivaled in his time, none of the great martial sects dared to refuse. They could only grudgingly accept this bitter pill. Oh! Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. He had not read about this in the books at Great Zen Temple. However, on second thought, it seemed quite logical. Having all one's martial arts scriptures taken by an aggressor was hardly something to be proud of, even if that person was the founding emperor of Dali, a great grandmaster. It was unlikely that Great Zen Temple would intentionally suppress this event, nor would they specially promote or record it. So you're saying, in the Dali capital, there are martial arts scriptures from all the current great martial sects?
Lin Yuan asked.
In the past, the founding emperor of Dali sought to advance further. Hence he gathered the martial arts from all over the world. Any martial arts force of renown had to hand over their core martial arts teachings without exception, the abbot of Pudu Temple stated truthfully. That's rather convenient. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Originally, if Lin Yuan wanted to observe the martial arts of various sects, he would certainly need to visit each one by one, as the world's great martial sects were scattered across different regions. If Lin Yuan had to search for each sect individually, it would certainly waste a lot of time. Now, it was simplified. A single visit to the Dali capital would suffice. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 9: Why Bother with All This Trouble? Dali Capital. Linglong Pavilion. As the largest tavern in the capital, Linglong Pavilion was packed with people every day. Visitors from out of town, local patrons. Given the chance, who wouldn't want to try the culinary delights of Linglong Pavilion? Clap. In the center of the tavern, on a raised platform, a storyteller was animatedly spinning a tale. They say that 10 years ago, within the Great Zen Temple, sanctum of the Buddha Gate, a Buddha child was born, possessing innate knowledge and the likeness of the Buddhas. It is said that at that time, the golden body of the Buddha appeared above the Great Zen Temple, its golden light spread over dozens of miles. Many commoners whose bodies bathed in this light found their hidden ailments dissipating. Now, 10 years have passed and that Buddha child. Just as the storyteller reached this point, he suddenly stopped and addressed the audience with a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for today. If you wish to know the current state of this young Buddha child, please come again tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, the many patrons on the scene immediately began to sigh in disappointment. They had been listening intently and wanted to find out what had become of the Buddha child, only to have the storyteller cut off the tale at this crucial moment. Who could stand such suspense? This is for you, keep going, one brawny man said as he took out a silver ingot and threw it onto the platform. The rest of the audience also threw up some copper coins and other valuables. Haha, I am flattered by the audience's appreciation, and I shall continue. The storyteller chuckled upon seeing this and promptly sat down again. To tell a good story, one must know the perfect moment to pause, piquing the audience's curiosity. How else to make money? This storyteller clearly understood this well, and after collecting the money on the platform, he continued the story. Judging by his age, that Buddha child should be over 10 years old now, naturally reading Buddhist scriptures and studying the Buddha's law in the Great Zen Temple. The storyteller fanned himself with a paper fan and continued in a shaking voice. Murmur. The audience couldn't help but let out a murmur. They were expecting to hear about any remarkable feats of the Buddha child, but it turned out to be this. However, upon further thought, they found it reasonable. A child in his teens, despite possessing high Buddha nature, what could he truly achieve? As for the earlier anomalies described by the storyteller, they're probably fabricated to attract the audience's attention anyway. What no one in the tavern noticed was this. In a corner, a young monk dressed in a gray robe wore an expression of bemusement. Have I been written into a storybook? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In his view, there was nothing particularly strange about this. The Great Zen Temple was not only a holy land of Buddha Gate, but also among the great martial sects of the world. Every move was naturally the subject of outsider attention, especially for someone like himself, who was taken in by Elder Long Eyebrow, a grandmaster. Certainly, many eyes were fixed upon him. Moreover, the abbots of the temple had no intention of blocking the news. Over time, with one tale leading to another, it was natural for various versions of rumors to emerge. After sampling the cuisines of this world at Linglong Pavilion, Lin Yuan stood up, left some silver behind, and walked out. On the bluestone-paved streets where people were coming and going, cries of hawkers could be heard everywhere. Lin Yuan walked among them, not very conspicuous. However, as Lin Yuan continued deeper into the capital, the pedestrians on the road became fewer, while the patrolling soldiers seemed to increase. Until he arrived at a tall city gate, where dozens of soldiers with formidable auras stood guard with sharp eyes. Behind that city gate was Dali Imperial Palace, the absolute core of a dynasty. Even standing outside the palace, one could vaguely see the magnificent buildings within. At that moment, a slowly moving imperial carriage was driving out from within the palace. The gatekeeper saw it and immediately retreated to make way. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged monk in a red kasaya was rubbing his temple. The current Empress Dowager of Dali was a devout Buddhist, often inviting eminent monks to the palace. This middle-aged monk in the red kasaya was a well-known monk in recent years, highly regarded and favored by the Empress Dowager. Every 10 days or half a month, he would be invited to the palace. The Empress Dowager's questions are becoming more and more challenging. The middle-aged monk frowned with some annoyance. I should be leaving the palace now, the middle-aged monk said as he reached out to lift the carriage curtain. He cast a casual glance. But this glance made the middle-aged monk's pupils constrict. Is that? The middle-aged monk focused on the young monk who was standing not far away, looking somewhat uncertain. Buddha child. The middle-aged monk was from the Great Zen Temple, although in recent years he had stayed in Dali capital. He often kept in touch with the Great Zen Temple. A few years back, the temple sent him a portrait of the Buddha child and instructed him to remember it well. If he ever saw him, he would have to act as ordered. And the portrait was almost identical to the young monk not far from him. With this realization, the middle-aged monk hurriedly got out of the carriage and approached Lin Yuan. Buddha child, he ventured. You recognize me? Lin Yuan's eyebrows lifted. 20 years ago, I too was a monk of the Great Zen Temple, the middle-aged monk said with a single sentence, indicating his identity. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The Great Zen Temple was a holy land of the Buddha Gate, its influence not limited to atop Mount Shaosher. The Pudu temple that Lin Yuan had passed earlier and the middle-aged monk before him were evidence of this. May I inquire, Buddha child, is there a particular reason for your visit to the capital? The middle-aged monk asked curiously. Prior to seeing Lin Yuan, he had not received any news from the Great Zen Temple. It was clear that Lin Yuan's visit was not known even to the abbots of the temple. Otherwise, it would have been impossible not to inform him. I wish to visit the martial hall within the Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan stated. Lin Yuan began to speak. The martial hall of the Dali Imperial Palace is where countless martial arts manuals from all over the world are stored. In past years, the founding emperor of the Dali dynasty set the order of the realm and placed the copied martial arts techniques of various sects into the martial hall. It can be said that the martial hall of the Dali Imperial Palace, with its extensive collection of martial arts, is 10 or even 100 times greater than that of the Great Zen Temple's Sutra Pavilion. Wanting to enter the martial hall, that is somewhat troublesome. The middle-aged monk furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Generally speaking, only the offspring of the imperial clan are qualified to enter the martial hall. This was a rule established by the first emperor of Dali from the beginning. In addition, high-ranking officials who have made significant contributions to Dali are also qualified to enter the martial hall. But neither of these applied to Lin Yuan. Thus, he almost had no chance of coming into contact with the martial hall. Founded on martial prowess, the Dali dynasty placed extreme importance on its many secret martial arts techniques. It would definitely not casually allow an outsider to enter such a sacred martial arts place as the martial hall. It's not that there's no way. The middle-aged monk slowly spoke. Inside the palace, the security is extremely tight. Sneaking in is definitely out of the question. A trace of apprehension appeared on the middle-aged monk's face. As a distinguished guest of the Empress Dowager, he had some understanding of the Dali Imperial Palace. The 8,000 Imperial Guards within the palace are all acquired peak martial artists trained with the secret techniques of the Imperial clan. The 200 deputy commanders are innate realm martial Taoists, while the 18 chief commanders are innate peak martial Taoists. It can be said that, with just this force alone, they could easily sweep away an army of several 100,000. Even if a grandmaster came in person, he would be trapped. Moreover, the middle-aged monk occasionally learned from the Empress Dowager that, at various key points within the palace, there were grandmaster-level martial Taoists stationed. Having frequently visited the palace over the years, he roughly estimated that there were no fewer than 4 grandmasters inside the palace. 4 grandmasters. 208s. 8,000 acquired peaks. This was the Dali dynasty's strongest hand. Even now, with the world in decay, the Dali dynasty could be rebuilt from the ground up. Not to mention that this was just a part of the Dali dynasty's foundation, as outside the palace, the great armies stationed on the borders, along with the grandmasters, were always ready to move at the behest of the Dali dynasty. Buddha child, listen to me. You'll accompany me to the palace later to meet the Empress Dowager. With my recommendation, the Empress Dowager will definitely take a liking to the Buddha child. In the coming 3 months, Buddha child must visit the Empress Dowager frequently to become a familiar face. After half a year, when the Emperor celebrates his 60th birthday, with the Empress Dowager's support, you can accompany her to offer birthday greetings. At that time, I will present a treasure from the Buddha Gate. Under the great joy of the Emperor of Dali, the chances of the Buddha child's request to visit the martial hall will be very high. The middle-aged monk, after much contemplation, laid out the only feasible method currently available. Theoretically, outsiders cannot enter the martial hall. But if the current Emperor of Dali permits it, there is no question of whether one can enter or not. As long as Lin Yuan can gain the Emperor's favor, entering the martial hall would not be an impossible matter. After all, Lin Yuan was just going to look at the martial hall, which wouldn't cause any loss to the numerous martial arts texts within it. I wonder what Buddha child thinks about this. The middle-aged monk, having said his piece, saw that Lin Yuan was silent and asked with some uncertainty. It's indeed not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. The middle-aged monk had put a lot of thought into it. According to his method, there was a high probability that entry to the martial hall could be smoothly gained. It's just... Lin Yuan then shook his head. Just what? The middle-aged monk asked anxiously. It's too much trouble. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he looked towards the palace, not far away. Trouble. The middle-aged monk didn't understand for a long moment. The plan he had just devised was as straightforward as possible. He would take Lin Yuan directly to see the Empress Dowager, then use her influence on the emperor. This was the fastest method the middle-aged monk could think of to enter the martial hall. It wasn't possible to just go see the emperor, was it? Without someone of significant standing to make the introduction, even the middle-aged monk wouldn't be able to meet the emperor, let alone Lin Yuan. Just say it outright. After Lin Yuan spoke, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and called out towards the direction of the palace. I, Huizhen, wish to have an audience with the martial hall of the imperial palace. His voice was normal at the first syllable I, but it began to rise in pitch with the second syllable. By the fifth syllable, the terrifying sound waves were wildly spreading in all directions. And with the last syllable, hall, it was as if the sky had shattered and thunder exploded.
Boom, boom, boom.
At this moment, the entire imperial palace was engulfed by the horrific sound waves. The 8,000 acquired peak imperial guards felt a roaring in their ears, and their consciousness began to dissipate. The 18 innate peak chief commanders were bleeding from every orifice and couldn't get to their feet. Within the depths of the palace, 5 Grandmaster-level auras flickered and tried to resist the invading Buddhistic sound, but they only lasted a few breaths before their auras quickly weakened and collapsed, utterly powerless to resist. For a time, the once tightly guarded Dali Imperial Palace collapsed like a house of cards, reduced to a state of chaos on the brink of falling. The middle-aged monk's mouth hung open. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 10. One man guards a nation.
Dali Imperial Pelis.
Taiji Hall. An august man clad in dragon robes sat before a sandalwood desk. Opposite him sat a lean old man. With Uncle Ancestor's current strength, there should be no opponent in the world for him now, right? The august man was none other than the current emperor of Dali, while the lean old man sitting across from him was a senior ancestor of the Dali royal family. He was also the strongest, a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Without this sea-calming divine needle, perhaps the Dali dynasty could have still achieved dominance over the 4 seas and commanded the allegiance of all directions. But it definitely wouldn't have been so easy. Without reaching the realm of Great Grandmaster, what's the talk of having no opponent? The lean old man shook his head, but his tone harbored not the slightest hint of humility. Even among Grandmasters, there is a difference in strength. And the lean old man was undoubtedly at the very pinnacle within the Grandmaster realm. In terms of heritage, the other great martial sects also have great Grandmaster legacies. But the great Grandmaster ancestor of the Dali dynasty undoubtedly had the greatest influence. After all, this ancestor was still alive over 100 years ago, and his fame diminishes not a whit even today. The many martial arts manuals he left behind, if not stronger than other great Grandmaster heritages, are at least more complete and perfected, let alone the fact that the ancestor personally visited the other great martial sects in former years, taking all their martial arts and transcribing them to bring back. Gathering the martial arts of the whole world, the foundation of the Dali dynasty could only far surpass that of the great martial sects. Great Grandmaster. Uncle Ancestor is only a step away from becoming a great Grandmaster, right? The Emperor of Dali asked with an indistinct tone. A step away can mean the difference between heaven and earth. The lean old man sighed. The closer he approached the realm of Great Grandmaster, the more he felt despair and helplessness. This was even with the advantage of the many breakthrough insights left by the Dali ancestor. Without these, the lean old man wouldn't even dare to think about the Great Grandmaster realm. Even so, the lean old man had little confidence in taking that final step himself. But your majesty can rest easy. In this present world, if I can't break through to the Great Grandmaster, no other Grandmaster should think of breaking through either. The lean old man spoke in a low voice, brimming with immense self-confidence. Just as the Emperor of Dali was about to speak, fearsome sound waves descended, filling every inch of the air. I am Huizhen, a monk, wishing to enter the martial hall of the palace for a look. I am Huizhen, a monk, wishing to enter the martial hall of the palace for a look. I am Huizhen, a monk, wishing to enter the martial hall of the palace for a look. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 12. Entering the world is exiting the world. Outside the martial hall, the lean elder Yuan Pan watched as the silhouette of the sword saint of the southern sea disappeared. To use Master Huizhen as a stepping stone to attack the realm of Great Grandmaster, this really is. The lean elder Yuan Pan for a moment did not know what to say. A look of sympathy involuntarily appeared on his face. In fact, this method of using the pressure of life and death to break through limitations and bottlenecks is not unheard of. With the aptitude and understanding of the sword saint of the southern sea, under the oppression of a great grandmaster, it is indeed highly possible. After all, compared to Yuan Pan, the sword saint of the southern sea reached this point today entirely on his own. His potential goes without saying. The biggest mistake of the sword saint of the southern sea was setting his sights on Master Huizhen. Because in the eyes of Yuan Pan, Lin Yuan's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary great grandmaster, and could even be considered the strongest among all great grandmasters in history. This point, through nearly a year of contact, Yuan Pan had almost confirmed. Even more terrifying were Yuan Pan's speculations. The master's strength, has it really surpassed that step? Yuan Pan felt his whole body trembling. Since ancient times, spanning thousands of years, the great grandmaster had always been recognized as the undisputed strongest. It is the ultimate realm sought by all martial artists in the world. As for the realm above Great Grandmaster, surpassing Great Grandmaster, Yuan Pan dared not think about it, nor would he think about it. This was just like pondering why the sun hangs in the sky, meaningless.
But now,
having experienced the might of Lin Yuan's roar, Yuan Pan finally began to doubt. Perhaps, above the Great Grandmaster, there exists a higher realm? Just like Lin Yuan? No wonder Yuan Pan thought this way. It was simply because the combat power displayed by Lin Yuan was too extraordinary. The founder Great Grandmaster of the Dali dynasty had not died many years ago, and Yuan Pan remembered the descriptions of Great Grandmasters very clearly. No matter how strong, they should not be this powerful. Moreover, this past year, under Lin Yuan's occasional guidance, Yuan Pan clearly felt the existence of the Great Grandmaster's bottleneck. If the guidance of a Great Grandmaster were so useful, there wouldn't be the saying that a Great Grandmaster cannot train another Great Grandmaster. Inside the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Since he had started the Martial Tao Conference in the capital half a year ago, seeing countless martial artists engage in combat, Lin Yuan's gains had never ceased. The participants of the Martial Tao Conference might not be very strong, but the martial arts they exhibited varied greatly. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan comprehended the Tao from countless perspectives, far more useful than merely observing a few superior and profound martial arts. Your against heaven's understanding senses the martial Tao of the world, enhancing your understanding of post-mythical realm martial Tao. Your against heaven's understanding senses the martial Tao of the world, vaguely grasping the true essence of nature. Your against heaven's understanding senses the martial Tao of the world, creating the cloud mist spirit refining skill. Your against heaven's understanding senses the martial Tao of the world, begins to perceive the direction for breaking through subsequent realms. Lin Yuan was completely immersed in the world of sudden enlightenment, and unless threatened by life or death, he would not awaken. And with Lin Yuan's current physique, along with his self-protecting mythical realm, Yuan Force, even if a group of grandmasters attacked, he would not suffer any injury. Half a month later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. I have finally found it. Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh. At this moment, with the aid of against heaven's understanding, he finally pinpointed the path that transcended the mythical level. Of course, it was just pinpointing. To completely traverse it would still require a great deal of energy. But as long as the direction was correct, the rest, for Lin Yuan, was merely a matter of time. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and walked toward the outside of the martial hall. Although it was true that, with Lin Yuan's current strength, he could cultivate anywhere. However, having spent 10 years at the Great Zen Temple, he was quite satisfied with the environment on Mount Shaoshi, where ancient Buddha lamps flickered, and he could cultivate undisturbed. Advancing beyond the mythical realm would take considerable time, and Lin Yuan still wanted to stay on Mount Shaoshi.
Click.
The doors of the martial hall opened. Yuan Pan, the thin elderly man who was always on guard outside, was suddenly startled. Master. Yuan Pan instinctively looked into the martial hall, but he found that the young monk who should have been sitting there had already disappeared. Master has left. Yuan Pan was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat lost. Although he had anticipated it, knowing that a powerhouse like Lin Yuan couldn't possibly stay in the imperial palace forever, his heart still felt as though it had lost something. Great Zen Temple. Abbot Huayuan, the head of the Martial Monk Institute Huiyuan, and several other institute heads gathered at the temple gate, looking anxious. A year ago, the Dali Imperial Palace had been breached by a mysterious monk suspected of being a great grandmaster, and the Great Zen Temple had naturally heard of it early on. Unlike other martial artists and forces speculating about the mysterious monk's origins, Abbot Huayuan and the other institute heads had almost instantly determined that the monk was their own Buddha child. It couldn't be helped. He had the appearance of a young monk. He possessed the strength of a great grandmaster. With such a precise description, who else could it be but their newly emerged Buddha child? Initially, the group marveled at Lin Yuan's strength. More than 100 years ago, the great grandmaster of Dali had ascended Mount Shaoshi. Now, the Great Zen Temple's Buddha child had single-handedly breached the Dali Imperial Palace, which could be seen as a reciprocal gesture. However, as time passed, the heads of the temple began to notice something amiss. It seemed the Buddha child intended to remain in the Dali Imperial Palace indefinitely. Abbot Huayuan and the others hadn't thought that Lin Yuan would abandon the Great Zen Temple, but they worried that the Dali dynasty might have other plans. Visible threats are easy to dodge, hidden threats hard to guard against. Indeed, given Lin Yuan's strength, no one in the Dali dynasty was his match. But what if the Dali dynasty resorted to underhanded schemes? After all, the Dali Imperial Palace was once the residence of that great grandmaster ancestor, who undoubtedly had means to deal with other great grandmasters. If Lin Yuan stayed in the Dali Imperial Palace for too long, what would happen if he fell into their trap? Moreover, Abbot Huayuan harbored deeper concerns. With the organization of the Martial Tao Conference and several grandmasters traveling to the capital to spar with Lin Yuan, rumors about Lin Yuan's power grew more and more abundant. Great Grandmaster, Peak Great Grandmaster, Invincible Great Grandmaster, the greatest Great Grandmaster of all ages, and so forth. These rumors all came from other grandmasters. There was no questioning their authenticity. As a result, Lin Yuan's reputation grew larger and larger, far surpassing Patriarch Bodhidharma and the Dali founder from a century ago. This situation might not affect other great grandmasters, for all other great grandmasters have at least spent decades to reach this stage, their mental states having endured numerous trials. But Abbot Huayuan was well aware that the Buddha child was only in his teens. Such a young age, could he withstand the trials and tribulations associated with fame and status? Let's wait a bit longer. The Buddha child has only been away for a year. It's still a short time. Even if he's influenced by the mundane world, he should be able to return in time, said the head of the Discipline Academy gravely. Not to mention a great grandmaster. Even for an ordinary martial artist, a year is not long, and is just the beginning of their journey in the world. The Buddha child has a pure heart. The head of the Martial Monk Institute furrowed his brows, about to speak. Just then, on the narrow mountain path of Mount Shaoshi, a young monk clad in monk's robes and wearing cloth shoes walked up step by step. The Buddha child has returned. Abbot Huayuan noticed Lin Yuan immediately. A moment later, Lin Yuan arrived at the gate of the Great Zen Temple. Buddha child. They greeted Lin Yuan with a slight bow, wanting to say something, then swallowed the words. All is done. Lin Yuan simply said this, and then returned to the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, sat down again, detached from the secular world, detached from the worldly troubles. On that day, the young Buddha child of Mount Shaoxi, clad in monk's robes and wearing cloth shoes, just entered the world, then left it. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 13. Against Heaven's Understanding: Mastery Through Integration, Unparalleled Before and Unmatched Hereafter. Lin Yuan returned to the great Zen temple without causing much stir. Besides the abbot and a few heads of departments no other monks knew. On the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 8 years left. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal screen below his line of sight, aware that his time in this world was not much longer. It should be enough. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, having a concrete direction and thoughts on the pathway beyond the mythical realm. With the efficiency of Against Heaven's Understanding, 8 years was more than sufficient. The path of martial Tao. Lin Yuan's gaze deepened. The path of martial Tao in this world relied on the human body as the foundation, combined with spirit, undergoing continuous transformation. While the advancement was slow, it was advantageous in having no weaknesses. At least, it had much more potential than the genetic warrior's evolutionary path of the cosmic human civilization. Genetic warriors represented a strictly physical evolutionary path, and once they faced supernatural sorcerers, mental masters, and other evolvers, without prior preparation, they were generally swept aside. The genetic warrior's evolutionary path was probably created specifically by the upper echelons of human civilization for the evolution of their own descendants, purely dependent on genetic potions. As long as one could purchase potions of the appropriate level, one could keep improving indefinitely. I wonder what kind of evolutionary path martial Tao is classified as, and how it's rated by the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Cosmic Human Alliance encouraged its citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the Goddess of Wisdom even offered substantial contributions as rewards to attract more human citizens to invest in this area. The value of an evolutionary path depended on 2 factors. One was its accessibility, and the other was its potential. Accessibility was easy to understand. If the path allowed only one person to cultivate, then it would be of little value to human civilization as a whole. As for potential, it was the theoretical limit of that evolutionary path. Having arrived in this world more than a decade ago, Lin Yuan, with his Against Heaven's Understanding, had been deducing martial studies, paving the way above grandmasters to the mythical realm, and even surpassing the mythical tier. He was enhancing the ultimate potential of the martial path evolutionary path as much as possible, in order to get a higher evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom and gain sufficient rewards. Lin Yuan was clear about his priorities. This world was just a stop in his journey, and once his 20 years of residence was up, he would still return to the Cosmic Human Alliance. Continue the enlightenment. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and once again immersed himself in the state of enlightenment. His trip to the Dali Imperial Palace this time had been of great help to Lin Yuan. The myriad martial arts housed in the martial hall and the various exquisite techniques mastered by the warriors of the world. With the catalysis of Against Heaven's Understanding, countless strands of spiritual light burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, steadfastly progressing toward the realm beyond mythical realm. Time passed. 8 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. With the passage of time, the real identity of the mysterious monk who had broken through the Dali Imperial Palace was finally revealed to the world. The Buddha child of the great Zen temple, Huizhen. Back then, Lin Yuan's utterance, "This poor monk is Huizhen," outside the Imperial Palace had been heard by many. Moreover, The great Zen temple had long since distributed the Buddha child's portraits to temples across the world, and Lin Yuan had shown up at several martial arts tournaments held in the Dali imperial capital. A comparison of before and after was not difficult to make. The exposure of the mysterious monk's identity led to an immediate consequence. The great Zen temple started bustling with activity, with a large number of martial artists arriving at the foot of Mount Shaosher every day. That mysterious monk had only stayed in Dali for a year before his whereabouts became unknown. Many speculated that the monk might have returned to the great Zen temple. The many martial artists who came to the great Zen temple were eager to meet Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was recognized as a great grandmaster and even called the greatest of all time by a few grandmasters. There is no first in literature, no second in martial arts. To be universally recognized by all grandmasters without any doubts raised meant only one possibility. That Hui Zhen, the Buddha child, was truly inconceivably powerful. He had convinced all the grandmasters. That was what attracted a multitude of martial artists. Even if they couldn't meet him, just getting a distant glimpse was wonderful. Who knows, they might even be fancied by that nameless monk, right? Wasn't such an opportunity bigger than a carp leaping over the dragon gate? As for the possibility of being highly regarded by the Buddha child and needing to shave one's head and become a monk. As long as one could step into the grandmaster realm, not to mention becoming a monk, if one had to sever all emotional ties and desires, there were many who were willing. On the narrow mountain path of Mount Shaosher, a burly man carrying a heavy sword walked slowly forward. Behind the stout man was a young man in his 20s following. Master, Master, are you here to challenge the Buddha child again? The young man asked curiously as he walked. The man carrying the heavy sword was the sword saint of the Southern Sea. If there were grandmasters nearby, they would notice that the sword saint of the Southern Sea's aura was profound, and by looking into his eyes, one could feel a spirit force as sharp as a sword's edge. Great Grandmaster. This sword saint of the Southern Sea had indeed taken that step and become a great grandmaster. In any other era, the birth of any great grandmaster would be an extremely sensational event. Celebrations from all directions.
Million upon million bowing down.
Those were the minimum to be expected. However, the sword saint of the Southern Sea found it all rather dull and tasteless. Ever since his encounter with Lin Yuan 8 years ago, the sword saint of the Southern Sea realized that there were people beyond him and heavens beyond his reach. Great Grandmaster? So what? In front of that Buddha child, even a great grandmaster would have to die. I'm just here to take a look. The sword saint of the Southern Sea shook his head. Also, don't compare your mentor to that Buddha child. That Buddha child was no longer a great grandmaster 8 years ago. The sword saint of the Southern Sea took a deep breath and said quietly.
Suddenly,
the sword saint of the Southern Sea's expression dramatically changed. He looked up sharply toward the summit of Mount Shaosher, in the direction of the great Zen temple. A terrifying aura began to shake, sweeping across the entire Mount Shaosher in an instant. And it spread at an appalling speed in all directions. What's that? The sword saint of the Southern Sea turned pale. In his perception, an ocean-like aura rose from the depths of the great Zen temple, shining upon the world like the blazing sun. Finally, it's finally done. In the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and got up to walk out of the Sutra Pavilion. After nearly a decade, he finally stepped into a level above the mythical realm. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow, the abbot, and the heads of the various departments had been waiting for a long time. The commotion caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough was simply too great. Even the sword saint of the Southern Sea, who was on the mountainside, felt the disturbance, not to mention the many monks within the great Zen temple. Buddha child. We greet the Buddha child. Upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge from the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow and the others immediately bowed. Lin Yuan nodded, his mood was good. The Buddha child's strength must have already surpassed that of a great grandmaster, right? Abbot Huayuan hesitated for a moment, then ventured to ask. He had long had this suspicion, but had never been sure about it. After all, Becoming a great grandmaster had always been the ceiling for martial artists since ancient times, and surpassing a great grandmaster was anything but easy. However, just now, they felt the disturbance of Lin Yuan's breakthrough. Even if Abbot Huaiyuan was dull, he had realized something. An aura as vast and mighty as that, even 10 or 100 great grandmasters could not come close. The reason Abbot Huaiyuan knew this so clearly was because Elder Long Eyebrow had also successfully advanced to the Grandmaster realm a year ago. Almost. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm as he spoke lightly. Really surpassed the Grandmaster realm? Even with their expectations, Abbot Huaiyuan and the others felt turmoil within upon hearing this confirmation. The holy monk, who was already a great grandmaster, had even more complex thoughts. He had personally witnessed Lin Yuan's growth step by step and, over 10 years ago, had even acted as his mentor. Above the great grandmaster, what is it like? Abbot Huaiyuan's voice trembled as he asked. The others, upon hearing this, immediately stared at Lin Yuan with burning eyes. Even though they could not possibly reach Lin Yuan's heights, or even hope to become great grandmasters, they at least wanted to hear about it. That was better than the great grandmasters who had dominated an era in the past. Above the great grandmaster is known as the mythical realm, where inner qi is sublimated into Yuan power. Lin Yuan patiently introduced the many mysteries of the mythical realm. Having said this, Lin Yuan paused for a while, then continued. Above the mythical realm? I haven't thought of a name for it yet, but where qi, blood, and spirit merge, one can sense the qi of heaven and earth. Above the mythical realm? Abbot Huaiyuan and the others were deeply shocked and did not react for a long while. They had just been immersed in the many wonders of the mythical realm, imagining its various characteristics, and then Lin Yuan mentioned something above the mythical realm? Could it be that the young Buddha child before them was now not in the mythical realm? Otherwise, how could he know the mysteries above the mythical realm? Following that, Lin Yuan patiently explained a few more sentences and then sent Abbot Huaiyuan and the others away. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't want to say more, but with their realms not yet reached, saying more would be useless. On the contrary, it might affect one's own cultivation. It should have reached the limit. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, already faintly feeling an oppressive force between heaven and earth. The level he was at had reached the ultimate in the world, and to go further, while not impossible with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan simply didn't have enough time left. It's about time. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of books piled in front of him. Recorded on them were the details of the process from the acquired realm to the mythical realm, and even beyond. Of course, the deeper into martial arts one went, the more incomprehensible it appeared to ordinary people. This was also the reason Lin Yuan was reluctant to go into detail with Abbot Huaiyuan and the others. But should there come a day when the great Zen temple produced a disciple with even 1/10,000th of Lin Yuan's talent, these books could at least point them in the right direction. Only thinking of that day, it was likely to be hundreds if not thousands of years away. After stepping into a level above the mythical realm, Lin Yuan stopped practicing and started to roam the mountains and enjoy the waters instead. Nevertheless, he could feel the pressing force of the world growing stronger, like a beached whale, extremely uncomfortable. Several months later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, because the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind suddenly burst into bright light. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 14 Regression. In a daze, Lin Yuan's eyes opened once again. The bed, bookshelf, photographs. His gaze swept across them, and eventually, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Am I back? Surrounded by the familiar setting, Lin Yuan felt as if he had lived another life. Just a moment ago, he had been in the martial world, where he had remained for 20 long years. And now he found himself back within the expanse of the Starry Sea under the cosmic human alliance. Right, let's see how much time has passed. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuan immediately checked the time. From his current surroundings, Lin Yuan inferred that not much time could have passed. Otherwise, given his state of consciousness departure to a foreign world, his parents would have taken him to the hospital for treatment long ago. But to know exactly how many minutes or hours had gone by, he needed to take notice. Only 10 minutes have passed. Once he had confirmed the current time, Lin Yuan felt somewhat disoriented. The 20 years spent in the martial world had amounted to merely 10 minutes in the main world. Is it because the flow of time is different between the two worlds? Before the traversal, the door to the Myriad Realms had warned Lin Yuan that the flow of time in the world he was traversing to was different from his current world. But Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated such a significant difference. 10 minutes compared to 20 years. Since ancient times, there had been sayings like, "A day in the immortal realm is a year in the mortal world." The flow of time in higher worlds is much slower than in lower worlds. Compared to the main world, the martial world clearly belonged to an inferior tier, and the difference in time flow was much greater than that between the immortal realm and the mortal world. This was evident from the comparison of time flow rates. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan's consciousness submerged into his mind. There, a tall and majestic door was suspended in midair. Upon closer inspection, the door to the Myriad Realms was significantly dimmer at the moment. Around its edges, it was gradually lighting up. Once the entire door to the Myriad Realms was fully illuminated, Lin Yuan would be able to make a second traversal. While Lin Yuan's consciousness was focused on the door to the Myriad Realms, messages once again began to transmit to him. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. After experiencing the first traversal, more functions of the door to the Myriad Realms poured into Lin Yuan's mind. The first was another method of traversal. Besides the descent of consciousness, it was also possible to traverse with one's physical body through the door to the Myriad Realms. However, this method of traversal demanded a greater consumption of energy from the door to the Myriad Realms. It would require at least a few years to accumulate enough energy. To think, Lin Yuan's normal consciousness descent method allowed him to traverse once every 8 months to a year. Physical body traversal. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, not very optimistic about this method of traversal. Physical body traversal had many conveniences, such as not having to start cultivation from scratch, and so on. But the drawbacks were also obvious. If you died, you were truly dead. With consciousness descent, even if the body perished, it merely meant the consciousness returned to its original body. There would be another chance to try again. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't completely dismiss the idea of physical body traversal. It could at least serve as a kind of life-saving measure. For instance, if Lin Yuan encountered some life-and-death crisis in the main world, he could entirely flee to a different world through physical body traversal. He could then return after the crisis had passed. Or he might use the different time flows of the two worlds to achieve a breakthrough in the other world and then return to turn the tables in the main world, and so forth. In addition to adding the physical body traversal method, the messages transmitted from the door to the Myriad Realms mentioned that a certain price could be paid to bring back items from other worlds. This didn't come as a surprise to Lin Yuan. If even people could traverse, it only made sense that other things could too. Innate Qi. After absorbing the information transmitted from the door to the Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan's thoughts slightly stirred, and a strand of innate qi naturally formed within his Dantian Qi Si. In the martial world, Lin Yuan had only realized the superior martial art of the great Arhat Buddha fist before he naturally formed inner qi within his body as a child. What's more, he had now already transcended the mythical level. Transcending the mythical level, Lin Yuan named it the free and unfettered realm. Once one enters this realm, the sky is high and the earth thick, free for me to roam. This is the free and unfettered realm. If it weren't for the fact that ascending to a grandmaster, great grandmaster, or even to the mythical realm required vast external energy and couldn't be achieved in one step, Lin Yuan now estimated that it would only take a thought for him. Once the realm is reached, all advancements occur naturally, like water flowing along a channel. Now, I should be considered an evolver, right? Lin Yuan manipulated the flowing of innate qi throughout his body and silently pondered. The Cosmic Human Alliance had a very clear definition of an evolver, having mastered powers that ordinary people cannot. The strength here refers to a broad range of abilities, such as the mental strength of mind masters, the psychic powers of psychics, and so on. All fall within this scope. The innate qi Lin Yuan had condensed, although not high in intensity, was clearly something ordinary people couldn't master. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the room suddenly sounded. Big brother, it's me, it's me. A childish female voice came through. Lin Yuan looked up and knew it was his 6-year-old sister. After the conscription notice was issued, his parents had both been properly settled, and his young sister was no exception. She already had an advanced academic placement quota even before she was old enough to attend primary school. Such immense wealth was envied by many. He stood up. Open the door. Then Lin Yuan saw his young sister. Brother, you eat the cake, the sister said, holding out the cake with a pitiable look. Clearly, offering the cake to Lin Yuan was not her own intention. Lin Yuan glanced at the living room and saw that, although his parents were occupied with their own matters, they were both covertly watching the side. The mandatory conscription was akin to sacrificing Lin Yuan for the entire family's wealth, which was not easy for his parents to accept. After all, Lin Yuan was their son, and naturally, there were deep feelings after so many years together. But they couldn't change anything as this was a decision made by the government of the Human Alliance. Mandatory conscription is mandatory conscription. Why add the word mandatory before it? Mother Lu Qiong did not show a trace of joy, but asked with a worried face. Forced conscription was no joke. Was it something that could be refused just by wanting to refuse it? In Lu Qiong's view, had Lin Yuan suffered some kind of stimulation that caused a mental aberration, speaking gibberish? I am fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly and pondered for a while. I should be an evolver now. Don't believe me. Just watch. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pushed it towards the living room. A few meters away, the ceramic bowl placed on the dining table turned into powder.
Ah!
Mother Lu Qiong widened her eyes at the sight. Facing such an extraordinary scene, Lu Qiong's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. Really an evolver? Lu Qiong murmured to herself. Beside those incredible evolvers, where could ordinary people accomplish such feats? Old Lin, hurry up and get up. Thinking this, Lu Qiong quickly ran out to share the good news with her husband, Lin Shouqing. A moment later, Lin Yuan was sitting at the dining table. Father Lin Shouqing, Mother Lu Qiong were sitting up straight, looking Lin Yuan over, as though they were seeing their own son for the first time. Especially Lin Shouqing. He had been racking his brains over the draft issue, and even if there was little hope, he could not accept, no matter what, to watch his son being sent to fight to the death against different species. But Lin Shouqing could never have dreamed that the matter would be resolved in another way. Lin Yuan had become an evolver. According to the constitution of human civilization, even unranked evolvers had the right to refuse conscription. How did you become an evolver? Father Lin Shouqing couldn't help asking. There were many ways to become an evolver, but most of them required a sufficient price, either in money or in other aspects. And Lin Yuan was just an ordinary student. What price could he possibly have? This morning I woke up from a sleep, and I just had it. Lin Yuan thought for a while, and then came up with an excuse. He certainly couldn't reveal the door to the myriad realms in his mind. This was his biggest secret, which he could not tell to anyone else, not even his closest family. It was not that he suspected his parents would harm him, but with one more person knowing, there was an increased risk of it being leaked. Could it be that you're an awakening-type evolver? Father Lin Shouqing excitedly conjectured. Evolvers are divided into two types. One is the unique type, and the other is the widespread type. Among the unique types, there are many subtypes, and awakening type is one of them. Awakening-type evolvers have evolutionary factors in their bloodlines, which may never manifest in a lifetime, or may suddenly do so one day. According to Lin Yuan's description, his son seemed very much like an awakening-type evolver. The ancestors of the Lin family must have included a powerful evolver. Otherwise, how could evolutionary factors have been passed down? Father Lin Xiuqing was quite proud. Mother Lu Qiong immediately took offense and pushed Lin Xiuqing slightly. Why couldn't it be the evolutionary factors from my side? The tone of their discussion was noticeably more relaxed. No matter whose side the evolutionary factors came from, Lin Yuan had become an evolver, and the upcoming forced conscription had nothing to do with him. Of course, once exempt from forced conscription, the conditions previously opened by the government were naturally cancelled as well. But these were not comparable to the fact that their son had become an evolver. After all, as long as Lin Yuan got involved with the evolver circle, not to mention skyrocketing in success, at least crossing social classes would be a breeze, and they too might benefit from his light. Songlan Star Virtual World. Central Plaza Area. Those who appeared here, without exception, were citizens above the second class and evolvers. Ordinary citizens didn't even have access to the virtual world, let alone enter here. Of the 7 major areas in the virtual world, the Central Plaza area was the liveliest, where the immense monument created by the Kenglin evolution ranking stood tall. It was looked up to by countless evolvers and high-level citizens. As you have just become evolvers and entered this virtual world, first and foremost, you need to understand the significance of the Kenglin evolution ranking. In a certain corner of the Central Plaza area, a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was imparting common knowledge to several young men and women. The Kenglin evolution ranking records the 100 most powerful evolution paths in the history of our Kenglin star, some of which have even shown brilliantly in other star domains. Remember, these 100 evolution paths have each undergone the baptism of time and are the monuments of us evolvers, unchangeable. The woman with black-framed glasses spoke rapidly. The young men and women listening nodded in agreement. What a joke! They weren't stupid. They naturally understood the value of the Kenglin evolution ranking. The middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses nodded slightly. This time, there were no arrogant people standing up to contradict her. Next, the woman with black-framed glasses was about to continue. Just then, a baby-faced young woman below suddenly opened her mouth wide. Yuan, it changed. The ranking has changed. The baby-faced woman stammered. Are you seeing things? How could the Kenglin evolution ranking possibly change? The woman with the black-framed glasses furrowed her brows slightly. The 100 evolution paths on the Kenglin evolution ranking had been the pinnacle of evolution, beating out countless other paths over nearly 1,000,000 years. A change in the Kenglin evolution ranking meant that an evolution path had been surpassed and kicked off the ranking, which was, of course, incredibly unbelievable. However, out of curiosity, she still looked up at the Kenglin evolution ranking again. The blood evolution path. The woman with black-framed glasses first looked at the blood evolution path ranked at number 100. Is it really gone? A jolt went through the woman with black-framed glasses' heart. The blood evolution path that used to be ranked at number 100 had vanished, replaced by the previous 99th. The martial path evolutionary path. She swiftly looked higher up and immediately spotted a new face, ranked at number 93. So, it's this evolution path that has barged into the Kenglin evolution ranking? The woman with black-framed glasses took a deep breath as a tidal wave surged in her heart. Breaking into the ranking already proved the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. What shocked the woman was, who could have developed this evolution path? Big things are about to happen. She thought to herself. Changes to the Kenglin evolution ranking would inevitably attract the attention of many forces on Kenglin star. For example, the blood evolution path having been squeezed out of the ranking, the evolvers who practice this path must already be going crazy. Changes to the Kenglin evolution ranking were also noticed by others in the plaza simultaneously. Suddenly, the whole plaza erupted. Amazing! The last time the evolution ranking changed was 560 years ago. Who on earth developed the martial path evolutionary path? Dr. Chen? Or Director Shi? Not sure, Dr. Chun is my relative, and I haven't heard about him researching new evolution paths recently. What exactly is the Marshall Path evolutionary path like? Has anyone tried it? Many evolvers and citizens of the second level and above were buzzing with discussion. They wanted to know who had developed the Marshall Path evolutionary path, but the citizen ID was hidden, so no one knew. Lin Yuan naturally did not realize that his uploading the Marshall Path evolutionary path had caused a hurricane-like disturbance in the virtual world. He was currently browsing the mall, looking to purchase some nutrient solutions to quickly replenish his strength. The so-called mall was a shopping platform officially set up by human civilization. Inside were a variety of goods, and the prices were extremely fair, backed by official endorsement. As a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan's product list was mostly restricted level. Genetic potions, which ordinary citizens could never access, were also part of it and merely cost 1 million a bottle. Advanced nutrient solution? Lin Yuan quickly searched and locked his gaze onto the advanced nutrient solution. Nutrient solutions were essential supplies for those space explorers, able to greatly replenish their own energy consumption. Nutrient solutions were divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. A low-level nutrient solution contained enough energy for an ordinary person's consumption for a month. In other words, by taking a low-level nutrient solution, a normal person could go a month without eating or drinking. As for mid-level and high-level, most consumer groups were certain huge beasts or exotic beasts. Ordinary humans simply couldn't withstand the terrifying energy contained in such high-quality nutrient solutions. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 19. Full Recovery of Strength. I'll buy a bottle first to try out the effects. Lin Yuan set the quantity of the advanced nutritional supplement to 1. Then he clicked to purchase. A bottle of the advanced nutritional supplement cost 200,000. That's equivalent to the income of an ordinary citizen for 10 years without eating or drinking. Moreover, nutritional supplements of advanced quality count as restricted resources. Had Lin Yuan not been promoted to a second-level citizen, let alone buying, he wouldn't have even seen this option. At my current strength level, I'm probably considered a pre-rank evolver. After purchasing the advanced nutritional supplement, Lin Yuan began to evaluate himself. According to the Cosmic Human Alliance's different standards for evolvers of each rank, the innate realm in martial Tao just barely meets the threshold for an evolver. That is to say, he's at the pre-rank level. Of course, realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. The two should not be confused. With the capabilities Lin Yuan possessed in the free and unfettered realm, he could exert 100% effectiveness with just 10% of his strength. Even though he was just at the pre-rank level, he could easily overwhelm and beat down an ordinary evolver who had entered the first rank. In the first rank of evolvers, which is divided into 12 segments, if I could return to full strength, I'm probably between the 10th and 12th segment. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. Purely in terms of destructive power, the Grand Master Realm is equivalent to the first rank, segments 1 to 3, the Great Grandmaster Realm to segments 4 to 6, and the Mythical Realm to segments 7 to 9. The free and unfettered realm, I guess, is almost reaching the limit of the first rank, approaching the second layer level. A true second layer evolver, though not reaching the city destroyer grade, wouldn't take much time to destroy a city without the obstruction of another evolver of the same level or technological weapons. With a casual blow, they could easily demolish skyscrapers hundreds to thousands of meters tall. Such restricted resources as advanced evolution fluid definitely needed to be allocated from other megacities, and it would take at least half a day to a full day before they would arrive in Lin Yuan's hands. While waiting, Lin Yuan planned to buy a house. More precisely, a cultivation site. The room he currently lived in was too cramped and fragile. Sometimes, Lin Yuan was worried that even stretching might cause it to collapse. The most crucial point was that occasionally Lin Yuan needed sufficient space to verify his martial arts. Moreover, as an evolver, he also needed private space. His current residence clearly didn't meet the requirements. Shuiwei Residential Complex. After browsing online for a while, Lin Yuan chose this residential complex. The Shuiwei Residential Complex belonged to the luxury real estate area of Dongning City and had just been launched for sale recently, located in the suburbs. In the interstellar era, the true upper-class elites actually preferred not to live in the city center. Therefore, high-end residential complexes like the Shuiwei Residential Complex, located in the suburbs close to nature and emphasizing the environment, have always been popular. Lin Yuan glanced at the prices of the real estate in the Shuiwei Residential Complex. They ranged from 10 to 15 million. Furthermore, second-level citizens could purchase at half price. To Lin Yuan, this was not surprising. In human civilization of the Cosmic Human Alliance, it is normal for higher-rank citizens to enjoy many benefits. After all, citizen rank cannot be inherited, and all current higher-rank citizens have made real contributions to human civilization without exception. I'll choose this complex. Lin Yuan went out and headed for the suburbs. Half of 10 to 15 million was 5 to 7.5 million, which exceeded Lin Yuan's current savings limit. However, after being promoted to a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan received a credit card from the central bank. He could take an interest-free loan of 20 million alliance dollars. This 20 million alliance dollars only needed to be repaid within 50 years. It was also one of the covert benefits for second-level citizens. As a second-level citizen, earning a few million a year was a breeze, and 20 million would only take about 7 or 8 years at most. It wasn't a high-risk loan.
Soon,
Lin Yuan arrived at the sales center of the Shuiwei Residential Complex. Not many citizens were here, but without exception, they all had an extraordinary demeanor, belonging to the true elite. After all, ordinary citizens rarely visited such a luxury real estate priced at 1 to 2 million. Lin Yuan, despite being dressed ordinarily, was not ignored. A staff member immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Good day, sir. What kind of house are you looking for?" The staff member was a girl with red lips and white teeth, large eyes, and a tall figure, dressed in a slightly tight uniform that faintly outlined her curves. A larger one, a quieter one. Lin Yuan reiterated his needs. Yes, yes, yes. As the conversation progressed, Anna's heart grew heavier. She glanced at the young man in front of her, who was not yet 20. Could he really be here to buy a house? It wasn't that Anna was looking down on Lin Yuan. It's just that among those who came here to inquire, 9 out of 10 were just asking, and only one might have a bit of intent to purchase. It was quite normal, after all. Anything involving tens of millions needed to be considered carefully. But the tone in which Lin Yuan was inquiring didn't seem to be just casual questions. With this thought in mind, Anna immediately perked up, and the distance between her and Lin Yuan decreased considerably, almost sticking close to him. "I'll take this one." After looking for a while, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. This house had 3 floors, above and below. Rather than being a house, it was more like a manor, with its own yard and even an underground training facility. Really buying? Anna was overjoyed in her heart. "Sir, do you need to apply for a loan?" Anna asked cautiously. "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head. Applying for a loan involved interest, but with that credit card from the central bank, he could get an interest-free loan. For second-level citizens, there should be a 50% discount on housing purchases, right? Lin Yuan inquired. "Indeed, we at the Shuiwei." Anna replied routinely. "Only," she stopped midway, stunned. "Sir, you're a second-level citizen?" Anna's voice trembled slightly. She'd seen many wealthy buyers here, but second-level citizens or higher were extremely rare. The main reason was that there were only so many second-level citizens in Dongning City, and their numbers were too few. "Sir, please wait a moment while I call our manager." Anna apologized several times before welcoming Lin Yuan into the VIP room, the rest area of the sales office. Zhao Chu took a sip of water and immediately stepped out. She had paid a hefty price for the opportunity to work part-time here. For sales ladies at high-end properties like the Shuiwei Residential Complex, looks and figure were just the basic requirements. Having a friendly demeanor and client service skills were extremely important. They had to make sure the customers felt no displeasure, while also getting them to willingly part with their money. I don't know when I'll be able to sell a unit. Zhao Qiwu sighed. She glanced up casually. Isn't that Lin Yuan? Zhao Qiwu immediately noticed Lin Yuan, who was talking to Anna. What's he doing here? Zhao Qiwu was full of confusion. She and Lin Yuan were classmates, and although they didn't interact much, she was aware of the general financial situation of each other's families. Logically, with Lin Yuan's family background, he absolutely couldn't afford a house in the Shuiwei residential complex. Could he just be here to look around? Zhao Qiwu speculated in her mind. She had no intention of greeting him. For one, they were classmates, and it would be somewhat awkward to meet in this setting. Secondly, since Anna had already stepped forward, her doing so would seem suspiciously like poaching a client. Even in Zhao Qiwu's heart, Lin Yuan, this client, simply didn't have the financial strength to buy a house. However, what happened next made Zhao Qiwu's eyes widen. Firstly, she didn't know what Lin Yuan said to Anna, but he was then led by her into the VIP room with great respect. My goodness, that was the VIP room. Normally, you'd only be invited there after a financial check, and if your bank deposit were over 20 million with sufficient purchasing power. Zhao Qiwu couldn't for the life of her figure out why Lin Yuan was invited into the VIP room. If it weren't for the fact that Anna was a senior employee here, who would never make such a rookie mistake, Zhao Qiwu would have couldn't help but step in to stop it. However, just when Zhao Qiwu hadn't snapped out of it, a dignified middle-aged man hurried over and entered that VIP room. Before entering, the middle-aged man stopped to knock on the door patiently. Mr. Wang. Seeing this, Zhao Qiwu swallowed hard. Mr. Wang was the manager of the sales office and was rumored to have strong connections with several senior officials in Dongning City. Given Mr. Wang's status, he hardly met with customers anymore. Even ones with purchasing power had difficulty getting an audience with Mr. Wang, let alone Mr. Wang coming over in such a humble manner. Could it be that I saw wrong? At this point, Zhao Qiwu began to doubt her own eyesight. That absolutely couldn't be Lin Yuan, but someone who bore a resemblance to Lin Yuan, who was some big shot. But would such a big shot wear such shabby clothes? And that outfit, Zhao Qiwu remembered. Lin Yuan had worn it at school too, hadn't he? Could there really be such coincidences in the world? With her mind full of doubts, Zhao Qiwu decided to wait outside. A moment later, Zhao Qiwu saw Lin Yuan being escorted out respectfully by Mr. Wang. Then, under Mr. Wang's personal guidance, they went to the back of the residential complex to view the houses. It really is Lin Yuan. This time, Zhao Qiwu looked very carefully. She was certain that the young man walking in front of Mr. Wang was indeed her classmate. What are you looking at? Why are you staring at the client like that? How were you taught? At that moment, Anna walked up beside her and frowned at Zhao Qiwu. Sister Anna, I'm just curious. What kind of person is he that even Mr. Wang? Zhao Qiwu stopped herself before saying, acts like a grandson, but her meaning was clear enough. Mr. Lin is an important guest of our Shuiwei group. Don't refer to him as that person. Otherwise, if the manager finds out, he won't let you off, Anna said, giving Zhao Qiwu a sharp look. Also, don't inquire into the guest's information. That's also a company policy, you understand? Yes, I understand, Zhao Qiwu said, her complexion turning slightly pale. Anna had brought up the company policy, clearly indicating that Lin Yuan's true identity was far beyond what someone like her could comprehend. The environment is quite nice. In the basement training room of house number 32 in the Shuiwei residential complex, Lin Yuan showed a satisfied expression. You get what you pay for, and this place indeed met his standards well. Right, I need to change the address. As if he thought of something, Lin Yuan opened the shopping app and changed the delivery address of the advanced nutrition supplement he had purchased to his current address. Half a day later, a stranger arrived at the Shuiwei residential complex, stopping in front of Lin Yuan's residence. Hello, Mr. Lin. Here is the item you ordered. You can open it with your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy box handed over by the man, and his finger slid over the top of the box.
Beep.
Fingerprint verification passed. An electronic synthesized voice sounded, and the alloy box opened to reveal a 10-centimeter-long test tube. Inside the test tube was a sky-blue liquid. It's truly worthy of being an advanced nutrition supplement costing 200,000 yuan per dose, Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face.
Gurgle.
Lin Yuan opened up the advanced nutrition supplement and drank it down. Instantly, he felt a burning sensation start to spread throughout his limbs and body. The terrifying force nearly burst his body open in all directions. Refine. Lin Yuan sat down with his legs crossed. Suddenly, the terrifying heat flowed rapidly into his body, being refined continuously. An hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, which were utterly still and silent. Entered the Grand Master Realm? Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled as he felt his vital energy and inner qi rise significantly within his body. I'll probably need about 20 more bottles to fully recover my strength. Assured that the advanced nutrition supplement was effective, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to buy another 20 bottles. 2 days later, Lin Yuan had digested and absorbed all 20 bottles of advanced nutrition supplement, and his strength was fully restored. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 20 Evolvers Association. Chance Encounter. Shueihua Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Underground Training Room. Now there isn't any sense of oppression. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes deep, thinking to himself. In the martial world, after he had stepped into the free and unfettered realm, he had sensed an oppression coming from the unknown. It felt as if he were a beached whale, uncomfortable all over. But now he felt none of that. Is it because of the different limits of the world? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. The upper limit of the martial world was clearly much lower than that of the main world. This could be seen from the great disparity in the flow of time. Lin Yuan had reached an unprecedented level, the free and unfettered realm. In the martial world, perhaps approaching the real limit, he would be suppressed and repelled by the world. But in the main world, even if it wasn't a start, he still had a long way to go before reaching the true limit of the world. At least Lin Yuan knew that those truly powerful evolvers in the Cosmic Human Alliance could easily traverse the starry sky with their physical bodies and extinguish stars in the blink of an eye. In the 2 million-plus years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization had been able to step out of their mother planet, sweep away different species from all directions, and occupy vast and boundless domains. Not just because of the unified scheduling by 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses of wisdom, but also through the indelible contributions of extremely powerful individual evolvers. Having restored all his strength, Lin Yuan quickly adapted and then connected to the virtual world. These past few days, aside from refining advanced nutrition fluids, Lin Yuan would occasionally enter the virtual world to explore. Songlan Star Virtual World, Residential Area. Lin Yuan's figure appeared on a street. People passed by him from time to time. In the corner, the seats occasionally gathered a few figures who chatted leisurely. At a glance, this residential street had at least dozens of figures. Lin Yuan was no longer surprised by this. Although it was said that ordinary people did not have access to the virtual world, the population base of Songlan Star reached as high as 50 billion. Even if one second-level citizen emerged from every 50 million citizens, the total number of second-level citizens on Songlan Star would exceed 100,000. In fact, one second-level citizen generally emerged from every 200,000 or 300,000 people. The true number of second-level citizens on Songlan Star was nearing 300,000. And this was only the second-level citizens. Evolvers also had access to the virtual world. The number of evolvers was far greater than that of second-level citizens. After all, becoming an evolver could be achieved through various means: normal, abnormal, mutated, inherited, and so forth. Of course, while the number of evolvers was high relative to second-level citizens, compared to regular citizens, evolvers were still extremely rare, averaging one in several thousand. Lin Yuan casually entered a bar in the residential area, sat in a corner, and ordered a mixed drink. This tactility. Lin Yuan took a sip, his expression slightly amazed. If he wasn't acutely aware of his external body, Lin Yuan might have thought he had come to the real world. No wonder the goddess of wisdom restricts access to the virtual world. Such clear sensory simulation must be built on a giant server, and if everyone could connect, the cost would be terrifyingly high. Lin Yuan sat in the bar for a while, then exited the virtual world. Now that my strength is restored, I should go to the Evolvers Association right away to register and get my Evolvers certificate. The Cosmic Human Alliance closely regulates Evolvers. Even those not yet advanced must register as soon as possible. Thinking this, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the local Evolvers Association in the city to schedule his registration for the following day. For official organizations like the Evolvers Association, it is best to make an appointment in advance. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. In recent days, using the excuse that he needed to receive training for becoming an Evolver, Lin Yuan hadn't stayed at home. At the dinner table, his mother Lu Qiong seemed to remember something and said, "Xu Yuan, aren't you an Evolver now?" Old Lin loves to show off and has already mentioned it in the family group. A few relatives heard about it and want to organize a family banquet to get together and celebrate and to see you. That family group. Lin Yuan glanced at his father, Lin Shoqing. In the interstellar era, the concept of family clans had long since diminished, but social niceties remained. Lin Yuan becoming an Evolver was a major event that transcended class barriers, far more significant than getting admitted to any top university. Being admitted to a top university didn't guarantee standing out. Millions graduated every year, but how many actually found satisfactory jobs? But Evolvers were different. Even just starting Evolvers were highly sought after by numerous corporate conglomerates with high salaries. If one day he happened to advance further as an Evolver, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Previously, Lin Yuan's family was just an ordinary one, rather insignificant among relatives, but now that Lin Yuan had become an Evolver, everything had changed. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't need the help of Lin Yuan, the Evolver, someday. Sometimes, asking for help wasn't shameful. What was shameful was not having anyone to ask for help. Mr. Nian had helped me before. He wants everyone to gather, and I couldn't refuse. Father Lin Shoqing gave a rueful smile. He had merely boasted a bit in the group chat. Little did he think someone would actually take it seriously. "It's okay, I'll be there for the family banquet." Lin Yuan knew what his parents meant. They were just worried he might be too busy to attend. If Lin Yuan, the protagonist, weren't there, what would be the point of holding the banquet? Family banquet. What family banquet? Will there be good food? His sister, Lin Yi, suddenly perked up, her eyes twinkling as she asked. After dinner, he left home. Lin Yuan planned to go to the Evolvers Association to collect his certificate. Before he had walked far, Lin Yuan received a phone call. "Is this Mr. Lin Yuan?" The voice on the other end was a careful female voice. "It is." Lin Yuan nodded. "I'm from the Evolvers Association." "Mr. Lin Yuan, you applied for registration today." At the time, I didn't realize Mr. Lin Yuan was a second-tier citizen, so I didn't make it clear. According to the association's rules, any second-tier citizen coming in must be picked up personally. The female voice on the phone was almost frantic. In Dongning City, the second-tier citizens were few and all known by the president of the association, who dealt with their affairs directly. She, a minor staff member, had never dealt with second-tier citizens. When she received Lin Yuan's application yesterday, she was busy with other matters and didn't think much about it. But when inputting Lin Yuan's citizen number this morning, she was shocked to find out he was a second-tier citizen. Because of this, her supervisor noticed and inquired if the second-tier citizen had any special requirements, insisting that they be fully accommodated. "It's all right." Lin Yuan shook his head. It hadn't cost him anything. "Where is Mr. Lin now?" "I'll send someone to pick you up immediately." The woman on the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if Lin Yuan had been unhappy with her service, she would undoubtedly have been fired the next day, and the reason would have been included in her record. At that point, no corporate group would be willing to hire her, as taking a light view of a high-ranking citizen was a serious infraction anywhere. I am currently at. Lin Yuan hesitated, then decided to reveal his location. Having someone pick him up was convenient, and would also save him some cab fare. After hanging up, Lin Yuan found a nearby coffee shop to wait. However, it wasn't long before a voice suddenly came from the side. In my opinion, Mr. Lin's final ranking will be fixed from first rank second segment to third segment. The secretary standing beside the president spoke up. This speculation prompted the president of the Evolvers Association to nod again. It's not difficult for high-rank citizens to become evolvers, but still a threshold exists to becoming a strong evolver. And that threshold lies between the third to the fourth segment at first rank. In the 12 segments of the first rank, each set of 3 is a bottleneck. Advancing from third to fourth segment takes not only hard work and effort, but also a certain natural talent. High-rank citizens may have extraordinary capabilities in other areas, contributing to human civilization and earning recognition from the goddess of wisdom. But the talent for evolution, that's something money cannot buy. Using gene potions can indeed forcefully improve one's strength, but there's a certain risk of death, and high-ranking citizens wouldn't joke with their lives. Zhang has a good point. The president of the Evolvers Association looked approvingly at his secretary. Zhu Qianqian listened on the side, with no objections of her own. Even though she had a good impression of Lin Yuan, strength still spoke for itself. Inform me when Mr. Lin's assessment is over, the president of the Evolvers Association said, preparing to leave. Just at that moment, on the display screen in front of Zhu Qianqian, the first light column suddenly lit up. It seems that Mr. Lin has already started the assessment. Seeing this, the president of the Evolvers Association suddenly didn't want to leave and decided to sit down and wait for Lin Yuan's assessment to end. In the president's view, Lin Yuan, at most, had the strength of first-rank third segment and only needed to pass 3 stages. What happened next, however, left the president of the Evolvers Association stunned. On the display screen, after the first light column lit up, the second light column did so in an instant. It was immediately followed by the third one, then the fourth, then the fifth, until the 12th. It was almost within a few breaths' time. All 12 light columns lit up. And at this point, the president of the Evolvers Association hadn't even fully taken his seat. This is 12th segment. Zhu Qianqian widened her eyes, and the president beside her was also somewhat astonished. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 24. Family Feast. 12 ranks. First rank, 12 ranks. The president of the Evolvers Association was somewhat bewildered. He wasn't surprised by the concept of first rank, 12 ranks itself. Although evolvers at first rank, 12 ranks are powerful, even in the whole Dongning city, they belong to the highest tier. But the president of the Evolvers Association had an extraordinary background and had reached his position by seeing even true second-layer evolvers. What shocked the president was that Lin Yuan had the strength of first rank, 12 ranks the first time he came to register. It is known that the transformation of an evolver's strength requires gradual progress. It's impossible to jump from first rank to second layer overnight. The Cosmic Human Alliance has extremely strict standards for categorizing the strengths between ranks of evolvers. The energetic fluctuation inside a second-layer evolver compared to a first-rank evolver differs by more than 100-fold. This large disparity is hard to bridge in a short time. And Lin Yuan had the strength of first rank, 12 ranks the first time he came to register. Upon this, the president of the Evolvers Association made 2 speculations. One is that Lin Yuan is very reserved. He became an evolver long ago but just didn't come to register, holding back until he achieved the strength of a first rank, 12 ranks. This possibility is not very likely, given the human alliance's control over evolvers. An unregistered evolver who recklessly reveals his strength, if discovered, would be subject to punishment. Even if Lin Yuan, with his second-tier citizen privileges, were to be exempted from punishment, the president of the Evolvers Association would still have been informed. It's impossible that he remained completely unaware until now. The second speculation was that Lin Yuan's evolutive talent was terrifyingly exceptional. From first rank to 12 ranks, it might have taken just a few years, or less than a decade. With the Human Alliance's life-extending technology, a first-rank evolver can easily live 500 years. Hence, several years don't count as much. The president of the Evolvers Association leaned towards the second speculation. Compared to the president's calm and analytical thinking, Zhu Qianqian beside him was slightly agape. Good heavens! This was a 12-rank evolver. Zhu Qianqian, had been working here for nearly 2 years. It was her first time seeing a 12-rank evolver. In a place like Dongning City, a first-rank, 12-rank evolver was considered the ceiling, comparable in numbers to second-tier citizens, and not someone you could just see casually. And this 12-rank evolver looked no different from an ordinary person like Lin Yuan. This contrast made Zhu Qianqian feel even more incredulous. To know, according to the official published standards of a first-rank, 12-rank evolver's combat power, a single strike could destroy a building tens of meters tall. Thinking of such immense power contained within Lin Yuan's body made Zhu Qianqian perceive it as unfathomable. Let's go. Let's go meet Mr. Lin. The president of the Evolvers Association only took 2 breaths to think. He decided to go to the assessment room in person and wait for Lin Yuan to appear. Initially, the president just intended to meet Lin Yuan and foster good relations. But now, after deducing the terrifying evolutive talent of the other party, the president felt he needed to lower his stance a bit. The assessment room. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and got up from the virtual world cabin slot. Too bad. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. After defeating his 12th opponent, the assessment space spontaneously materialized an opponent of second-layer caliber. Lin Yuan did not exit but wanted to see how much difference there was between him and those second-layer evolvers. The result was evident. After only enduring 3 moves, Lin Yuan was overwhelmed. Second layer. Flashes of spiritual light suddenly raced through Lin Yuan's mind, and under the boost of his against heaven's understanding, he slowly began to comprehend the path forward. Just through a single battle with a second-layer evolver, he began to comprehend the essence of second layer. If this were known, it's hard to say how many evolvers would be dumbfounded. Compared to Lin Yuan, most other evolvers might as well have not existed at all. But for Lin Yuan, this was common. Under against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was constantly in a state of sudden enlightenment, even without battling a second-layer evolver. Figuring out the realm of second layer was inevitable, merely a matter of time. The direction is roughly there. In no more than 5 years, I should be able to break through. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. His visit to the Evolvers Association truly proved worthwhile. Not only did he casually register, but he also illuminated the path ahead. Snap! Lin Yuan pushed the door open. He saw Zhu Qianqian and a middle-aged man standing outside. Mr. Lin, this is our president. Zhu Qianqian immediately began to introduce. The president? Lin Yuan looked at the middle-aged man. The president of the Evolvers Association, undeniably a big shot, probably ranked among the top 5 in all of Dongning City. My surname is Liao. The middle-aged man stepped forward, warmly speaking. Forget the formalities of president or not. I'm merely a few years elder than Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, you can simply call me Brother Liao, Mr. Liao said warmly. The two chatted for a while. Lin Yuan then got up to take his leave. Mr. Liao personally escorted Lin Yuan to the door. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. Be a bit more courteous tomorrow. Although you are now an evolver, you shouldn't appear too indifferent. They are all relatives. Even as an evolver, you need to understand human networks. You might need those relatives' help in the future. Lin Shouqing's mother, Lu Qiong, reminded him while cooking. I understand. Lin Yuan replied. After swiftly finishing the cake his sister made, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the large bag of snacks beside him. The family banquet was set for the next day, when distant relatives of Lin Yuan would come to congratulate him on becoming an evolver and to take the opportunity for a gathering. Lin Yuan naturally remembered this. A few days earlier, his father Lin Shoqing had mentioned it to him. "Hey, old Lin, should we book a few tables at the Fanqing Grand Hotel?" His mother, Lu Qiong, asked hesitantly. The reason for her hesitation was that the Fanqing Grand Hotel was one of the highest standard hotels in Donghai City, and booking a table there cost as much as several months of Lin Shoqing's salary. Lu Qiong really hesitated to spend that much. "Book it, we should definitely book it, Fanqing," Lin Shoqing answered without a second thought. This time, Mr. Nian has specifically invited Lin Hao. He's the secretary of a certain bureau director in Dongning City. We can't let Xiao Yuan lose face. Lin Shoqing continued. Lin Hao. Lu Qiong seemed a bit dazed. With Lin Hao's social status, he was in a completely different class from their family. Usually, Lin Shoqing didn't even have the chance to meet Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, due to Lin Yuan becoming an evolver, they had managed to invite this significant figure. Then we really should book at Fanqing. Lu Qiong nodded in agreement. In her simple view, since Lin Hao was willing to make time to come, they should naturally host him well. Spending a bit more money was appropriate. Dongning City. In a luxurious mansion, Chu Xiu stood there with his head lowered. In front of him sat a bearded man. "You went to gather information on your classmate, and you were warned by the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom?" The bearded man asked with a serious expression, repeating his question. "Yes. Grandfather, I didn't do it on purpose." Chu Xiu's face turned pale, and his legs trembled slightly. The bearded man sitting before him was the founder of the Chu Corporation. He had suddenly called him over today to inquire why he had been warned by the goddess of wisdom. Chu Xiu could only answer honestly. Whether it was intentional or not is not important. To be protected by the goddess of wisdom to this extent, your classmate must be someone significant. Although you didn't target him specifically, if he takes it to heart, it could spell trouble. "Tomorrow, I will take you to visit your classmate's home," the bearded man decided firmly. It was not without reason that he was so cautious. The severity of the situation had exceeded his expectations. This was the goddess of wisdom, who reigned over the entire cosmic human alliance. Even someone as high-ranking as a Star Lord would tread carefully, let alone the Chu family. Regarding anything related to the goddess of wisdom, one could never be too cautious. Okay. Chu Xiu braced himself as he responded. In another estate, Hua Qingyao stood upright, video communicating with a man in military uniform whose face showed authority. The goddess of wisdom. Your classmate is probably now on the goddess priority watch list. He's bound to have significant developments in the future. The man in military uniform slowly said on the other end of the video call. Significant developments. Hua Qingyao gulped. Hearing such high praise from his uncle indicated that Lin Yuan's future achievements would not be limited by merely Dongning City. You really know how to cause trouble. Well, I'll make a trip for you. Regardless of what developments your classmate will have in the future, first, you two need to smooth things over. The other day, you boasted about manipulating the conscription list, which to anyone with slight discernment sounded utterly boastful. Tomorrow, I'll take you to apologize to him. We're not seeking friendship, but at least we shouldn't foster enmity, the man in the military uniform said on the video call. At the Evolvers Association, Mr. Liao sat in his chair. Soon, his secretary walked in. Have you figured out the background of that Mr. Lin? Mr. Liao looked up and asked. Chairman, Mr. Lin Yuan's personal information is blocked by the Goddess of Wisdom, and I did not dare to continue investigating, fearing consequences. The secretary directly stated. Blocked by the goddess? Mr. Liao's face turned serious. For the powerful Goddess of Wisdom to specifically block information about a citizen was unlikely, even if he were a second-rank citizen. There must be other reasons. However, while I couldn't find out more about Mr. Lin Yuan, I did manage to learn about his parents. Mr. Lin's parents are natives of Dongning City, having no significant ties elsewhere. The secretary suddenly mentioned. So, Mr. Lin is also from Dongning City? A glint of sharpness passed through Mr. Liao's eyes. What does the chairman imply? Seeing this, the secretary immediately guessed something and couldn't help but ask. Whether it can be achieved or not, I still have to ask in person. Let's cancel all the plans for tomorrow. I will personally visit Mr. Lin's home to have a detailed discussion, Mr. Liao said gravely. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 25. Visiting. Fanqing Grand Hotel. Early in the morning, Lin Xiaoqing and his wife were standing at the entrance of the private room. As one of the most high-end hotels in Dongning City, Fanqing was not only expensive, it was excellent in every other aspect. Both service and food quality were impeccable. Hosting their son's Evolver celebration banquet here certainly gave them a lot of prestige. Uncle, you've arrived. Sit here, sit here. Is this your daughter? She has grown so much in the blink of an eye. Mr. Nian, please walk slowly, come inside. If it weren't for you back then, I don't know where I would be now. Lin Xiaoqing had been busy greeting guests at the entrance of the private room the whole time. Half an hour later, most of the guests had arrived. The family banquet officially began. Everyone started to sit down and enjoy the food and drinks. Lin Yuan sat in the seat of honor, and his chopsticks never stopped. Fanqing had become so big in Dongning City partly because it had strong backers, but also because of its own merits. Many of the ingredients in Fanqing were from other planets, and a lot of the meat was rare exotic beast meat, which had quality and flavor that far surpassed the locally farmed meat in Dongning City. Although the energy contained in these meats was not as much as in high-grade nutrient solutions, it was still better than ordinary meals, and Lin Yuan enjoyed eating it a lot. At the banquet, apart from Lin Yuan, everyone wasn't just focusing on eating. They mostly engaged in chatting and socializing. And among them, those who were doing well were definitely the most active. Lin Xiaoqing's distant cousin Lin Jie had seized an opportunity in Dongning City, purchased a few plots of land in the suburbs, which the government eventually developed, making him a large sum of money, truly a windfall. I tell you, I've met the owner of Fanqing several times. She's a woman, and it's said that. Lin Jie immediately began to show off his connections and knowledge. Yet his words indeed captured the attention of most people present. The owner of Fanqing had always been mysterious, scarcely seen by anyone, leaving everyone secretly guessing who the big shot might be. Right. Xiaoqing, what are your plans for Xiaoyuan in the future? After talking about the owner of Fanqing, Lin Jie suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, who was enjoying his meal. With these words, everyone's attention immediately turned towards Lin Yuan. After all, this family banquet was initiated on the pretext of Lin Yuan's development. And the fact that Lin Yuan had become an evolver was indeed beyond the relatives' expectations. Without mentioning anything else, just discussing Lin Yuan's future prospects, most of the relatives at the scene could only look up to him. I don't have any specific plans yet, I'll take it one step at a time. Lin Yuan was a bit startled, put down his chopsticks, and spoke honestly. This was indeed the truth. As far as it went, Lin Yuan really didn't have any specific goals. If he had to say, it was to become as strong as possible, but saying this out loud was tantamount to saying nothing. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Why not come to my company? Though my company isn't big, I will offer you 20,000 a month if you join. Lin Jie said, patting his chest. 20,000 a month? The relatives around him immediately showed envious looks. 20,000 a month. That's 240,000 a year, which is considered a high salary. The normal salary for ordinary citizens is about 2,000 or 3,000 a month. How about it? Don't feel underwhelmed. Our company also employed an evolver who handles security. If you come, not only could you earn money every month, you could also learn about evolution from him. Lin Jie confidently said. For ordinary people, evolvers are extremely rare. But in the eyes of wealthy bosses, there are channels to specifically employ evolvers. Of course, those employed are only pre-stage evolvers. Higher stage evolvers aren't something small bosses like Lin Jie could afford. Even so, Lin Jie's speech significantly boosted his status in the eyes of the relatives present. Immediately, someone inquired, "Jie, is your company still hiring? My kid has been looking for a job recently. As for the salary, no need for 20,000, 5,000. 5,000 is enough." 5,000? Auntie, your son didn't graduate from any prestigious university. How dare he ask for 5,000? Jie, my daughter is pretty and has a good figure. She would definitely be a great fit for the front desk receptionist in your company. Unknowingly, Lin Jie replaced Lin Yuan and became the focal point of the banquet. And Lin Jie was very polite in his performance, happily smiling in the compliments from many relatives. Lin Yuan didn't mind at all and picked up his chopsticks again, continuing to eat while watching Lin Jie's performance. Despite Lin Jie's seemingly warm-hearted behavior now, acting as if everything was on him, he might play dead after the banquet ended. Just now, Lin Yuan had taken the opportunity to go online and roughly checked Lin Jie's financial status using his second-level citizen privileges. He did indeed own a company and had employed a pre-stage evolver. However, this pre-stage evolver had voluntarily resigned years ago. The reason was that Lin Jie had repeatedly docked his salary, which nearly escalated to the Evolvers Association. One could imagine Lin Jie might have once been wealthy, but his current financial situation was definitely not very good. How could he possibly hire an evolver again? Of course, Lin Yuan saw through it but didn't reveal it, yet Lin Xiuqing and Lu Qiong thought the other party was speaking the truth, occasionally chatting with Lin Jie, asking for details about the jobs. Just then, sitting in the main seat, Lin Hao suddenly spoke up. Yuan is still so young. Even if he has become an evolver, there's no need for him to enter the workforce so soon. As soon as Lin Hao spoke, the room fell silent immediately. Even Lin Jie, who had been talking up a storm, shut his mouth right away. Of all those attending the family dinner, the highest in status was undoubtedly Lin Hao. As the secretary of a certain bureau chief in Dongning City, Lin Hao's attendance at this family dinner even shocked Lin Xiuqing. "Brother Hao, what do you mean?" Lin Xiuqing asked in a low voice. "Our bureau has a quota this year for further studies at a higher institution, which only evolvers can apply for." Lin Hao pondered for a moment before saying, "Here's the plan. Yuan can participate in the bureau's interview in a while. Once he joins, I will transfer the quota to him. As an evolver attending a higher institution, he would inevitably receive resources biased toward him, a treatment completely different from that of ordinary students. Therefore, this quota was absolutely coveted, and the few evolvers in Lin Hao's office were all eyeing it. However, it was Lin Hao who could make the decision. Although he was not an evolver himself, as the chief secretary, he managed several evolvers. Originally, Lin Hao had intended to save this opportunity for his own son. But his son was not competent. Despite having several evolvers coach him, he still had not become an evolver. It seemed the quota would fall into the hands of other evolvers in the office. Then he heard that a distant relative's family had produced an evolver. Lin Hao's thought was simple. Since his own family had no chance for the quota, he might as well give it to Lin Yuan. It was better than giving it to any of those evolvers in the office. At least in the future, Lin Yuan would remember his distant elder cousin's kindness. After all, no matter what, they were relatives. Ah, could that be very precious? Lin Xiuqing was somewhat stunned. Although he was not an evolver, he understood the difficulty of obtaining a quota for advanced study at an institution. Yet, ordinary people struggled immensely to get admitted into higher institutions, and because of Lin Hao's single statement, his own son could get in? No problem. Just listen to me when the time comes, Lin Hao said unconcernedly. Giving the quota to Lin Yuan was considered keeping the opportunity within the family. Who else could he blame when his own son was incompetent? Thinking this, Lin Hao glanced at his son sitting beside him. He had also brought his son to the family dinner this time. "Thank you, Brother Hao, thank you." Feeling joyful inside, Lin Xiuqing immediately stood up to thank him. Yuan, won't you thank your elder cousin? Lin Xiuqing glared at Lin Yuan. Thank you, elder cousin. Lin Yuan spoke up. This was ultimately a kindness from his elder cousin, who would at least think of him when something good came up. Getting such a big opportunity, and just saying thank you? Lin Yan, who had been sitting beside Lin Hao and hadn't spoken up until then, felt extremely upset. Logically, the quota should have been his, since he was Lin Hao's son. Who else deserved such a great opportunity? But there had been a hitch with becoming an evolver, and he had not managed to become one. Lin Yan had already prepared himself to see the quota go to someone else. But unexpectedly, his father decided to give it to a distant relative in the end. Thinking of Lin Yuan going to a higher institution, reaping what should have been his, made Lin Yan extremely uncomfortable. Damn fool, you're a failure yourself and you're blaming others. Lin Hao frowned tightly, staring at his son, almost slapping him there and then. Others hearing this, their expressions turned strange. This was clearly an internal issue within Lin Hao's family. Now that it involved Lin Xiuqing's family, it turned into quite the drama. Lin Xiuqing's face reddened slightly, at a loss for words. Normally, at this moment, he should have immediately spoken up to say his family did not need the quota, to ease the relationship between Lin Hao and his son. Only, Lin Xiuqing couldn't bear to let go of the quota. The atmosphere at the scene became awkward for a while. Just then, an employee from Fanqing Grand Hotel suddenly burst in. With a slightly anxious expression, he said, "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yuan here?" This statement immediately broke the tension in the room. "He is here." "What's the matter?" Lin Xiuqing stepped forward to answer. The employee immediately said, "Someone wishes to visit Mr. Lin Yuan." This left Lin Xiuqing puzzled for a while. Someone wanted to visit his son? Weren't all the people for the family dinner already here? Who could it be at this time? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 26, Mr. Liao's request. Who's looking for my son? Lin Xiuqing stood up and asked. In his mind, he went over the guest list again. He confirmed that all the relatives who were supposed to be present had arrived, with no one missing. Could it be that a relative decided on a whim to come without informing them in advance? Lin Xiuqing couldn't help but feel suspicious. It's Mr. Chu. Seeing this, the staff member let out a slight sigh of relief. They had no choice. Chu Corporation had been cooperating with Fanqing for many years. Just now, the founder of Chu Corporation personally arrived, saying he wanted to see Lin Yuan, which really startled her. Luckily, the person was indeed at their event. Mr. Chu. The guests at the family banquet were slightly stunned. Named Chu? That wasn't a Lin family name, was it? While everyone was privately discussing, a bearded man, accompanied by a 17 or 18-year-old youth, walked in. Though the bearded man was dressed simply, the natural air about him was unmistakably noble, very much like those in possession of power and prestige. Is he the founder of Chu Corporation? Someone at the event seemed to realize something and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. In this era of interstellar advancement and widespread networks, the photos of any slightly famous citizen would be circulated online. Chu Corporation, being one of the top 50 enterprises in Dongning City, obviously had considerable fame, and even if its founder was low profile, it was impossible for no one to recognize him. The founder of Chu Corporation? My God, that's a big shot in our Dongning City. It's said that Chu Corporation has assets worth tens to hundreds of billions, and the founder is a well-known tycoon in the nearby cities. Such an important figure is here for Lin Yuan? Instantly, the crowd at the event started to buzz with talk, with some even connecting to the network right there to compare the bearded man in front of them with his photos online. Director Chu. Lin Jie rushed over in a swoosh, standing excitedly in front of the bearded man. We met 6 years ago. Over that piece of land in the suburbs. It was bought by your corporation. The bearded man replied noncommittally. Practitioners of the celestial phenomena realm were said to be one with heaven and earth, perceiving the vital energies of all things, capable of moving mountains and splitting stones with a mere gesture. Even within the cosmic human alliance, they're considered a formidable second-layer combat power. From this aspect, Lin Yuan also confirmed that the hierarchy of this world was higher than that of the martial world he had traversed through for the first time. 70 more years to stay. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory text below his line of sight. Name: Zhang Shanfeng Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent: against heaven's understanding. Current status: consciousness descent. Residence time: 80 years. Perhaps due to the enhancement of strength and the different world ranking. This time, Lin Yuan's residence time had changed from 20 years to 80 years. Regarding this, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Naturally, the longer the residence time the better, under the background of consciousness descent. Celestial phenomena realm? Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he felt the slowly circulating true force within his body. In 10 years, Lin Yuan naturally hadn't been idle. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had cultivated to the first grade realm in just 3 years. That corresponded to the level of the free and unfettered realm in the martial world. Then, 5 years later, Lin Yuan smoothly stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, becoming one of the top powerhouses of the current era. Of course, all of this was done secretly by Lin Yuan. The others on Mount Longhu were not aware. Still, I should keep a low profile. Lin Yuan breathed out softly, thinking to himself. The Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion was the ancestral court of Taoism in the world, with unfathomable depths. At least, after Lin Yuan broke through to the celestial phenomena realm, he vaguely sensed that there were several spots within Mount Longhu that harbored a presence surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. Cultivate slowly. Since there's still plenty of time for this residency, there's no need to rush. As he thought this, Lin Yuan left from beside the boulder. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at a Taoist convent halfway up the mountain. This convent was where the Taoist boys on Dragon Tiger Mountain lived. There were a total of 8 such convents throughout Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Celestial Master's Mansion normally didn't strictly supervise the Taoist boys. As long as they completed their daily lessons, they could do as they wished. Lin Yuan had only been back a short while when he saw numerous young Taoist boys, around his age, gathering together. Taoist Pingyang? Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. The one surrounded by many young Taoists at that moment was an elderly Taoist dressed in worn robes. This old Taoist usually loitered around Dragon Tiger Mountain, liked to mingle with the young Taoists, and the many Taoists of the Celestial Master's Mansion did not bother with him when they saw him. Over time, everyone became familiar with him. The reason Lin Yuan paid such attention to Taoist Pingyang was because this man was unmistakably a practitioner of the celestial phenomena realm. Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion publicly announced only its master Song Qing to be a practitioner of the celestial phenomena realm. In fact, there were 3 practitioners of the celestial phenomena realm in the mansion. The somewhat unkempt Taoist Pingyang before him was one of them. Lin Yuan guessed that Taoist Pingyang was likely to be in a role similar to a protector. Only when the Celestial Master's Mansion fell into crisis would he appear. Old Taoist, who do you think is the strongest person in the world? Among the young Taoists gathered around Taoist Pingyang, a younger-looking Taoist boy asked in a milky voice. The strongest person in the world? Taoist Pingyang was slightly startled, then immediately laughed. That's naturally the successive celestial masters of our mansion. The Celestial Master Mansion has a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters, each an unparalleled genius, invincible in the world. Even those in the celestial phenomena realm must bow their heads in the presence of a heavenly master. Pingyang Taoist's tone slightly elevated, quite proud of himself. Upon hearing this, the other little Taoist disciples were all invigorated. After all, Everyone was a Taoist disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion, and it was exhilarating to hear that their own heavenly master was unmatched under the heavens. Their hearts naturally filled with joy. So, who is the heavenly master of the Celestial Master Mansion now? Another innocent little Taoist disciple asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all the little Taoist disciples turned their eyes towards Pingyong Taoist, the current heavenly master. Upon hearing this, Pingyong hesitated but answered, "Our generation of the Celestial Master Mansion has not yet produced a heavenly master." Pingyong Taoist had more to say, but didn't. It wasn't just this generation that had failed to produce a heavenly master. It had been a full 500 years since a heavenly master had emerged. The Celestial Master Mansion had a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters. This meant that not every era would produce a heavenly master. Even so, generally at most 200 to 300 years would pass before a heavenly master emerged. But now, 500 years had passed since the last heavenly master passed away. Heavenly master. Not far away, Lin Yuan gazed calmly. Based on his understanding over the past decade, the true realm of the Celestial Master Mansion's heavenly master should surpass the celestial phenomena realm. As for how one becomes a heavenly master, it requires passing some kind of test. Exactly what the test entails, Lin Yuan did not yet know. This was among the core secrets of the Celestial Master Mansion, likely only accessible to those in the celestial phenomena realm. How to surpass the celestial phenomena realm? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Since stepping into the celestial phenomena realm 2 years ago, Lin Yuan had felt his cultivation speed decrease significantly. At this rate, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would take Lin Yuan at least 50 years to break through the celestial phenomena realm. This was strange indeed. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it would take 50 years to break through, but for others, even the most astonishingly talented, wouldn't it take at least 200 to 300 years, if not 500? Yet all the past heavenly masters that Lin Yuan knew of were not older than 100. Could there be a shortcut? Lin Yuan speculated quietly, glancing surreptitiously in several directions again. Those directions were where Lin Yuan had sensed the presence that surpassed the celestial phenomena realm. It is the mountains. Pingyong Taoist looked up at Lin Yuan and smiled. Counting the days, in half a month, it will be the once every 20-year pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb. You should perform well when the time comes. It will greatly benefit your future. Pingyong Taoist said meaningfully. The journey to the Sword Tomb? Ripples stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it were someone else speaking, Lin Yuan might not have cared much. But Pingyong Taoist was a guardian of the Celestial Master Mansion and one of the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses. His understanding of the Celestial Master Mansion certainly far exceeded Lin Yuan's. Such a person stressing the pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb and advising Lin Yuan to perform well clearly carried a deeper implication. Thank you, Taoist Pingyong, for the reminder. Though Lin Yuan was unclear about the true significance of the journey to the Sword Tomb, he respectfully bowed to Taoist Pingyong. Over these 10 years, Pingyong Taoist had taken good care of him, especially when he was first brought to Mount Dragon Tiger. In addition to Taoist Chongqing's care, Pingyong Taoist had secretly used his celestial qi several times to cleanse Lin Yuan's meridians and marrow. Pingyong thought Lin Yuan was too young to know about this. But Lin Yuan, having descended in consciousness, was well aware of everything that happened since his birth. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 31. Finally seeing the true martial. After the Pingyong Taoist left, Lin Yuan returned to his own Taoist temple. Sword Tomb. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain was where the Celestial Master Mansion's ancestors had stored their swords. The Celestial Master Mansion revered the true martial great emperor and had considerable achievements in sword techniques, with the supreme art, Jinwu's seven-section sword, being the strongest sword technique of the era. If I remember correctly, the location of the sword tomb should be one of those places. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The so-called those places naturally referred to the places that harbored an aura surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. They were also what Lin Yuan regarded with considerable wariness. Things will straighten themselves out when the boat reaches the bridge head. I'll know in half a month. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. At the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain, true martial hall, Master Song Qing of the Celestial Master Mansion, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked up at the towering Jinwu divine statue before him. In half a month, it will be the trip to the sword tomb. I wonder if any of the disciples of our Celestial Master Mansion's generation will be chosen by the true martial sword. Master Song Qing sighed. There were countless swords in the sword tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Among them were the swords of the mansion's past disciples, past masters, past mansion masters, and even the swords of the 36 celestial masters. Of course, the most important was the true martial sword. It was said the true martial sword belonged to the first-generation celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion and was related to the revered true martial great emperor, hence it was named the true martial sword. Only those chosen by the true martial sword could take that step to become the new celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion. 500 years. 25 trips to the sword tomb. Not a single disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion had been chosen by the true martial sword again. This had led to the position of the Celestial Master being vacant for 500 years. Even though the Celestial Master Mansion was still considered the ancestral home of the Taoist sect without a Celestial Master, no one dared to take it lightly. But in terms of high-end combat power, it ultimately fell short by a great deal. For decades, the Myriad Demon sect had been resurgent, causing untold slaughter. If the Celestial Master Mansion had a Celestial Master in this generation, would the Myriad Demon sect have the audacity? The Mansion Master need not worry, said a plump Taoist who had started to speak beside him. This plump Taoist showed no hint of his aura, yet he was a Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouse, one of the 3 Celestial Phenomena Realm experts of the Celestial Master Mansion. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. On this day, Lin Yuan had just left the Taoist temple. He was immediately approached by a Taoist who came hurrying from the summit. All Taoist boys under the age of 20 come with me, he said. The Taoist seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, but he was a 9th grade expert. In the current system of cultivation, it ranged from 9th grade to 1st grade, with 9th grade experts already at the peak of the middle 3 grades, and they could be regarded as masters in their own right at the foot of the mountain. Is it time for the trip to the sword tomb? Lin Yuan felt a slight move in his heart and obediently stood in place, as the Taoist commanded. Soon enough, all the eligible Taoist boys in the temple had almost assembled. Lin Yuan took a quick glance around and estimated there were over 100. Follow me. Don't fall behind and don't run off, the Taoist ordered once he saw that everyone had gathered. His voice contained a hint of martial skills like sound waves, and all the Taoist boys felt a ringing in their ears, not daring to cause trouble. After half a day, under the guidance of the Taoist, Lin Yuan and many other Taoist boys arrived at a valley behind Dragon Tiger Mountain. There were already many other Taoist boys gathered there, presumably from the other 7 temples. So many people, commented a slightly thin Taoist boy next to Lin Yuan, unable to contain his amazement. Shan Feng, what are the masters bringing us here for? The slight boy leaned closer to Lin Yuan and whispered. I don't know. Lin Yuan shook his head. The thin Taoist boy was named Xingping, and he got along quite well with Lin Yuan. To be more precise, he looked up to Lin Yuan. After all, because of Chongqing's reasons, Lin Yuan had second-generation status on Dragon Tiger Mountain and wasn't bullied, so he naturally attracted a group of young Taoist boys. Even in Dragon Tiger Mountain, the ancestral home of the Taoist sect, there would still be factions, and the young Taoist boys would naturally form small groups to stick together. Another half an hour passed. Another Taoist came quickly, holding several booklets in his hand. After distributing the booklets to each Taoist boy, the Taoist said, "The booklet contains a sensing skill. Everyone begin cultivating according to the sensing skill, and then enter the sword tomb in succession. Maintain the sensing skill continuously during this time, and look for a suitable sword for yourself in the sword tomb." The Taoist quickly finished speaking, and then repeated it several times. After confirming all the Taoist boys understood, he went on to other places. "This sensing skill is so difficult," Qingping complained as he flipped through the booklet. The other Taoist boys were similar, working hard to grasp it. Sensing skill. Lin Yuan opened the booklet and quickly scanned through it. "Your perceptiveness is against the heavens. Reading Sword Intent Sensing Skill, you have comprehended Supreme Sword Sensing Chapter." In an instant, copious insights about the sword path and sword intent flooded in. Even Lin Yuan, who had already stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, spent half an hour absorbing it all. This sensing skill. Uncertainty flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. After mastering and elevating this perception technique, Lin Yuan faintly resonated with the nearby sword tomb. Atop the sword tomb stood a high platform. 3 figures were sitting there, looking down upon the sword tomb below. The leading figure was Master Songqing, the current master of the Celestial Master Mansion. In the era without a heavenly master, the Celestial Master Mansion's master was the absolute authority. The one to the left was the unkempt Pingyang Taoist, and to the right was a plump Taoist. These 3 figures were indeed the 3 grandmasters of the celestial phenomena realm from the current Celestial Master Mansion. The journey to the sword tomb. It's crucial for the birth of a heavenly master in our Celestial Master Mansion. Let's hope we won't be disappointed this time, Pingyang Taoist muttered to himself. From his perspective, he could clearly see everything within the sword tomb below. In the sword tomb, it's not only people choosing swords, but also swords choosing their bearers. Every sword that can be placed in the sword tomb contains sword intent. If one can cultivate this sword intent sensing skill to minor completion, one can sense many sword intents and possibly select a sword once worn by previous celestial masters. The plump Taoist spoke. As for why they didn't let the disciples practice sword intent sensing skill in advance, the sword intent sensing skill is not only about sensing but also a measure of one's own aptitude. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill to minor completion within just a few hours, their swordsmanship aptitude must be extraordinary, and the sword they select will also reflect their true level. Besides, if one's swordsmanship aptitude is not up to par, even 10 years of practicing the sword intent sensing skill would hardly bring it to minor completion. As for the major completion level of the sword intent sensing skill, it has been a long time since it appeared in the Celestial Master Mansion. That is something only a prospective Celestial Master Seed could achieve, capable of being sensed by the Jinwu 7-section sword. Half a day later, as the disciples began to enter the sword tomb and select the swords suitable for themselves, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses watching from the platform above. So far, 4 disciples had chosen swords once wielded by previous celestial masters. This meant that these 4 possessed the potential to step into the celestial phenomena realm. Additionally, 31 disciples chose swords that were once worn by previous mansion masters. Even if they could not become celestial phenomena realm cultivators, reaching the 9th grade realm would not be a problem for them. This scene filled Master Songqing with immense satisfaction. Before the journey to the sword tomb, he had wished, albeit extravagantly, that a disciple might select the Jinwu 7-section sword. But extravagant hopes were just that, hopes. With no one resonating with the Jinwu 7-section sword for 500 years, why would it happen this time? Compared to this ephemeral possibility, the current outcome was more in line with the actual situation of the Celestial Master Mansion. As long as they could produce a few more celestial phenomena realm powerhouses, even without a heavenly master, there would be no major issues. No. These sword intents are all too weak. Inside the sword tomb, Lin Yuan was also selecting a sword. After elevating his sword intent sensing skill to the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, all the sword intents in the sword tomb were as clear to Lin Yuan as the patterns on the palm of his hand. And whenever Lin Yuan slightly exerted the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, he could sense that countless swords were sending eager signals to him. Those swords were extremely powerful to the disciples, but as Lin Yuan was already at the celestial phenomena realm, naturally, he was not impressed. There is a path of sword intent over there. Following the resonance, Lin Yuan walked towards the depths of the sword tomb. Almost at the same time, the three celestial phenomena realm powerhouses above turned their attention toward Lin Yuan. Who is that person, not selecting a sword properly and heading deep into the sword tomb? The plump Taoist furrowed his brows, speaking out. Is it Shanfeng? Pingyong Taoist recognized Lin Yuan, his expression equally puzzled. He indeed told Lin Yuan to perform well, but performing well didn't mean wandering around there. Moreover, deep within the sword tomb, sword qi was rampant, which could easily harm the disciples with sword qi entering their bodies, leaving behind problems. Seeing this, Master Song Qing was also puzzled. I'll bring him back. The plump Taoist saw Lin Yuan showing no sign of stopping and was about to go down to halt him. However, in the next moment, Lin Yuan looked solemn, raised his right hand, and plunged it into a pile of swords. Come out to me. Lin Yuan operated the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter and began to draw out slowly. SSSSSSHHHHH. A faint frictive sound emerged. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone inside the sword tomb, thousands of swords uncontrollably quivered. This caused the sword tomb to shiver, and the mountain behind the tomb quivered as well. Lastly, the entire Dragon Tiger mountain trembled too. In the extreme northern ice field, a majestic man with golden eyes stood up abruptly, looking toward Dragon Tiger Mountain in shock. On a street, a fortune-telling Taoist in a Taoist robe was slowly hawking his services when he suddenly twisted his body, nearly falling over, much to the surprise of the nearby children. After all, the old master was one of the world's strongest. How could he stumble? But the Taoist's face showed an unfathomable look. The celestial master? In a desolate land, an old man, half buried in the earth, couldn't help but crawl out, his expression vacant, as if in disbelief. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, in the sword tomb, Lin Yuan's right hand slowly drew out a sword with a worn hilt and the words Zhenwu engraved on it. With Lin Yuan as the center, thousands upon thousands of swords trembled simultaneously. All the disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion were shaken and knelt toward the Zhenwu 7-section sword. 39 real people of the first grade from the Celestial Master Mansion bowed to Lin Yuan respectfully. Master Song Qing, this generation's master of the Celestial Master Mansion with strength at the Celestial Phenomena Realm, was at this moment tearfully overwhelmed. Dragon Tiger Mountain had not seen the true martial for 500 years. Today, true martial finally reveals itself to us. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 32 True Martial Tao Zong. This sword. In the depths of the sword tomb, Lin Yuan gripped the hilt with his right hand. Even so, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the sword slightly trembling. If it wasn't for this Supreme Sword Sensing chapter constantly circulating in his body, Lin Yuan had no doubt that the sword would have flown away on its own. A mere object possessing such spirit? Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If this were in the Cosmic Human Alliance, only spaceships made of biofusion technology comparable in value to a planet could possibly match it. However, no matter how spirited, it remains an inanimate object. Lin Yuan could sense that the sword's resistance was weakening. Merely moments passed before it stopped trembling and lay quietly in his hand. Only then did Lin Yuan turn to look behind him. The The current lord of the Celestial Master Mansion, the chubby Taoist Master Pingyang, and two other Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters stood not far off, quietly watching Lin Yuan. To be precise, they were looking at the true martial sword in Lin Yuan's hand, their expressions a complex mix of relief, shock, and reminiscence. Lord. A tinge of fear promptly appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He was about to bow in respect. No need. Master Songqing stepped forward and lifted Lin Yuan up. Since you have been chosen by the true martial sword, you are this generation's true martial successor, and you will be the future celestial master of our mansion. Master Songqing spoke solemnly. The journey to the sword tomb concluded. Lin Yuan did not return to the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. Instead, Master Songqing personally took him to a residence at the mountain summit. With Lin Yuan, there were also 4 Taoist boys. From the casual conversations with Master Songqing, Lin Yuan learned that the swords chosen by these 4 boys, even though not comparable to the true martial sword selected by Lin Yuan, were extremely impressive, having been left behind by past celestial masters of the mansion. They all held great potential to reach the celestial phenomena realm. Brother Shanfeng, what do you think the Lord is doing? Qingping followed closely behind Lin Yuan. This little shadow, too, had been chosen by a sword left behind by past celestial masters, making him one of the 4. Don't worry, it must be something good, Lin Yuan said offhandedly. From the snippets of information occasionally revealed by Master Songqing, Lin Yuan deduced that the 5 of them were certainly being cultivated as seeds by the Celestial Master Mansion. Especially Lin Yuan, who had been chosen by the true martial sword and directly named as the future Celestial Master by Master Songqing himself. What did it mean to be a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion? Even after 500 years, the world still could not forget the terror of a Celestial Master. Whenever a Celestial Master emerged from the mansion, they were invincible in this world. According to Lin Yuan's understanding, the ceiling of combat power in this world was the celestial phenomena realm. Perhaps a very few exceptionally gifted individuals could manage to step half a step, or even a full step beyond the celestial phenomena realm. But only the celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could genuinely transcend the celestial phenomena realm. This was why the celestial masters were invincible throughout the world. Even Lin Yuan was eager to discover what exactly allowed a celestial master to fully transcend that threshold. Considering his calculations, to surpass the celestial phenomena realm, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would still take at least 50 years. But a celestial master, how could they achieve it? Could it be that every celestial master of the mansion possessed an against heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan's? That was clearly impossible. After Master Songqing brought Lin Yuan and the other 4 to their residence, he reminded them not to wander around at night, then turned and left. Lin Yuan sat on the bedstead. He casually placed the true martial sword in front of him. By now, the sword had completely calmed down. This sword must contain the secret of the Celestial Master. Otherwise, Master Songqing would not have acknowledged me as the future Celestial Master. Lin Yuan gently caressed the hilt with his right hand. At the same time, a faint flow of vital breath began to explore deep into the sword's body from the hilt. Boom! The scenery around Lin Yuan suddenly changed. He found himself in a vast darkness of void. To his left, not far away, was a sun-like fireball. To his right, lay an abyss emitting an endless chill. The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin permeated the entire space. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly narrowed. His mind suddenly began to flood with spiritual light. Your understanding is against heaven. Witnessing the external manifestations of the forces of yin and yang poles deepens your grasp on the Tao of yin and yang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observed the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observed the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. In an instant, A massive influx of insights flooded his mind. Lin Yuan was utterly absorbed, his focus entirely devoted to the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on his left and right.
He didn't know how much time had passed.
Gradually, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. A sudden realization dawned on Lin Yuan. At this moment, he finally understood why the successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could surpass the Celestial Phenomena Realm. It was because of this true martial sword. Within the sword, the externally manifested powers of Taiyang and Taiyin were housed. This was a direct path leading above the Celestial Phenomena Realm. The successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion observed the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within the sword day and night. Constantly comprehending the nature beyond the Celestial Phenomena Realm, it was naturally not difficult for them to exceed that realm. 20 years. No, that's not right. At most a dozen years. I should be able to break through the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. In truth, the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang in the sword, merely comprehending either would allow one to break through the Celestial Phenomena Realm. This was also the path taken by the historical heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion. But Lin Yuan had great ambition and wished to cultivate both Taiyin and Taiyang simultaneously. Only then would the necessary time skyrocket. If Lin Yuan had chosen to comprehend one power alone, with his against heaven's understanding, it likely would have taken only a year or a few months to break through the Celestial Phenomena Realm smoothly. I was wrong. I was wrong. The method I used to break into the Celestial Phenomena Realm was mistaken. After Lin Yuan observed the essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, he immediately recognized the issue with himself. Years ago, Lin Yuan had quietly broken through to the Celestial Phenomena Realm. However, the foundation of Lin Yuan's entry into the Celestial Phenomena Realm mainly stemmed from his last journey through the martial world. It's not to say that was wrong. But breaking through to the Celestial Phenomena Realm in such a way would make the subsequent path more difficult to traverse. If I rooted my entry into the Celestial Phenomena Realm in the power of Taiyin or Taiyang, and then attempted the fusion of Yin and Yang to break through the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Thoughts swiftly formed in Lin Yuan's mind. He decided to break through the Celestial Phenomena Realm again. If it were someone else, attempting to break through the Celestial Phenomena Realm again would likely mean ruining their cultivation and starting over. However, Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding and quickly grasped a method that would perfectly convert his Celestial Phenomena Realm's qi and strength into the power of Taiyin or Taiyang. Although there were losses involved, it was far better than starting over from scratch. This sword. Could it truly be that the true martial great emperor exists in this world? Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the sword in front of him. The essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang contained within the sword could guide beings to transcend beyond the Celestial Phenomena Realm. The sheer power of its maker was unimaginably formidable. The next day, Lin Yuan gathered outside with 4 other Taoist disciples. Master Songqing and 2 other Celestial Phenomena Realm masters stood not far away. All right. You 5 are the future hope of our Celestial Master Mansion. Master Songqing's gaze lingered briefly on Lin Yuan without trace. Clearly, in Master Songqing's eyes, the other 4 were optional. As long as Lin Yuan, the future heavenly master chosen by the true martial sword, was present, that was enough. Nevertheless, due to the rules of the Celestial Master Mansion, he brought the others along. Next, I will take you to the true martial Daozong. That place is where the successive heavenly masters of our Celestial Master Mansion have secluded themselves. Inside, the cultivation paths and realizations of the heavenly masters are recorded. Master Songqing slowly stated. Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on the faces of the 4 Taoist disciples. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, the heavenly masters had been mythologized. Being able to go to the place where the heavenly masters once cultivated was something any Taoist of the Celestial Master Mansion deeply desired. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 33. Outraged. The true martial Daozong was built within the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain, hidden to an extreme extent. The inside space was large, with walls densely engraved with text. These characters were all written by celestial masters from various generations. They contain the essence of cultivation. You should not observe them frequently. Just gaze upon them occasionally. Otherwise, it will affect your cultivation. Master Song Qing reminded them. Aside from Lin Yuan, the other four Qingping had already crowded around, staring intently at the characters on the wall. It was only after Master Song Qing's reminder that the Qingping reluctantly shifted their gazes away. Your main focus now should be on comprehending the Fire Pearl and the Ice Pearl. Master Song Qing led everyone to the center of the Daozong. There, two stones were placed, one with a reddish surface and the other with a deep blue surface. Faintly, a great amount of heat and cold emanated from them. These fire and ice pearls were formed from crystal stones from the deep depths of the East Sea, capable of containing and preserving various kinds of essences. The celestial masters of my celestial master mansion often infuse their power into them. Accumulated over a long period, they have formed what the fire and ice pearls are today. Master Song Qing explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. These fire and ice pearls must be a greatly reduced version of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin contained within the true martial sword. They were imitation artifacts that were attempted by celestial masters from generations past in an effort to emulate the power of Taiyang and Taiyin. Unfortunately, whether it is due to the materials used or the vast difference in strength, even the fire and ice pearls crafted with the power of generations of celestial masters, when compared to the power of Taiyang and Taiyin in the true martial sword, they were still but the light of a glowworm compared to the daylight. This was Lin Yuan's first impression. As Lin Yuan pondered, Master Song Qing continued, "Your main goal now is to perceive the power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin from the fire and ice pearls. The strong ones in my celestial master mansion usually take only two paths. Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. Whether it's Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, if you can comprehend 3 or 4 parts, you'll be able to step into the celestial phenomena realm." Master Song Qing scanned the crowd and continued speaking. This was also the cultivational path set by the first-generation celestial master for the disciples of later generations. Indeed, this had proven that these two cultivation paths were very strong, and the celestial phenomena realm strength of the celestial master mansion was always a bit stronger than that of the external celestial phenomena realm. This advantage was due to the Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. Even successive celestial masters took one of the paths within Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. However, the celestial masters could contemplate the true essence of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin within the true martial sword. The effect was far stronger than the current fire and ice pearls, and thus they progressed much further on the paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. After finishing, Master Song Qing sent the 4 Qingping away. He then approached Lin Yuan. "You do not need to feel the fire pearl and ice pearl." Master Song Qing gazed at Lin Yuan, though he was unaware of the secrets inside the true martial sword. According to the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, the Celestial Masters who came to cultivate in the true martial Daozong, it seemed they were not much interested in the fire and ice pearls. Under such circumstances, the past Celestial Masters still led far ahead on the paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. Master Song Qing therefore surmised that perhaps the past Celestial Masters had other methods of cultivation. Mainly focus on the text on the walls. Those are the insights and contemplations of the Celestial Masters, which should be helpful to you. Master Song Qing's expectation for Lin Yuan was to be a future Celestial Master. Hence he made such a suggestion. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Regarding this matter, I have given it some thought. The reason why the yin-yang power repels during the transformation of the primordial qi is that they are not unified. If I can integrate the yin-yang power into a new force before that, and break through the celestial phenomena realm once more. Lin Yuan revealed his own thoughts. This was also the path he had deduced after many days through his against heaven's understanding. Integrate the yin-yang power? You mean to merge Taiyin pole extreme with Taiyang pole extreme? Are you crazy? Two fundamentally opposite forces that can't even be practiced simultaneously, and you want to merge them. Taoist Pingyang swallowed hard, truly frightened by Lin Yuan's idea. That would be like trying to merge fire with water. Ultimately, either the fire would be extinguished and water partly vaporized, or the water completely vaporized with the fire severely weakened. The more likely outcome would be both fire and water collapsing simultaneously, with no other possibility. You've really gone mad. Merging Taiyin pole extreme with Taiyang pole extreme is utter nonsense. Since ancient times, no one has dared to do such a thing. Even the first-generation celestial master couldn't do it. For generations to come, it would be impossible for anyone to conceive of this. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself, looking at Lin Yuan with disbelief. With two extreme forces, harmonized through the human body, there might be a slim chance to practice both. But to merge? That would be courting death. The ancients didn't dare to do it, and modern people couldn't achieve it either. Master Pingyang opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He could see that Lin Yuan was resolute, truly intent on merging the dual path of yin and yang. Master Pingyang sighed and turned to leave. Lin Yuan watched Master Pingyang's retreating figure. Then, he stepped out of the Daozong and came outside, looking down from above, overseeing the mountain below. The ancients dared not, the modern cannot. Lin Yuan lifted his head slightly, with the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang interlacing and clashing in his eyes. I will do it. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 30. 6. The situation of the world. 8 years later. Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive boulder. Wish, wish. The pitter-patter of raindrops fell from the sky, evaporating into thin air several yards from Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking down at the drifting sea of clouds in the early morning. Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme may seem like two entirely different paths, but their essence is part of the vast universe. Taiyin can be transformed into Taiyang, and Taiyang can be transformed into Taiyin. Deep within Lin Yuan's Qi Si Dantian, the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang merged into a duo of black and white, constantly colliding, dissipating, and then rebirthing in an endless cycle. Over these 8 years, Lin Yuan had immersed himself almost entirely in comprehending the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme. He hadn't even progressed half a step in his cultivation realm. He was still in the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. For Lin Yuan, having mastered the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme, there was no difference between the early stage and peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. This true martial sword. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the true martial sword floated in front of him. The more he comprehended, the more Lin Yuan realized the terrifying nature of the true martial sword. It condensed the essence of both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang into a single sword for future generations to comprehend, which was an inconceivable level of control. Without this true martial sword, Lin Yuan's progress and comprehension over the years might have been slower. Mastering the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme is not difficult, but to fuse them together is indeed as hard as reaching the heavens. For the ordinary, it means certain death upon contact. Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder Master Tsongqing and other celestial phenomena realm masters considered it a dead end. Even for someone as strong as the Celestial Master, to dare such a feat was to court death, as shown by the case of the third-generation Celestial Master. As one of the 36 powerful Celestial Masters in the Celestial Master Mansion, ranked second tier, did the third-generation Celestial Master not know the consequences of forcibly invoking the power of Tying? I am different from the third-generation Celestial Master. The third-generation Celestial Master decided to pursue a path that balanced yin and yang after becoming a Celestial Master. But by that time, his foundation was already set. I am different. I have not yet stepped into the role of Celestial Master, and by balancing yin and yang, fusing them, it is entirely possible. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Of course, the entirely possible here refers to Lin Yuan, who possesses against heaven's understanding. For anyone else, even if they still had exceptional talents and were recognized by the true martial sword, to balance and fuse yin and yang would remain an elusive hope. Firstly, one must consider how to initiate into the other after starting with either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. Secondly, while balancing both the Taiyin and Taiyang pole extremes, how to fuse the two. In the process, any slight mistake could result in a fatal explosion. Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, could grasp a thread of survival in any situation that was not destined to be fatal. The terrifying aspect of against heaven's understanding is the ability to comprehend the most beneficial methods for oneself, no matter what the circumstances. Just like 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was still an infant on the brink of being discovered by beasts, he comprehended a technique to conceal his presence. On the verge of starvation, he comprehended a hibernation breathing technique. These two secret techniques didn't require any internal energy or qi. They were completely based on the circumstances Lin Yuan found himself in at the time. During the fusion of yin and yang, Lin Yuan faced countless crises, but each was overcome by the relevant secret techniques comprehended through against heaven's understanding. Just a bit more, and with the power of Taiyin and Taiyang, I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan felt the continuous collision and intertwining of Taiyin and Taiyang within the depths of his Qi-Si Dantian, anticipation hidden in his heart. According to his prediction, breaking through the celestial phenomenon realm with the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang would make him far more formidable than any of the Celestial Master Mansion's past Celestial Masters. How could the individual powers of Taiyin and Taiyang compare to the combined force after merging? After scrutinizing himself, Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently shifted beyond Dragon Tiger Mountain. These years, things have not been peaceful outside. In fact, ever since the Myriad Demons sect rose again more than 20 years ago, there has been little peace under the heavens. However, with the suppression of righteous forces such as the Celestial Master Mansion, the Myriad Demons sect dared not be too reckless. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, a message suddenly spread from the Myriad Demons sect. The sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect had obtained the heritage of the Primordial Demon Gate. The Primordial Demon Gate was an incredibly ancient force that, in theory, had long since perished in the annals of history. Ever since the establishment of the Celestial Master Mansion, 6,800 years ago, the successive Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion had always been synonymous with invincibility. But invincible did not mean no one else could come close. 6,800 years ago, the first-generation Celestial Master emerged, brandishing the true martial sword. That era belonged to the first-generation Celestial Master. However, it was in that same era that another mighty figure was born. That was the Primordial Demon Lord. Although the Primordial Demon Lord could not defeat the first-generation Celestial Master, the first-generation Celestial Master was also unable to kill him completely. And so, amidst their ongoing stalemate, they each established the lineage of Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion and the Primordial Demon Gate. In the end, the first-generation Celestial Master sacrificed his life in a battle and finally killed the Primordial Demon Lord. But even though the Primordial Demon Lord died, the Primordial Demon Gate continued to exist. In the following hundreds of years, under the joint siege of the second and third generation Celestial Masters, The primordial demon gate was finally utterly annihilated. In the ensuing thousands of years, the primordial demon gate disappeared from sight and was never heard from again. The Celestial Master Mansion has not had a new Celestial Master for too long, a full 500 years. Without a new Celestial Master to deter them, demonic forces have developed rapidly, which is why we have the Myriad Demons sect today. According to the custom of successive Celestial Masters, the first thing each Celestial Master did after assuming the title was to descend the mountain to purge the demons, suppressing the demonic Tao. Now, with 500 years without a new Celestial Master, even though righteous forces like the Celestial Master Mansion still hold an advantage, it is undoubtedly giving the demonic Tao plenty of time to grow. Compared to the righteous Tao, demonic methods are easy to master quickly, and one can even rapidly improve by absorbing human essence and blood. This is also the reason why Zhang family fort was slaughtered. Apart from the fact that Zhang family fort possessed a large amount of wealth, it was also because of the sufficiently large population and even the presence of strong individuals. And these, in the eyes of demonic practitioners, were no different from delicacies. Regardless of whether the Myriad Demons sect really obtained the primordial demon gate's heritage, the moment this news broke out, the reputation of the demonic path would certainly soar. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, he had his own grudge against the Myriad Demon sect. 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was just born, the entire Zhang family fort was annihilated by the 8 helmsmen of the Myriad Demon sect. Lin Yuan's biological parents died on that day. Shanfeng. Shanfeng. Just then, a calling voice came. A young Taoist came running over. I knew Shanfeng would be here. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the young Taoist cracked a smile. It's Qingping. Lin Yuan turned around for a look. The young Taoist who had come up to him was none other than Qingping, the junior apprentice from those years past. 8 years had passed, and Qingping had grown up a lot. Moreover, due to his cultivation, he was almost no different from an ordinary adult male. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 30, 7 Heartache. Over the years, Lin Yuan kept to himself. Yet, he got along quite well with Qingping. Mainly because Qingping would often come over for small talk with Lin Yuan whether there was something to discuss or not. By the way, he would also mention various news from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Besides Qingping, Chongqing visited Lin Yuan from time to time. For Chongqing, Lin Yuan was no different from his own offspring. No matter whether Lin Yuan became a celestial master or not, Chongqing's attitude wouldn't change. In Chongqing's heart, there was always a sense of guilt towards Lin Yuan. If only he could have arrived in time back then, Zhang family fort might not have met such a fate. And Lin Yuan wouldn't have had to live a hard life on Dragon Tiger Mountain ever since he was a child. A few days ago, the sect leader ordered the 4 of us to descend the mountain for trials one by one. Qingping said casually. The 4 he mentioned naturally referred to the 4 Taoist children who were chosen by the Celestial Master to inherit swords during the trip to the Sword Tomb. Although they couldn't compare to someone like Lin Yuan who was chosen by the true martial sword, they were still the hope of the Celestial Master Mansion. As for why they descended the mountain one by one, it was to prevent extreme incidents, like the situation where all 4 might die at the same time. If, with Lin Yuan being a Celestial Master seed that took a detour, the 4 Celestial Phenomena Realm seeds were to die, Dragon Tiger Mountain would not recover for at least 50 years. Descend the mountain? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. Having arrived in this world with his consciousness 18 years ago, Lin Yuan had only spent 1 day outside. The rest of the time, he had stayed on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Brother Shanfeng, as a Celestial Master seed, you're different from us. You cannot leave the mountain. Qingping said, immediately feeling somewhat nervous. Now he was no longer the ignorant little Taoist boy. He understood the importance of a celestial master seed to the celestial master mansion. Only disciples recognized by the true martial sword could become celestial master seeds of the celestial master mansion. And each celestial master seed was never without the true martial sword. If Lin Yuan were to leave the mountain, it would mean that the true martial sword would have to leave as well. If something unexpected happened and the true martial sword were lost, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Celestial Master Mansion. The current sect leader of the Celestial Master Mansion might spit blood on the spot from anger. A Celestial Master Seed like Lin Yuan taking a detour was indeed a serious matter, but it could not shake the foundation of the Celestial Master Mansion. At worst, when Lin Yuan died of old age, the true martial sword would return to the sword tomb, and the Celestial Master Mansion would still have the chance to give birth to another Celestial Master. But if the true martial sword was lost, that would truly be an irreversible catastrophe. Qingping could fully predict that if he caused Lin Yuan to sneak out, the sect leader, Master Tsongqing, might even consider flaying him alive. Just kidding. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was not really an 18-year-old youth. In fact, considering all the time he had spent, Lin Yuan was probably over 50 years old. Moreover, with his against heaven's understanding, he did not need what was known as trials outside the mountain. For Lin Yuan, Dragon Tiger Mountain was the best place. There was food, drink, and unparalleled safety. Why would he even think about leaving? That's good. Qingping let out a huge sigh of relief. By the way, Brother Shanfeng, my recent cultivation has felt rather strange. After chatting for a while, Qingping broached the subject of cultivation. Lin Yuan casually asked a few questions and soon understood the cause. You're wrong. Your state of mind is wrong. You're following the path of Taiyang Wuji. Taiyang Wuji is the utmost rigid and yang. Out of the 36 past celestial masters of our mansion, the majority followed the path of Taiyang Wuji, including the strongest first-generation celestial master. What is Taiyang Wuji? It is the utmost rigid and yang, unyielding and unstoppable. Recently, your mindset hesitates, looking forwards and backwards. Continuing to cultivate Taiyang Wuji, naturally you feel that everything is strange. Lin Yuan pointed out the problem directly and spoke slowly. It's not to say that those who follow the path of Taiyang Wuji are all rash, but that kind of indomitable spirit and decisive character is required. So that's how it is. Qingping suddenly understood. Indeed, he had been quite stirred by the thought of descending the mountain for trials, wanting both to see the outside world and fearing potential dangers. Now, after Lin Yuan's reminder, his state of mind started to clarify. Qingping only felt the qi within his body flowing smoothly, and a hot current surged through his limbs and bones. 9th grade. After a short while, Qingping opened his eyes, his expression excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's comment, he had managed to break through from 4th grade directly to 3rd grade. It must be known that in this world, cultivation levels are divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, while the 1st grade is the highest. Being at the 3rd grade, he was already among the upper echelons, even when considered amongst the powerhouses of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Many thanks to Brother Shanfeng for the guidance. Qingping bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. He was aware that without Lin Yuan's words, not to mention breaking through to the 3rd grade, he might have regressed if he continued as he was. No trouble at all. Lin Yuan waved his hand, unconcerned. At his current level, giving pointers to a cultivator who hadn't even reached the celestial phenomena realm was too simple. True martial hall. Master Tsongqing rubbed his brows, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. The Myriad demon sect was constantly causing trouble outside, and the key issue was that the Celestial Master Mansion couldn't do anything about it, only able to join forces with other orthodox powers to suppress it as best they could. Moreover, the sect leader of the Myriad demon sect had obtained the heritage of the primordial demon gate, which greatly boosted the morale of the demonic Tao forces. This resulted in a series of encounters between orthodox and demonic Tao forces, all ending with the orthodox forces being defeated. The multitude of pressures was indeed making it hard for Master Tsong Qing to catch his breath. It seems that the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect truly is a remnant of the primordial demon gate. The previous generation celestial master had discovered traces of the primordial demon gate while traveling the world, but was unable to find the source. At the time, we thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that the remnants of the primordial demon gate were already there at that time. Over the years, the Myriad Demon sect has been secretly supported by the remnants of the primordial demon gate. The hefty master beside him spoke up. As Dragon Tiger Mountain was the ancestral home of the Tao, and the Celestial Master Mansion the foremost authority under heaven, their intelligence capabilities were naturally not bad, quickly figuring out the details of the Myriad Demon sect. It's too late to discuss this now. Master Tsong Qing shook his head. Right now, the most important thing was how to continue suppressing the Myriad Demon sect. At that moment, a figure ran in from the outside. It was Qingping. Master, I have reached the 3rd grade. Qingping's tone was lighthearted as he shared the good news. As a celestial seed of the Celestial Master Mansion, Qingping and the 3 other Taoist children were always directly taught by Master Tsong Qing. Whenever any of them made a breakthrough in cultivation, they had to inform Master Tsong Qing at once. 3rd grade. So soon? Upon hearing this, Master Tsong Qing slightly furrowed his brows. It wasn't that he didn't wish for Qingping to break through, but he was worried that Qingping had used some rapid, but unsafe method. According to the cultivation speed of disciples from past generations who received the Celestial Master's sword, reaching the upper 3rd grade took at least 15 to 20 years. But since Qingping started his cultivation, it hadn't even been 10 years. His rate of cultivation was clearly abnormal. The foundation is solid. I see no problems. The hefty master stepped forward, carefully examined Qingping for a while, and concluded. Hearing this, Master Tsong Qing's brows finally relaxed. Qingping, what's with your rate of cultivation? Master Tsong Qing was still somewhat astonished. Master, it's because Shanfeng gave me pointers that I was able to break through so quickly, Qingping honestly explained. Before this, although Qingping often received guidance from Lin Yuan, his speed of cultivation was only somewhat faster compared to the other 3 Taoist children. It was still within normal limits. So Master Tsong Qing did not question it, thinking that Qingping was just very diligent. But this time, jumping from the 4th to the 3rd grade normally requires 5 to 8 years. Qingping's effortless advancement naturally caught Master Tsong Qing's attention. Shanfeng gave you pointers? Master Tsong Qing's tone was somewhat astounded. A few casual pointers were enough to enable Qingping to step into the 3rd grade, which meant that his strength must far surpass the 3rd grade. Even most cultivators in the celestial phenomena realm might not be capable of achieving this. Yes, Shanfeng has been guiding me over the years. He's really powerful. Every word he says enlightens me, and then my strength improves, Qingping said. These words were like thunderclaps in the ears of Master Tsong Qing and the other powerful celestial phenomena realm masters. Every word spoken brings enlightenment, and then strength improves. Although these sentences might seem trivial, to someone like Master Tsong Qing, who was a powerful being, he realized something was amiss. Anyone capable of such feats must have an extremely profound understanding of the essence of cultivation and the nature of power. And this was coming from Lin Yuan, whom Master Tsong Qing had completely given up on. I also feel that Shanfeng is very strong. When I see Shanfeng, it's like seeing Master. Qingping, seeing Master Tsong Qing silent, gathered his courage to speak. Upon hearing this, the surrounding area fell quiet once again. Like Master Tsong Qing? Isn't Master Tsong Qing a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse? Could it be that Lin Yuan was also at the celestial phenomena realm? To step into the celestial phenomena realm before the age of 20 was unheard of among past celestial masters. Could it be that Shanfeng is truly an unprecedented prodigy? Murmured the hefty master, his expression one of shock. A prodigy. Master Tsong Qing lapsed into silence. Then a look of bitterness crossed his face. If what Qingping said was true, then Lin Yuan was indeed a prodigy. A prodigy beyond all their imaginings. But in the end, no matter how talented, cultivating both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji meant his limit was the celestial phenomena realm. He could never reach the heights of past celestial masters, because the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within him would explode at the moment he became a celestial master. So young, yet with such an understanding of the nature of power, our celestial master mansion. The lofty master paused halfway through his sentence, stopping short. A deeply painful thought surged in his heart.
Such a prodigy.
Why did he have to go astray? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 38. Awake to Enlightenment. Asleep to Enlightenment. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lin Yuan's life had hardly changed. He was either comprehending the wisdom left by the previous heavenly masters within the true martial Daozong, or he was climbing to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain to watch the Sea of Clouds. Apart from occasionally communicating with Qingping, he hardly spoke a word. When Master Songqing learned that Qingping had stepped into the upper third realm thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance, he wanted to converse with Lin Yuan but was quickly preoccupied by the disturbances of the outside world. The Myriad Demon sect was ready for a decisive battle. The sect leader of Wan Mo Men, accompanied by 9 vice sect leaders, 43 protectors, 126 helmsmen, and thousands from the demon crowd, marched imposingly, intending to ascend Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain is the ancestral land of the Tao, and the Celestial Master Mansion is the foremost authority in the world. The unbeatable heavenly masters of past generations all emerged from here. If they could flatten Dragon Tiger Mountain and destroy the Celestial Master Mansion, who else in the world could stop the Myriad Demon sect? True martial hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Under Master Songqing's lead, numerous experts of the Celestial Phenomena Realm gathered. These Celestial Phenomena Realm masters, mostly from other powers across the land, had come in response to the summoning of the Celestial Master Mansion. They all understood the principle of interdependence. If the Celestial Master Mansion really fell to the Myriad Demon sect, then the next ones to be eradicated would be the other righteous forces. In peaceful times, the forces of righteousness had slain countless demons. Should the Myriad Demon sect gain the upper hand, their fate would not be much better than that of the Celestial Master Mansion. The 9 vice sect leaders of the Myriad Demon sect are all at the Celestial Phenomena Realm, and the 43 protectors are even at the upper third realm. They won't be easy to deal with. A Celestial Phenomena Realm expert of middle-aged lady's appearance spoke slowly. Other Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouses present nodded slightly at her words. Together, these Celestial Phenomena Realm experts numbered 11, surpassing the Myriad Demon sect by 2. But the demonic sect's Celestial Phenomena Realm fighters were not easy to tackle, as demonic arts naturally excelled in slaughter. Even if 2 righteous Celestial Phenomena Realm experts teamed up against a demonic Tao Celestial Phenomena Realm fighter, they might still be traded for 1 life in a desperate struggle. None of these matter. At this moment, Master Songqing, the leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, spoke. In terms of combat power, the Celestial Master Mansion's Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters, who followed the path of Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, were clearly stronger than their demonic sect counterparts. This had been verified through numerous past encounters. Master Songqing had taken action thrice, easily repelling several vice sect leaders of the Myriad Demon sect. Even Wan Mo Men's sect leader chose to retreat when facing Master Songqing. However, under such circumstances, the Myriad Demon sect still dared to initiate a decisive battle, aiming to strike at Dragon Tiger Mountain. This gave Master Songqing an ominous premonition. 2 possibilities. One was that Wan Mo Men had gone mad and decided to battle to the death. The second was that Wan Mo Men had enough confidence, believing they could level Dragon Tiger Mountain. Master Song Qing thought the former unlikely, as he knew from numerous encounters that the sect leader of Wan Mo Men was very composed and would not engage in sure-lost battles. This was also why the sect leader of Wan Mo Men did not even engage with Master Song Qing and chose to withdraw. To outsiders, it may seem like Wan Mo Men's leader was afraid, but Master Song Qing did not think so. The retreat of Wan Mo Men's leader was simply an unwillingness to waste time. One day, Qingping rushed to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain in a fluster. "Brother Shanfeng, something terrible has happened, Uncle Chongqing." Qingping's face was ashen as he cautiously looked at Lin Yuan. "Uncle Chongqing? What happened to Uncle Chongqing?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned his head towards Qingping. "Chongqing was ambushed while chasing a demon, and by the time we got there, he had already suffered severe injuries and was unconscious. The leader and the others have seen him. They say the demonic qi has entered his lungs, and it's very difficult for him to regain consciousness." Qingping explained the situation all in one breath. "Take me to see him," Lin Yuan said directly. No matter what, if it were not for Chongqing, he wouldn't be alive today. Although for Lin Yuan, death was not an end, it was merely a waste of a chance to traverse again. Inside the Tao Institute, Lin Yuan looked at the unconscious Chongqing. Qingping stood beside him, his face showing a hint of grief. Chongqing was well-liked within the Celestial Master Mansion, and Qingping had received countless assists from him. In Qingping's heart, Chongqing was more like an elder, not just an uncle master. "It's nothing serious." After a thorough inspection, Lin Yuan concluded. Chongqing had fought with a demon who had infused him with demonic qi. This caused him to fall into a coma, unable to awaken. Such an infusion was difficult for outsiders to interfere with, even those at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm Peak could do little. But for Lin Yuan, who was about to break through to the Celestial Phenomena Realm using the power of Taiyin and Taiyang as the foundation, solving this issue of demonic qi infusion was merely a trivial effort. "Take good care of Uncle Chongqing. I will come back to save him in some time," Lin Yuan instructed Qingping. Now, Lin Yuan was only a step away from completely merging Taiyin and Taiyang. With every moment of comprehension afforded by his against heaven's understanding, he was moving closer to the level of a heavenly master. "Okay." Qingping was momentarily stunned before responding. The matter of Chongqing's coma did not affect Lin Yuan. He remained immersed in enlightenment at all times. With the help of his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was in enlightenment while awake, and even as he slept. "Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens." Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Chapter 43. The Heavenly Master Descends the Mountain. Under Qingping's quiet explanation, and Master Song Qing's nod of affirmation, Chongqing finally believed that Lin Yuan had become a celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion. To be precise, he was the 37th generation Celestial Master. The 36th generation Celestial Master dated back to 500 years ago. How unpredictable life is. Chongqing's expression was one of gratification, tinged with a hint of complexity. Before he fell unconscious, the Celestial Master Mansion, together with other righteous forces, had been collectively striving to curb the expansion of the demon crowd and other demonic Tao forces. The situation between the two sides wasn't exactly even, but the Celestial Master Mansion had not gained any advantage. But now, Lin Yuan, whom he had watched grow up, had become a Celestial Master, directly breaking through the Myriad Demon sect, with the blood of the demonic Tao's followers still warm at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Such a turn of events left Chongqing quite emotional. Next, Lin Yuan checked Chongqing's body several times over to ensure there was no residue of demonic qi. Before rising to take his leave, Chongqing walked to the entrance of the Taoist temple, watching Lin Yuan's departing figure. His lips moved. "Zhang, your son has become an invincible celestial master. True martial Daozong." Lin Yuan returned here once again. This place had always been where the celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion secluded themselves for cultivation. It only became a site for potential celestial masters and those of the celestial phenomena realm to seek enlightenment in the absence of a celestial master. Celestial master? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. He carefully felt his own strength. After becoming a celestial master, Lin Yuan had first rushed to handle the Myriad demon sect. Then he had rescued Chongqing, which meant it was only now that he had time to experience the power of a celestial master. Firstly, it was his lifespan. Based on the power of Taiyin Wuji Taiyang Wuji, after becoming a celestial master, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that his lifespan had skyrocketed to 500 years. You should know, the lifespan of previous celestial masters was only about 200 years. Lin Yuan's lifespan was more than double that of previous celestial masters. Combining both Taiyin and Taiyang indeed made him much stronger than celestial masters who focused solely on Taiyin or Taiyang. This was not only evident in combat power but also clearly reflected in lifespan. 500 years. Lin Yuan was profoundly stirred. You see, this was the basic lifespan. This meant that without any external aids, Lin Yuan could live for 500 years. If he were to return to the Cosmic Human Alliance, combined with various cutting-edge biotechnologies, Lin Yuan estimated he could live for over 2,000 years. The essence of a lifespan limit comes from the failure of various organs, but in the Cosmic Human Alliance, it was entirely possible to cultivate new organs to replace the decayed old ones. This was also why the first-layer evolvers could easily live for 400 to 500 years. Of course, replacing organs could only prolong life. With the passage of time, the soul's consciousness of living beings would gradually weaken, and then, no matter how many organs were replaced, it wouldn't be very helpful. However, the strength of the soul's consciousness depends on the strength of the realm. The stronger the being, the stronger its consciousness. My current strength, according to the rankings of the Human Alliance, would be roughly equivalent to the second layer 9th stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world's cultivation system, the celestial phenomena realm roughly corresponded to the second layer evolvers of the Human Alliance, specifically ranging from the second layer 1st stage to the 2nd stage. As for Celestial Master, it would be between second layer 4th stage and 6th stage. Since Lin Yuan entered the rank of Celestial Master rooted in both Taiyin and Taiyang, his strength far surpassed that of previous Celestial Masters, thus positioning him at the second layer 9th stage. Do not underestimate the gap of just a few stages. The Cosmic Human Alliance's ranking is extremely standard. Even a difference of 1 stage can mean nearly double the internal energy capacity. Still 61 years of residence time left. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual text below his line of sight. Name: Zhang Shanfeng Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent: against heaven's understanding. Current status: consciousness descent. Remaining residence time: 60 years and 11 months. This time traveling through, Lin Yuan's residence time reached 80 years. Apart from the first 10 years, and the more than 9 years of becoming a celestial master seed, a total of 19 years and 1 month had passed. There's still plenty of time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the 20 years of residence time during his first travel, this time the residence duration was considerably more generous. Perhaps, as my strength increases, the residence time for each travel will extend? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Having sensed his own condition, Lin Yuan's mind slightly stirred. The true martial sword hung in the air, stopping in front of Lin Yuan. Go back. Lin Yuan reached out to touch the sword's hilt, whispering softly. After stepping into the realm of Heavenly Master, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within the true martial sword offered virtually no assistance to Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to let it return to the sword tomb and continue its slumber. Go. Lin Yuan patted the sword's hilt, and the true martial sword, with a swoosh sound, turned into a sword light and went back into the sword tomb. Shortly after sending away the true martial sword, Master Songqing respectfully walked in. Heavenly Master. Master Songqing inquired, I wonder how the Celestial Master's sword should be crafted. What requirements do you have, Heavenly Master? In the Celestial Master Mansion, every generation's Celestial Master would possess their own Celestial Master's sword. The Celestial Master's sword is also a symbol of each generation's Heavenly Master. Even if a Heavenly Master passed away, the sword he left behind could still represent him. The journey to the Sword Tomb, which happens every 20 years at the Celestial Master Mansion, would occasionally see the sword of a past Celestial Master fly out. The disciple recognized by the Celestial Master's sword would receive the full support of the Celestial Master Mansion's training. The Celestial Master's sword. Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. He had no special requirement for his own Celestial Master sword, as long as it was of a normal sword shape. Do you need anything engraved on the hilt or the blade? Master Songqing reminded. Typically, every generation's Heavenly Master would have their signature engraved on the Celestial Master's sword. This signature could be characters, a pattern, or even a painting. After all, the swordsmiths of the Celestial Master Mansion were highly skilled, so this was no issue. Engraved. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, "My name is Zhang Shanfeng, so let's engrave a mountain peak on the Celestial Master's sword." No problem. Master Songqing agreed immediately. This wasn't a difficult task. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. The name Zhang Shanfeng was given by his parents. They originally wanted him to protect the entire Zhang family fort like a mountain peak. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents had already been dead for nearly 20 years. Add 2 more mountain peaks. Lin Yuan changed his mind. Engrave 3 mountain peaks on the Celestial Master's sword. 3 mountain peaks. Master Songqing was slightly startled. 3 peaks. Several days later, the swordsmith of the Celestial Master Mansion delivered the newly crafted Celestial Master's sword. The reason for such speed was that every generation in the Celestial Master Mansion had their own swordsmith craft the embryo of the Celestial Master's sword in advance. As soon as a new Celestial Master was born, they could craft the complete Celestial Master's sword in the shortest time. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 mountain peaks engraved on the blade. Of course, the good sword Lin Yuan referred to was in comparison to ordinary swords. The most special aspect of the Celestial Master's sword was that it was imbued with the Heavenly Master's energy over a long period, which gave it a certain level of sentience. Even inside the Celestial Master's sword, there remained power left by a corresponding Heavenly Master, and future disciples could hope to draw out this power to fight their enemies. When Master Songqing fought the Wan Mo Men's sect master, he had used the power of the Celestial Master within the sword. It's almost time to go down the mountain. Lin Yuan picked up his own Celestial Master's sword, left the true martial Daozong, and descended Dragon Tiger Mountain. 20 years ago, the Zhang family fort was destroyed. Several years ago, Chongqing was possessed by demonic qi, and not long ago, the Myriad Demons sect besieged Dragon Tiger Mountain. New grudges and old hatreds could not be settled just by Lin Yuan killing the Wan Mo Men's sect master and several thousand members of the demon crowd. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 43. Purge the demons in the year of Jiazi. How many demon chiefs are there in the world? If someone were to ask this question, they would certainly be mocked. Because the number of demon chiefs in the world is simply countless. Even if you counted every demon chief under the command of the Myriad Demon sect, the leading force of the demonic Tao, including those of 8th and 9th grade, the number would still fall short of 10,000. And what about the demon chiefs causing chaos in places all around the world? Aren't they more than 100,000 a million? Because becoming a demon chief is just too easy. And the benefits are too great. Ordinary people who want to step into the 9th grade and become cultivators. Not to mention enduring training in the 3 nines of winter and the 3 10 days of summer heat, must devote countless efforts and time. And in the end, they may not even succeed. But if you simply cultivate a single demonic technique and then consume the essence and blood of several dozen ordinary people, you can smoothly step into the ninth grade realm. Although it's true that demonic techniques are easy to begin but much more difficult to master into higher levels, or even to achieve the upper 3 grades compared to righteous techniques. Many people wouldn't even be able to reach the lower 3 grades without demonic techniques, let alone the upper 3 grades being an outlandish idea. Moreover, demon chiefs act unscrupulously, not bound by various rules, killing as easily as eating and drinking. And thus, they are pursued and revered by many. Especially in the last few decades, as the Myriad Demon sect has risen, occupying much of the righteous path's efforts. This has allowed the demon chiefs all around to run even more rampant. Previously, strong cultivators of the righteous path would often leave their cloisters to purge demons and protect the Tao. Now, these righteous path strong cultivators are all battling with the Myriad Demon sect. The demon chiefs that squat around have lost their shackles, their methods becoming even more vicious. However, now, the demon chiefs of the world have met their doomsday. Because Zhang, the heavenly master from Dragon Tiger Mountain, has descended to purge the demons. The headquarters of the Myriad Demon sect. After the battle at Dragon Tiger Mountain, the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect met his death. 8 of the 9 celestial phenomena realm vice sect leaders perished. The only one who escaped alive did so because he had tasks to perform at a distance from Dragon Tiger Mountain. And with his expertise in preserving his own life, he barely managed to escape. Even so, the vice sect leader was still terribly shaken. Although he was fully focused on escaping, a casual glimpse revealed the Myriad Demon sect turned into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a sight so horrifying that it almost shattered the demon heart of such a demon chief. Vice sect leader, what do we do now? The sect leader is dead, and the other vice sect leaders are dead too. Do we stay here now? A demon chief who was left behind asked with a trembling voice. If we don't stay here, where can we flee to? This is the headquarters, full of complex mechanisms. Hiding here is the safest option. The vice sect leader composed himself and issued the order calmly. At the beginning of the rise of the Myriad Demon sect, they had already considered that if they were to lose the decisive battle against the righteous path, the headquarters would be their last refuge. The headquarters of the Myriad Demon sect, prepared by dozens of master mechanicists, would not be a place where a group at the celestial phenomena realm would dare to barge into without risking severe injury from the traps. It was precisely because of this the vice sect leader finally chose to flee back to the headquarters. At the same time, he ordered the demon chiefs who stayed behind to activate all mechanisms.
Suddenly,
just at this moment, screams of agony could be heard from the outside. At the same time, a terrifying tremor was almost transmitted throughout the entire headquarters. No. Who are you? Why are you killing us? The desperate howls of demon chiefs within the headquarters came over, and in the blink of an eye, silence fell. A figure dressed in a Taoist robe walked in step by step. It was Lin Yuan, Heavenly Master. The vice sect leader gave a wretched smile. He had anticipated that the headquarters mechanisms wouldn't stop the Heavenly Master from Dragon Tiger Mountain. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. The many mechanisms that the Myriad Demon sect once regarded as a means of retreat were unable to hold on for even a fraction of an incense stick's time in the hands of the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, if I choose to submit to you, to submit to the Celestial Master Mansion, can I still live? The vice sect leader didn't give up and asked softly. No matter what, he was a celestial phenomena realm figure. So surely he must be of some use, right? There's no need. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He then turned and left. The vice sect leader who sat in the chief position suddenly had a red line appear at the center of his forehead. The demon chief beside him was no exception. His eyes quickly stiffened, and he collapsed. The Great Yu Dynasty. The capital. A man dressed in a blood-colored robe, full of terror, fled to the outer gates of the imperial palace. My name is Ouyangyi, the direct disciple of the Myriad Demon Sect Master. I know the secret method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses. The Myriad Demon Sect's 9 celestial phenomena realms came into being through this method. The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyangyi, looked towards the imperial palace in front of him, activated his true qi, and projected his voice inside. The Great Yu dynasty was the unifying and powerful dynasty of the world today, and also the only survival path for him, Ouyangyi. I can reveal this method to the Great Yu dynasty. My only request is that you protect me and stop that Zhang, the heavenly master. Ouyangyi continued, his expression almost begging. He believed the method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses was something the Great Yu dynasty couldn't refuse, for these were celestial phenomena realm beings. No matter how great the cost for a dynasty, it was an invaluable treasure. After a long wait, the massive gates of the imperial palace were pushed open. A hunched old man walked out. This hunched old man exuded a profound aura, evidently a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse. You may go. Zhang, the heavenly master, is unmatched in the world. Those he wishes to kill, the demons he wishes to purge, we cannot help with. The hunched old man shook his head slightly. Then, as if sensing something, he quickly turned and went back through the door. The next moment, the great doors of the imperial palace were shut tightly. Can't help. You'd forsake even the methods of cultivating warriors of the celestial phenomena realm? The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyangyi, fell silent. Could it be, there is really no one in the world who can save me? Ouyangyi was utterly disheartened. Soon after, a streak of sword light flashed from behind. Ouyangyi fell to the ground, lifeless. How sensible of him to fall. Lin Yuan looked up at the Great Yu Imperial Palace for a moment, then turned and left. The extreme northern ice field. In front of a palace built of crystalline ice. A figure clad in black robes knelt there. My primordial demon gate lineage once stood with yours from the northern plains, side by side, 6,000 years ago. I am willing to reveal many of the primordial demon gate secrets, if only to survive. The figure in black robes spoke softly, knowing that the Lord inside the ice palace of the northern plains could hear him. Under all the heavens, it was only this northern plains Lord who could somewhat restrain that heavenly master Zhang. You want to live? Deep within the ice palace sat an imposing man with golden glinting eyes. His expression was grave, betraying no emotion. I, too, wish to live. The imposing man sighed. Northern Plains Lord, are you really just going to watch as my primordial demon gate lineage faces extinction once again? With no response coming, the figure in the black robe raised his head in despair.
Meanwhile,
the figure in the black robe collapsed with a thud. Lin Yuan's voice emerged beside him. Northern Plains Lord? Lin Yuan looked at the palace before him with slight surprise. From the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, he knew that the Northern Plains lineage had a history as ancient as the Celestial Masters. However, this lineage had always kept their distance from the Central Plains power, dwelling in the extreme northern ice field, hence the world knew very little about them. Heavenly Master Zhang, this demon has nothing to do with my Northern Plains. He came to us of his own accord. The imposing man in the depths of the ice palace immediately spoke up nervously, sensing Lin Yuan's gaze. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He vanished without a sound. Only after Lin Yuan had completely left did the Northern Plains Lord heave a sigh of relief. The pressure this generation's heavenly master puts on me is too great, apparently much stronger than any of his predecessors. The imposing man thought to himself. The Northern Plains lineage understood the Celestial Masters better than other righteous forces. And for this reason, the pressure the imposing man felt from Lin Yuan was almost unbearable. In a desolate desert, dozens of figures frantically fled. Heavenly Master Zhang, although we brothers call ourselves demons, we have nothing to do with the Myriad Demon Sect. When the Myriad Demon Sect attacked Dragon Tiger Mountain, we brothers were not privy to it, nor did we take part. The leader, with a hoarse voice full of fear, looked back at the figure approaching step by step. All demons must be killed. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and gently pressed down. The dozens of people running ahead of him fell simultaneously. On a bustling street, a fortune-telling Taoist called out to passers-by. At that moment, a man with ordinary features approached. "Tell me, how long can I live?" The man with ordinary features had red-rimmed eyes, obviously in a state of extreme tension. "Considering your young age." The fortune-telling Taoist took one look, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly packed up his abacus and, without a second thought, turned and left. "Sir, are you that afraid of him? You didn't even dare to give him a reading?" A child ran after the fleeing man. "What do you know?" The fortune-teller glared at him. "The man from just now, his life won't last long. If we get too close, we might get involved." The fortune-telling Taoist spoke quickly. Get involved?" The child blinked, knowing that his master was one of the strongest under the heavens, wondering how he could be afraid of getting involved. "Because that man is a demon." The fortune-telling Taoist stated bluntly. "A demon?" Upon hearing this, the child shrunk his head back. Who didn't know, nowadays, that the demons of the world were facing a great calamity? The heavenly Master Zhang, who came down from Dragon Tiger Mountain, was hunting demons all over. Any demon would hardly escape death, and no one could stop it. Heavenly Master Zhang. The fortune-telling Taoist suddenly stopped. His heart began to tremble. For a young man wearing a Taoist robe came facing him, walking towards the spot where the man with ordinary features had been. "Heavenly Master Zhang has arrived," the fortune-telling Taoist murmured to himself. Later generations recorded that the 37th generation Heavenly Master Zhang Shanfeng descended the mountain to purge a myriad of demons. In the 60 years that followed, the demonic Tao forces vanished into obscurity and peace reigned in the world, with no one daring to call themselves a demon. This period was subsequently known as the Demon Purge Cycle. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 44. 60 years later. Time moved languidly. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. Deep in the endless desert of the extreme west, there sat an ancient and eerie mysterious ruin. This is the place. According to Master Zhang's description, this should be the location of the primitive Demon Gate ruins from years ago. Hurry and notify Master Zhang. Dozens of martial artists who had explored this far all felt a surge of excitement. The burly leader quickly gave the order and then stood guard in front of the ruins. It is said that this ruin shifts its location in concert with the Earth's ley lines, relocating periodically, which is why it remained undiscovered for such a long time. Added a slightly darker-skinned man next to the burly leader in a low voice. Half a day later, there appeared, in front of the ruins and of unknown arrival, a young man clad in a Taoist robe. "Master Zhang," said the burly leader, immediately walking over and respectfully speaking. "We have seen Master Zhang," continued the others, each performing the customary rites of respect. Everyone felt an immense pressure involuntarily surge within them upon facing this Taoist, who appeared utterly unremarkable. That was because this Master Zhang was undoubtedly the most lethal amongst all the heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion throughout the generations. In the past, it was indeed customary for heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion to descend the mountain and purge demons. However, at most they would carry out such purgings for few years. Yet, this Master Zhang had been purging demons for a full 60 years. By this time, numerous once arrogant demons had now become but legends, with the most taboo words in the world being demonic Tao. All because of Master Zhang. Master Zhang alone had killed so many demons that no one dared call themselves a demon lord under his watch. Someone internally calculated that, during these 60 years, the demon lords who died at Master Zhang's hands numbered not in the millions, then certainly in the hundreds of thousands. This is the place. Lin Yuan carefully examined the ruins, confirming them to indeed be the site of the ancient primordial demon gate. The primordial demon gate, as a power capable of contending with the first-generation celestial master 6,800 years ago, could be described as the source of all demons under the heaven. For Lin Yuan to truly eradicate all the demons in the world, he definitely couldn't bypass this ruin. However, the location of the primitive demon gate ruins wasn't fixed. It was constantly changing. Therefore, directly under the authority of the Celestial Master, Lin Yuan mobilized martial artists from across the world and finally pinpointed the ruins' location today. I'm going in now. You all leave quickly. Lin Yuan glanced at the burly leader and the others, then spoke. Yes. Quickly responded the burly leader. Master Zhang, this place is very dangerous. You must be careful. The burly man hesitated for a moment before speaking. He greatly admired Master Zhang. During Lin Yuan's 60 years of demon purging, although the world could not be considered entirely without strife, it had certainly become much more peaceful. The burly leader's grandfather often told him how 60 years ago, demons were rampant, frequently capturing humans to feed on their blood for demonic cultivation. I am aware, nodded Lin Yuan, and then proceeded straight into the ruins. Outside the ruins, the crowd quickly started discussing. That is Master Zhang? He looks very young. Young? 60 years ago, Master Zhang was already 20 years old. Now, he must be 80. Heavenly masters are not like us mortals can imagine. I heard that all the past heavenly masters lived over 200 years. The crowd whispered among themselves, for these years had seen Master Zhang becoming nearly mythical. Compared to other heavenly masters of previous generations, Master Zhang had purged demons for the longest time, hence his fame was even deeper, so much so that even the Emperor of Great Yu had to show respect to Master Zhang. In these years, what was it that allowed Master Zhang, under the title of Heavenly Master, to command the heroes of the world? Was it because they were simply obedient? It was nothing other than unbeatable strength. Although Master Zhang always only slew demon lords, how these demon lords were defined depended solely on Master Zhang himself. Even if you practiced righteous arts and never harmed a soul, if Master Zhang deemed you a demon lord, then you were a demon lord, and thus could be killed. All right, let's leave. Since Master Zhang has asked us to leave, he surely has his reasons. Even though the primordial demon gate has fallen, its ruins should not be underestimated. Master Zhang might not fear it, but we are not Master Zhang, sternly said the burly leader. The others, hearing this, immediately shuddered. They quickly followed the burly leader, leaving the area. Inside the primitive demon gate ruins, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely. An invisible Taiji energy field, centered around him, covered an area of 100 meters. Within the 100 meters, everything was as clear as viewing the lines on one's palm. 60 years ago, upon becoming a heavenly master, Lin Yuan was already unmatched under the heavens, surpassing all previous heavenly masters. Now, after another 60 years, even Lin Yuan himself was somewhat unsure of the level he had reached. Throughout these 60 years, although Lin Yuan had been purging demons, with his against heaven's understanding, whether in seclusion or in demon purging, he was always mindful of enlightenment, constantly cultivating. Before becoming a heavenly master, the reason Lin Yuan hid on Dragon Tiger Mountain was twofold. Firstly, his strength was not yet unrivaled under the heavens, presenting certain risks should he leave the mountain. Secondly, he had yet to fully comprehend the true martial Daozong of Dragon Tiger Mountain. After becoming a celestial master, even if he did not exorcise demons, Lin Yuan would not remain on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Instead, he would travel around the world, comprehending the universe. The interior of the ruins was dark and eerie, but Lin Yuan seemed unaffected as he walked directly to the deepest part of the ruins. Before long, Lin Yuan saw a huge altar. The altar was black and red in color, with faint traces of blood remaining on its surface. Ha ha ha. Just as Lin Yuan looked towards the altar, a deep and robust voice rang out. Countless blood auras surfaced on the altar, condensing into a blood-colored figure. So many years have passed, and the true martial lineage has finally given birth to another celestial master. The blood-colored figure gazed at Lin Yuan and lightly chuckled. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan asked. "Who am I? You can call me the primeval demon spirit." The tone of the blood-colored figure heightened, slightly maniacal as he spoke. "Primeval demon spirit?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "You are not from this realm?" Back when he acquired the true martial sword, Lin Yuan had speculated that it originated from another world. Because the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within the true martial sword, even the current Lin Yuan could not harness it, let alone celestial masters from past generations. And the celestial master is the pinnacle of this world. If a celestial master could not do it, it meant no creature in this world could. Only so-called other worlds or perhaps even the upper realm might be possible. Now, encountering the primeval demon spirit in front of him, Lin Yuan was even more certain of his speculation. The way the primeval demon spirit had appeared already surpassed the mundane, and his tone suggested he might have existed as long as 6,800 years ago. Ha ha ha. This generation's celestial master is somewhat perceptive, recognizing the origins of this demonic spirit. After observing Lin Yuan, the blood-colored figure spoke, "But since you've come here, the person chosen by this demonic spirit likely died by your hand. 100 years ago, the sect leader of Wan Mo Men accidentally entered the ruins. Under the covert guidance of the primeval demon spirit, he obtained part of the heritage of the primordial demon gate. With it, he stirred up blood and chaos in the world. It was not an isolated incident. Every few hundred years over the past 6,800 years, scenes of chaos initiated by the demonic Tao occurred, most of which were instigated by the primeval demon spirit. So, tell me, seeking this demonic spirit, what do you intend to do?" The blood-colored figure stood in the center of the altar, asking with interest. He had been lonely for too long. The last time he saw a living person was 100 years ago. "I plan on trying to destroy you." According to the judgment, the subsequent Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter of the martial canon are valued at 20,000 merit points and require authorization from official Song Wuyang, said the goddess of wisdom succinctly. 20,000 merit points. Song Wuyang felt somewhat bitter. He had battled various different species on the front lines, killing countless to barely elevate his citizen rank to 4th level. Then he was reassigned to the rear to serve as an official. Just the rewards he could earn as an official, even over 1,000 years, would not amount to 20,000 merit points. That was under the condition of receiving a superior evaluation from the goddess of wisdom every 10 years. But Song Wuyang also knew that an evolutionary path with a theoretical potential of 6th rank truly deserved that many merit points. Not to mention, just the fusion of two extreme forces had failed countless times, each failure resulting in tremendous losses. "I agree," Song Wuyang nodded. In fact, it wouldn't matter if he disagreed. The three goddesses would authorize it step by step, and the result wouldn't change. Shueiyue Residential Complex. Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, waiting patiently for a response from the goddess of wisdom. In his heart, Lin Yuan believed that the insights gathered from this journey through the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter were more valuable than the Grandmaster chapter, Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter, and Carefree chapter. Even when Lin Yuan encountered bottlenecks while exploring the latter, he surpassed them in days or months at most. But the Yin and Yang chapter. To comprehend the Yin-Yang power, Lin Yuan had deliberated for nearly 10 years, even with the aid of the true martial sword. Lin Yuan's thoughts were turbulent. Just then, a solemn and cold voice came through. "Respected second-layer citizen Lin Yuan, the evaluation of your submitted martial path evolutionary path has been completed." All right. Lin Yuan was invigorated. Although Lin Yuan had expended a great deal of effort on the yin and yang chapter, the specific value it held in the eyes of the goddess of wisdom was unknown. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to our evaluation, the subsequent evolutionary path is valued at 20,000 merit points. Would you like it credited now? 20,000 merit points. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Considering that 1,000 merit points could generate one second-layer citizen, 20,000 merit points could create 20 second-layer citizens. 20 second-layer citizens? In the entirety of Dongning City, there were only 6 or 7. Go ahead, Lin Yuan said. After confirming that 20,000 merit points were credited, Lin Yuan suddenly became curious to know the current evaluation of the martial path evolutionary path. Theoretical upper limit of 6th rank. Lin Yuan checked the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. He was somewhat surprised. 6th rank, corresponding to a 6th rank evolver. And 6th rank evolvers had another name. That was fallen star level. Every 6th rank evolver was capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical body alone, and with a full force strike, they could obliterate stars. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 48 Freeriding. The title of Fallen Star for a 6th rank evolver is in reference to the Cosmic Human Alliance. If that were placed in the martial worlds Lin Yuan traversed, like the Martial World or Dragon Tiger World, it would be equivalent to an Apocalypse level rank. However, be it Fallen Star level or Apocalypse level, they had nothing to do with Lin Yuan's current situation. The goddess of wisdom, with her vast computational power, deduced that the theoretical limit of the Taiji Dao is at the 6th rank. But a theoretical limit is, after all, just that, a theoretical potential for the future. It indicated that the goddess of wisdom had high regard for Lin Yuan. To be precise, she was very optimistic about the yin and yang chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. The reason why the goddess of wisdom determined that the subsequent parts of the martial path evolutionary path uploaded by Lin Yuan were worth 20,000 merit points primarily resides in the yin and yang chapter. Had it not involved the fusion and transformation of yin and yang, but simply been a pure Taiyang chapter or Taiyin chapter, even if it ranked at 3rd rank, its final value would only be a few thousand merit points. How could it possibly reach the frightening 20,000? The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin are both high-level energies. Mastering one holds the potential of reaching 3rd rank, let alone the fusion of both. The fusion directly extends their potential to the level of 6th rank. I currently have 24,000 merit points. Lin Yuan had just received 20,000, while the remaining 4,000 were left over from his last traversal. On the first traversal, Lin Yuan uploaded the innate chapter and grandmaster chapter of the martial canon, earning 2,000 merit points. Later, he continued to upload the great grandmaster chapter, mythological chapter, and carefree chapter, gaining 3,000 merit points. After deducting the 1,000 merit points needed to upgrade to a 2nd-level citizen, Lin Yuan's current merit points had reached 24,000. Let's directly upgrade the citizen rank. With so many merit points, there was no need for hesitation. Lin Yuan chose to directly upgrade his citizen rank. Congratulations to Citizen Lin Yuan, your citizen rank has been upgraded to 3rd rank. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 merit points were deducted, and Lin Yuan's citizen rank was upgraded from 2nd rank to 3rd rank. I am now a 3rd rank citizen. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Across Kanglin Star, a 3rd rank citizen could also be considered a significant figure, and the highest citizen rank in Dongning City to date was only 2nd rank. From a 3rd rank citizen to a 4th rank citizen, I need 10,000 merit points. Lin Yuan checked the citizen rank information and immediately felt a slight urge. He currently still had 19,000 merit points, which was more than enough for another upgrade in citizen rank. A third-rank citizen is followed by a fourth-rank citizen. A fourth-rank citizen. This was no longer a significant figure on Kanglin's star, but a major power player. Only the planetary governor had achieved this rank on the whole planet. If Lin Yuan became a fourth-rank citizen, his status would be directly on par with that of the planetary governor. Of course, Lin Yuan was well aware that this was only in terms of status, far from comparable in terms of power and influence. But the influence of a fourth-rank citizen was already quite significant, especially with the numerous privileges it granted within the human alliance, enough to make ordinary citizens shudder. Let's upgrade. Lin Yuan was about to continue raising his citizen rank, when at that moment, he glanced at other content on his information interface. There were items like name, account balance, loan limit, and so on. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that his loan limit had somehow been maxed out. After being promoted to a second-rank citizen, Lin Yuan had a 10 million credit line at the Central Bank of the Cosmic Human Alliance. This type of loan, provided by the Human Alliance to high-ranking citizens, was an interest-free loan with a repayment period of several decades. It was pretty much like giving money to high-ranking citizens. Even if they did not spend this money and just withdrew the loan to invest in a few financial products, they could earn money effortlessly. After all, the loan provided by the central bank required no interest payments. Therefore, prior to his second traversal, most of Lin Yuan's expenditures were principally through loans. Purchasing a residence in Shuiwei residential complex, other nutritional products, and that military-grade nutrition pod, and so on. The initial 10 million credit limit had been almost fully utilized by Lin Yuan. Only now his personal loan limit had been restored. To put it simply, all the money Lin Yuan had borrowed before was now repaid. This was quite strange, as Lin Yuan was clear that he had not actively repaid any loans. As for automatic deductions, how much time had passed? Besides, the money in Lin Yuan's account hadn't decreased. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly chose to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected third-rank cosmic citizen, Mr. Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Wisdom quickly explained the reason to Lin Yuan. It turned out that every time a citizen's rank is promoted, the personal loans belonging to this citizen will automatically be nullified, with the central bank repaying them on behalf. Of course, the personal loans mentioned here can only be the official loans. As for private loans from non-official sources, they are not included in this repayment clause. This repayment mechanism is one of the implicit benefits of a high-rank citizen, which isn't explicitly stated. An upgrade in citizen rank signifies a contribution to the human alliance, and hence, the central bank repaying loans for them isn't a strange occurrence. There's such a good deal? Lin Yuan blinked and glanced at the loan limit available to third-rank citizens in the central bank. 100 million. The thought of immediately ascending to the fourth-rank citizen was suddenly restrained. If I spend this 100 million in loan limit and then upgrade to a fourth-rank citizen, wouldn't I be able to freeload this 100 million without paying it back? Clearly, Lin Yuan's speculation was correct. According to the central bank's loan repayment mechanism, that was indeed the case. This isn't a loophole in the citizen rank system. Merit points are extremely difficult to obtain, and ordinary citizens will definitely upgrade as soon as they accumulate enough points for it. Almost no one can resist the urge not to upgrade, especially given the vast array of enticing privileges and benefits that come with a higher citizen rank. While thinking about how to spend this 100 million, Lin Yuan browsed through the mail sent by the Cosmic Human Alliance after being promoted to a third-rank citizen. First was the congratulatory message and a transfer of 10 million. When promoted to a second-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 5 million. Now, upon being promoted to a third-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 10 million. The increase was far less than the increase in the loan limit, but it was understandable. After all, this was free money, and Lin Yuan naturally accepted it without reservation. Next came updates to the many privileges. Compared to the privileges of a second-rank citizen, a third-rank citizen had an additional appeal privilege. If subjected to any unfair treatment or witnessing any injustice, one could make a direct appeal to the highest planetary governor of the local star. After Lin Yuan reviewed all the privileges and had a clear understanding in his mind, He immediately opened the shopping options and started selecting various spiritual objects to restore his strength. With the authority of a third-rank citizen during the search, Lin Yuan could see a list that was several times larger. Many unheard-of spiritual objects and wonders continuously appeared. These two then. After half an hour, Lin Yuan finally confirmed his choices. Solar Essence, Cosmic Spiritual Object, 30 million civilization dollars proportion. Lunar Marrow, Cosmic Spiritual Object, 20 million civilization dollars proportion. Lin Yuan, having created the Taiji Dao and encompassing Taiyin and Taiyang, naturally needed the most yang and most yin objects to recover his strength. In this regard, Solar Essence and Lunar Marrow were suitable. Solar Essence came from stars in the exhaustion phase, and its collection was quite difficult. The price of 30 million proportion was the result of Lin Yuan getting a 20% discount with his third-rank citizen privileges. As for Lunar Marrow, it came from a few special cold planets, often guarded by different species, and was extremely dangerous. In fact, due to the characteristic of the Taiji Dao to merge and convert, Lin Yuan could still recover his full strength even if he continued to take high-grade nutrient solutions, slowly refining the energy within the nutrient solution and transforming it into the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang through the Taiji Dao. However, this method would take a fair amount of time, and a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution was worth 200,000. Lin Yuan had used over 20 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to recover before. Now that his realm had reached the second layer limit, to fully recover his strength, at least 200 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution would be needed. Over 200 bottles of high-grade yin and yang essence would cost 40 to 50 million, which was not much different in value compared to Lunar Marrow and Solar Essence. He clicked to confirm the purchase of Lunar Marrow and Solar Essence and set the payment method to the loan limit from the central bank. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, his mood brightening. How to spend the remaining 50 million? Lin Yuan pondered in his mind. Maybe I could buy some evolutionary paths to look at. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. With his against heaven's understanding, examining other evolutionary paths might allow him to further perfect his martial path evolutionary path. Thinking of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan's thoughts once again drifted to the Kenglin evolution ranking. This ranking recorded the most powerful 100 evolutionary paths in the history of Kenglin Star. Before the second crossing, Lin Yuan had uploaded the subsequent Great Grandmaster chapter, mythological chapter, of the Martial Path evolutionary path. The addition of higher levels of cultivation moderately increased the potential of the Martial Path evolutionary path. As reflected on the Kenglin evolution ranking, it went from originally being ranked 93rd to 78th. And just now, he had uploaded the Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin and Yang chapter, especially the Yin and Yang chapter, which was key in allowing the Goddess of Wisdom to start anew in evaluating the Martial Path evolutionary path. Goddess of Wisdom, where does the Martial Path evolutionary path now rank on the Kenglin evolution ranking? Lin Yuan contacted the Goddess of Wisdom, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. The Kenglin evolution ranking was updated daily at midnight, but as the creator of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan could naturally ask the Goddess of Wisdom for the real-time ranking. Respected third-rank citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, the comprehensive ranking of the Martial Path evolutionary path is now 8th on the Kenglin evolution ranking. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 49. Top 10 Changes. Song Lan Star Virtual World. Early morning, Central Plaza area. A towering Kenglin evolution ranking stood erect, while a middle-aged man with reddened eyes casually sat on a chair, his gaze occasionally flicking towards the evolution ranking. His name was Pei Lu, a member of the Pei family from Kenglin Star. The Pei family was a well-known family of evolvers on Kenglin Star. There were two types of evolvers, unique type evolvers and general type evolvers. Among the unique type evolvers, there were many categories, one of which included lineage evolvers. Lineage evolvers, the foundation of many evolver families, had their evolutionary abilities passed down through their bloodlines. Compared to other evolvers, the cultivation for lineage evolvers was much easier, merely needing to continuously unlock the potential of their bloodlines. Of course, the drawback was also clear: the limit of their bloodline was their own limit. Prior to reaching the limit of their bloodline, they wouldn't encounter any setbacks or obstacles, but once they reached that limit, it was basically impossible to break through. The Pei family was a third-rank lineage evolver family. I wonder why the family head is so concerned about the evolution ranking. Pei Lu was somewhat bored. In 10 minutes, the evolution ranking was due for an update. Ever since half a year ago, a path called the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path broke into the top 100 of the ranking. The family head then ordered him to watch over it at this time every day and to immediately report any changes back to the family. Actually, not just the Pei family, but other powers on Kanglin Star had basically started sending people to guard the evolution ranking. The Kanglin evolution ranking was not just a list of ranks. Many evolutionary paths recorded on it were connected to the future situation on Kanglin Star. For example, if a citizen wished to try becoming an evolver, they would naturally prefer choosing an evolutionary path listed on the evolution ranking. Evolvers of the same evolutionary path naturally gravitated towards each other and easily grouped together. Over time, forming a group was nothing unusual. At that moment, as long as the creator of this evolutionary path stepped forward, they could easily rally a response, and establishing a force corresponding to that evolutionary path was merely a matter of speaking out. The 100 evolutionary paths on the Kanglin evolution ranking represented the most powerful 100 forces on Kanglin Star. These forces were deeply intertwined within Kanglin Star, and their influence even spread to nearby star domains. Half a year ago, the Marshall Path evolutionary path had risen remarkably, entering the top 100 of the ranking and causing a massive impact, dropping many jaws in surprise. Just a few months later, not a few citizens on Kanglin Star embarked on the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Although no evolvers of corresponding realms, i.e., the Grandmaster realm, had yet appeared, given enough time, it was only a matter of when. Since the Marshall Path evolutionary path had appeared on the evolution ranking, it must have been recognized by the three goddesses, ensuring the correctness of its cultivation progress. Marshall Path evolutionary path. Pei Lu's expression became slightly serious. He had reviewed this evolutionary path in the innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter. He had also recognized where the advantages of this evolutionary path lay. That was its low threshold. Compared to other evolutionary paths which required various external substances and medicines, or even special environments, the Marshall Path evolutionary path almost had no requirements, simply needing citizens to cultivate day after day, as instructed. Perhaps stepping into the Grandmaster realm is difficult and requires some talent, but for the innate realm, out of 3,000 or 4,000 citizens, producing one was not very difficult. It's a pity. The limit is not high, only third rank. Pei Lu couldn't help but shake his head. His bloodline was also only third rank, but on Kanglin Star, the world of bloodlines had always been uniform, only occasionally seeing existences with bloodlines reaching the 4th rank or even the 5th rank. However, recently, the Marshall Path evolutionary path moved up from 93rd to 78th place, which is quite interesting. Did the founder improve the related concepts? Pei Lu couldn't help thinking to himself. He was not too concerned about it. The Kanglin evolution ranking was divided into 4 layers. The top 10 was 1 layer. From 11th to 30th was 1 layer. From 31st to 50th was 1 layer. From 51st to 100 was 1 layer. From 51st to 100, the difference among these 50 evolutionary paths was not significant. The limit was also generally third rank. Centuries ago, no new evolutionary path had broken into the evolution ranking. But changes from the top 50 to the top 100 in the ranking were not uncommon. The Marshall Path evolutionary path, its potential is already set, belonging to the 4th layer of the evolution ranking. Perhaps soon, there will be evolvers of this path establishing a force that could shake Kanglin Star. Pei Lu stroked his chin and speculated. Just then, the distant towering evolution ranking surface suddenly became blurry. It's updating. Pei Lu's thoughts twitched, and he watched intently. At that moment, other figures in the plaza similarly looked over. Very soon, new text re-emerged. Pei Lu, out of curiosity about the martial path evolutionary path, directed his gaze straight to the 78th place. Huh. Why is the martial path evolutionary path gone? Pei Lu was shocked. Subconsciously, he looked further down. 79th place. 80th place. 90th place. 100th place. Pei Lu's expression changed. Could there be a problem with the martial path evolutionary path? Was he kicked out by the goddess of wisdom? Pei Lu found it hard to believe. At the same time, he began from the 78th position and looked upward. 70th place. 69th place. 60th place. 50th place. Until he had seen all the rankings of the last 50 positions on the evolution ranking. Pei Lu still did not see the martial path evolutionary path. What on earth happened? Pei Lu's eyebrows furrowed deeply. At that moment, Pei Lu suddenly noticed that the other people in the plaza had become somewhat noisy. Especially a few individuals who couldn't control themselves and stood up from their positions, craning their necks to look up at the top of the evolution ranking. What's happening? Pei Lu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. For several months, he had been watching the updated rankings on the evolution ranking right here. The other people in the plaza had also been very quiet, so what was happening today? Pei Lu didn't understand. Subconsciously, he looked towards the top of the evolution ranking, the top 10 positions. It was just a glance. Pei Lu then saw that the 8th evolutionary path on the original evolution ranking had become the martial path evolutionary path. Pei Lu's eyes widened, and it took him a long time to collect his thoughts. The martial path evolutionary path. Number 8? Wasn't it 78th yesterday? Pei Lu was completely taken aback and instinctively looked at the 11th position. The Titan evolutionary path. This was originally the 10th on the evolution ranking. Now it had been pushed down to the 11th place. This is big news. Pei Lu swallowed hard and immediately began to contact the family head to send this information back. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence 32. A strange man stopped, standing in front of the door. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan. This is the item you purchased. You can open it with your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy handed over by the other party, running his finger over the top of the alloy box.
Beep.
Fingerprint verified. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and Lin Yuan took the alloy box directly. The box was light, and if it weren't for the faint sensation of huge energy fluctuations inside, Lin Yuan might think there was nothing much inside. As expected of cosmic spiritual objects, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He could feel the energy fluctuations inside the box, belonging to Taiyang and Taiyin, even though they were not as strong as the power of Taiyang and Taiyin inside the true martial sword in the Dragon Tiger world. They were not far off. Mr. Lin Yuan, if you confirm there's no issue with the item, you could sign here. The delivery man next to him spoke up to remind him, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of envy. Even though he didn't know what was inside the alloy box, he knew that the delivered item was of the highest class. And usually, an item of this level was valued at least in the tens of millions, and anyone who could casually offer tens of millions in civilization currency was not ordinary. After Lin Yuan's signature, the delivery man then turned and left. Lin Yuan, holding the box, returned to the underground training grounds.
Click.
The box opened. It revealed 2 containers made from a special transparent metal inside. The left container displayed a fiery red color, while the right one displayed a deep blue color. Truly beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 types of cosmic spiritual objects. After admiring it for a moment, he immediately began to train. 2 days later, the underground training ground. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him, both solar essence and lunar marrow were almost consumed. Second layer limit. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the solar essence and lunar marrow, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. With these two types of cosmic spiritual objects, Lin Yuan had restored all of his strength in just 2 days. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 50. Endless Starry Sky. Strength hasn't been affected at all. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then nodded slightly. Although, in the dragon-tiger world, he had grown familiar with his own power. But after all, the main world was another world, and there were subtle differences between different worlds. The Tao of Taiji. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and his feet left the ground, floating in midair. In the dragon-tiger world, as long as one reached the level of a heavenly master, one could walk in the air. In the main world, due to the different focuses of the various evolutionary paths, the rank at which one could achieve levitation also varied. Most evolutionary paths allowed for levitation at the 3rd rank. A few special evolutionary paths enabled levitation at the 2nd layer. Of course, there were also some evolutionary paths that only granted the ability to levitate at the 4th rank. Lin Yuan came to the rooftop of the residential building. He stepped out, his body suspended in the air, ready to soar. But suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. His body shrank back. This isn't the dragon-tiger world. In the dragon-tiger world, Lin Yuan could fly however he wanted. But in the main world, on the highly advanced Kanglin star, did it really seem like the planetary defense system didn't exist? With Lin Yuan's speed and life fluctuation, as long as he dared to appear in the sky, he would inevitably be detected by the planetary defense system. If he were to be surrounded, that would still be okay, but if he were mistakenly identified as a different species invader and were to be directly targeted by electromagnetic cannons, laser beams, and other energy weapons, even Lin Yuan would suffer a significant loss. Respected Level 3 Citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, if you wish to fly, there is no need for any concerns. You may roam the skies of the entire eastern continent at will. A solemn and cold voice came through. It was the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was currently on top of the residential building, which did not fall under the privacy space agreed upon by the human alliance. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom had the right to observe. Then, deducing Lin Yuan's intention from his earlier actions, the goddess of wisdom considerately provided relevant advice. Is that so? Those who lived in this complex were invariably wealthy or distinguished. Moreover, when Lin Yuan initially purchased his residence here, the sales manager Mr. Wang's extremely respectful demeanor had been observed by many. Even if unaware of Lin Yuan's exact status, it was clear he was not someone they could afford to overlook or treat negligently.
Whoosh.
Lin Yuan walked out of the Shuiwei residential complex. A sleek black hovercar was parked on the roadside. It was indeed the dedicated car from the Evolvers Association. Waiting outside the Shuiwei residential complex from early in the morning. Mr. Lin, please come inside. A tall man in black got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Lin Yuan. With current scientific technology, autonomous driving had long been perfected, but when receiving important guests, real drivers were still often preferred. After all, compared to cold intelligence, it's more pleasant to interact with a living person. The Evolvers Association. The 23rd floor. 3 figures were sitting casually. I don't know what's gotten into Mr. Liao this time, inviting some unknown person to the competition. The figure on the left said casually, his tone clearly dissatisfied. His name was Chao Rong, an evolver with impressive evolutive talent. He had already reached the level of a first-rank 12-segment evolver. He had participated in several previous competitions, and while he hadn't achieved any impressive rankings, his performances had been good. The 4 evolvers from Dongning City who were to participate in the arena competition all knew each other quite well. However, at this year's competition, Mr. Liao intervened, forcibly replacing one of them and enlisting another evolver to join the 3 in the competition. Chao Rong understood Mr. Liao's intention, Their past performances in several competitions had been poor, and he wanted to improve the results by changing members. But randomly replacing a member with someone unfamiliar could lead to the final results not improving and possibly even declining. Since Mr. Liao sees potential, he must indeed have some skill. The figure on the right hesitated for a moment before speaking up. This figure was named Lu Shiguang, a bloodline evolver who was now at the first rank, 12th segment. Humph. Chao Rong snorted coldly. He then turned to look at the figure seated in the center. He was the strongest evolver among the three of them. Chao Rong, you make a move later, try to test his limits. Zhong Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. In Dongning City, among the evolvers eligible for the arena competition, Zhong Bai was undoubtedly the strongest. In past arena competitions, Zhong Bai performed well, almost breaking into the top 5,000 once. No problem. Chao Rong immediately became excited. After discussing the new member, they started talking about their own matters. I brought back a good thing from Heiwu Star this time. Chao Rong took out a pair of black-framed glasses and introduced with a hint of pride. These glasses are the latest research achievement from Heiwu Star. They can capture minute pieces of information and then provide an approximate assessment based on the combat power. Oh. Lu Shiguang looked curious. Zhong Bai also looked over. Hee, let me show you guys. Chao Rong put on the black-framed glasses and then looked towards Lu Shiguang. Shiguang's combat power is 986, which is above average for the first rank, 12th segment. Chao Rong pressed the side of the glasses and said, the combat power of the first rank, 12th segment is usually between 800 and 1100. My combat power is 1003, somewhat stronger than you, Shiguang. Chao Rong said, quite pleased with himself. Take a look at my combat power. Zhong Bai couldn't help but speak up. Big brother Zhong, your combat power, hiss, is actually 1098, almost reaching the first rank's limit. Chao Rong, wearing the glasses, looked towards Zhong Bai and exclaimed with slight surprise. He knew Zhong Bai was the strongest among the three of them, but he hadn't anticipated Zhong Bai to be so formidable. It seems quite accurate. Zhong Bai nodded slightly, making a comment. Recently, he had made further progress on his evolution path and was indeed nearing the limit of the first rank. He hadn't told anyone about this, yet now Chao Rong had noticed it, evidently showing the glasses were no simple accessory. What is the observation limit of these glasses? Zhong Bai suddenly asked. Ordinary second-layer evolvers should be detectable. Chao Rong replied. As it was the newest product and additional functions were still under development, there were many inadequacies in the glasses at the present. Second rank, that's enough. Lu Shiguang remarked with a sense of emotion. There wasn't a single true second-rank evolver throughout Dongning City, so these glasses were quite practical. That's for sure. Chao Rong spoke with a tone of self-satisfaction. To acquire these glasses, he had paid a significant price. Naturally, he was extremely happy to be able to show off in front of his friends. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened. Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others immediately stopped their conversation. It must be that person arriving. Chao Rong immediately felt assured. Mr. Liao had scheduled a time with them, which was about now. Don't worry, big brother Zhong. Chao Rong took a step out, not forgetting to nod towards Zhong Bai.
Soon.
A young man stepped out of the elevator. Is this the person Mr. Liao recommended? Lu Shiguang scrutinized him carefully. After looking for a while, Lu Shiguang felt something was amiss. Why hasn't Chao Rong spoken until now? Wasn't he supposed to test that person's limits? Zhong Bai beside him also looked puzzled. The two of them subconsciously turned to look at Chao Rong. What they saw was Chao Rong standing rigid, and upon closer examination, it became apparent that his forehead was beaded with sweat. Even his legs were trembling faintly. Teach this. Chao Rong's right hand pressed the glasses, his thoughts in turmoil.
In his view, at that moment,
all he saw were the blood-red warning hints displayed by the glasses. Extreme danger alert. Subject detected. Combat power, 2000. Combat power, 3000. Combat power, 5000. Combat power, 9,000.
Boom.
The black-framed glasses that Chao Rong was wearing exploded outright. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 54. My combat power is only 1,000. He must have at least 10,000. Evolvers Association. 23rd layer. The shattered glasses fell to the ground. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang couldn't help but their expressions changed. They knew Chao Rong's personality well. He was fearless of both heaven and earth. Since he had just agreed to test Lin Yuan's strength, it was unlikely that he would back out halfway. Unless... Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang exchanged a glance. As evolvers with highly developed brains, several speculations quickly formed in their minds. Combat power glasses were the latest scientific achievement of Heiwu Star, although they were not yet perfected and could malfunction or explode. If that were the only issue, Chao Rong certainly wouldn't have displayed such trepidation. It was very likely that before the glasses exploded, Chao Rong saw something through them. It's best not to offend this person. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts surfaced in Zhong Bai's mind, and he immediately took a step forward, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, the three of us have been waiting here for you for a long time." "It is I who have arrived late," Lin Yuan replied, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. His gaze swept over the fragments of glasses scattered on the ground without leaving a trace. Just now, he had vaguely sensed a weak feeling of being watched. It must have originated from these broken glasses. However, this feeling of being watched was very faint. At most, it could slightly perceive part of Lin Yuan's strength. As for his real trump cards, they were hidden inside his body. Unless he unleashed his full power, they would be very difficult to detect. "This way, please. Mr. Liao has specially prepared food from other planets, which can be somewhat helpful to evolvers like us," Zhong Bai said enthusiastically. Lu Shiguang also showed a smile on his face. "I wonder what exactly did Chao Rong see?" Lu Shiguang's gaze occasionally swept over the distraught Chao Rong. If Lin Yuan were not present, he would probably have eagerly asked by now. At the dining table, Lin Yuan took a sip of the wine in front of him. "Good wine," Lin Yuan commented with appreciation. His comment on the wine, of course, referred to more than just the taste. As the wine went down his throat, it began to slowly improve his body. An ordinary citizen who drank this wine could probably extend their life by 3 to 5 years. Even Lin Yuan's already strong physique could feel a slight boiling of his blood and qi. "This wine is called Tianji wine, a treasured collection of Brother Zhong. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's visit, we wouldn't have had the pleasure," said Lu Shiguang, unable to hold back his words. Tianji wine, even for first and second layer evolvers, was a luxury item. The price of a pot of Tianji wine on the market ranged from 5 to 10 million yuan, and Lin Yuan's glass of Tianji wine was valued at 500,000. It was worth the salary of an ordinary citizen's decades of work for just one sip of this wine. Of course, the reason Tianji wine was so expensive was, first, because of its delicious taste. Second, it was due to the slight enhancement to one's physique it provided. Zhong Bai had sneakily brought this pot of Tianji wine from home. He stored it in the Evolvers Association, wanting to savor it slowly. He wouldn't have been willing to bring out the Tianji wine if it hadn't been for realizing the importance of Lin Yuan and if Chao Rong's recent acts hadn't potentially caused some misunderstanding. Following that, the few exchanged conversations for a while. Lin Yuan also gained some understanding of Zhong Bai and the other two. Zhong Bai was pursuing an evolutionary path called Mind Power Sorcerer, controlling mind power capable of killing from a distance. The Mind Power Sorcerer evolutionary path was one of the more widely spread evolution paths within human civilization. It fundamentally involved continuously developing one's mind power to then influence reality. Mastering this evolution path to the 4th or 5th rank could, with just a thought, cause a volcanic eruption or movement of the Earth's crust, scenes of natural disasters. Lu Shiguang, however, was a bloodline evolver, with all of his abilities stemming from his own bloodline. Lu Shiguang's bloodline quality reached the second layer. Nonetheless, even as a bloodline evolver whose cultivation difficulty was lower than that of other evolver paths, advancing from the first to second layer was not an easy feat. Additionally, the concentration of Lu Shiguang's bloodline was not very high. He had been stuck at the 12th segment of the first rank for over a decade. Interacting with Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang had been quite beneficial for Lin Yuan. As they chatted face to face, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the others. His against heaven's understanding occasionally provided feedback, granting Lin Yuan some enlightenment. Especially, Zhong Bai's mind power sorcerer evolution path insights could entirely complement the martial path evolutionary path. After all, the so-called mind power was essentially the power of the soul, a kind of psychic force. An hour later, Lin Yuan exchanged virtual world citizen numbers with Zhong Bai and the others before excusing himself to leave. 23rd layer, inside a room. Zhong Bai and the others returned here after seeing off Lin Yuan. Indeed, not simple? Zhong Bai frowned as he thought for a while, then spoke. The not simple he referred to naturally meant Lin Yuan. If at the beginning he had been cautious because he couldn't figure out Lin Yuan's strength, as well as because of Chao Rong's behavior, then, after having a discussion with Lin Yuan, he naturally had other thoughts in his mind. Putting other things aside, Zhong Bai clearly perceived that Lin Yuan had an exceptional understanding of the nature of evolution paths. When asking about his own psychic evolution path, every question Lin Yuan asked was something Zhong Bai had pondered without answer, even having to consult higher-rank evolvers with great effort to barely resolve. But Lin Yuan sorted it out in a few words. Keep in mind, the evolution path that Lin Yuan cultivated was not that of a psychic. Without having studied it, yet already grasping the gist, and even occasionally offering insights that greatly benefited Zhong Bai. Chao Rong, what on earth happened to you? What was that just now? Lu Shiguang nodded in agreement, at the same time turning to look at Chao Rong beside him. At this moment, Chao Rong was unusually silent. Mr. Lin's combat power. Upon hearing this, Chao Rong's face showed a look of fear. Indeed, it was combat power. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang both confirmed in their hearts. They had previously speculated that Chao Rong was affected by having seen Lin Yuan's combat power through combat strength glasses, hence his behavior afterward. How much combat power does Mr. Lin actually have? Lu Shiguang immediately asked. My combat power is only 1,000, but Mr. Lin's combat power is at least 10,000. Chao Rong's voice trembled slightly. No, it's over 10,000. The combat strength glasses had exploded from overload after detecting a combat power of 10,000. Hence, Chao Rong believed that Lin Yuan's combat power was definitely more than 10,000. Over 10,000 combat power. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang suddenly took a deep breath. This was indeed the combat power that a true second-layer evolver would possess. Even most second-layer evolvers couldn't reach this level of combat power. Mr. Liao didn't say that the people invited this time were about the same level as us. Lu Shiguang muttered to himself. They had 1,000. Lin Yuan had 10,000, no, over 10,000. How is that similar? The combat strength glasses shouldn't be mistaken. Chao Rong added from the side. If the combat strength glasses had exploded upon seeing Lin Yuan without capturing any data, it would have been possible that there was a fault with the glasses themselves, as they were a new type of technological product and the possibility of malfunction cannot be discounted. But the fact that the glasses exploded after capturing the general data of Lin Yuan's combat power due to being over the limit, this only indicated that the glasses' configuration was inadequate, yet the information captured was not problematic. What are you thinking about? Seeing the two fall silent, Zhong Bai suddenly laughed. Isn't it a good thing that Mr. Lin is so strong? Zhong Bai asked in return. Facing the upcoming tournament, the stronger one's power, the higher the ranking one could achieve, and even if one couldn't squeeze into the top 3,000, they could still receive Mr. Liao's personal compensation. Indeed, it's a good thing. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong exchanged a glance, their eyes suddenly lighting up. They instantly realized that for them, Lin Yuan was a formidable pillar. Clinging to him might allow them to climb dozens of ranks in the tournament. Evolvers Association, 30th floor. After leaving the 23rd floor, Lin Yuan didn't return to the Shuiwei residential complex. Instead, he went to the 30th floor, planning to meet Mr. Liao in person. In addition to getting acquainted with the 3 teammates for the upcoming tournament, Lin Yuan had another purpose in coming here personally. How did it go? Zhong Bai and the others didn't give you a hard time, did they? Mr. Liao asked with some concern. He naturally knew about the personalities of Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others. He understood that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Yuan to integrate with the group. But there was also nothing he could do about it. As the chairman of the association, he had the authority to allow Lin Yuan to join, but he couldn't force Zhong Bai and his group to be without objections. It's all right. That pot of Tianji wine was quite good, Lin Yuan remarked casually. He had a very favorable impression of this wine. If it weren't too expensive, he would consider buying a few cases. Huh. Since when has Zhong Bai become so generous? Mr. Liao's face showed shock. He had also coveted that pot of Tianji wine for a long time, but Zhong Bai had never offered him a drink. Yet with Lin Yuan, just after a single meeting it was brought out? Mr. Liao, another reason for my visit is to ask for your assistance with a matter. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 55. Meeting Yuan Teacher. Please speak. Mr. Liao's expression became serious, yet he felt relieved inside. For him, having Lin Yuan make a request was less worrisome than Lin Yuan having no desires or demands. I would like a virtual world cabin slot, Lin Yuan said. A virtual world cabin slot could scan the entire body, thereby perfectly simulating the flesh body and then synchronize it with the flesh body in the virtual world. Having returned from his travel through dimensions, Lin Yuan's strength had greatly increased, but his virtual world flesh body remained as it was before the journey. If it were other evolvers, they wouldn't have much need for a virtual world cabin slot. After all, it would take them who knows how long to enhance their strength even once. However, Lin Yuan possessed an against heaven's understanding, and his own strength could be said to be increasing every moment. Not to mention that every return from his journeys brought about a qualitative change. Therefore, he needed the virtual world cabin slot to constantly update his strength within the virtual world. A virtual world cabin slot. No problem. I will have someone send it to Mr. Lin right away. You're still at the Shuiwei residential complex, correct? Mr. Liao agreed without a second thought. After all, a virtual world cabin slot was not a restricted item. As long as someone was an evolver, they had the right to apply for the use of a virtual world cabin slot from the association. Giving Lin Yuan one was no big deal. Objective achieved. Lin Yuan chatted idly with Mr. Liao for a few more sentences. Then he stood up and returned to the Shuiwei residential complex. That afternoon, Lin Yuan received the virtual world cabin slot. Following the usage instructions to scan his body with the slot and copy it perfectly, Lin Yuan immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Inside his personal room, Lin Yuan unleashed his full power in one strike, and a terrifying force spread, directly piercing through a mountain peak in the distance. Now that's more like it. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. On Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan couldn't afford to strike at full power, let alone strike casually. After all, with his strength, a casual strike could result in the deaths of tens of thousands of citizens. But in the virtual world, all of this could be ignored. With Lin Yuan's current citizen privileges, the size of his personal space had reached 10,000 square kilometers, and it could simulate any environment, which was more than enough for him to indulge in. Let's see the number of practitioners currently on the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan opened his personal interface and viewed the details under the martial path evolutionary path. Evolution path. Martial Tao. Number of practitioners in the innate chapter, 2,598. Number of practitioners in the Grandmaster chapter, 0. It's increased by over 1,000. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. When he had checked a few days ago, the number of citizens practicing the innate chapter was just over 1,200. But Lin Yuan soon reasoned that it might be the publicity effect of the Kanglin evolution ranking. The martial path evolutionary path had already made it into the top 8 of the evolution ranking, so it certainly wasn't low in exposure. Let's check the private messages. If the price for mentorship is right, I may as well accept a few. Lin Yuan began to browse through his private messages. Many people were interested in the martial path evolutionary path and were willing to pay a hefty sum to ask Lin Yuan, the path's founder, for guidance. This way, they could also gain a clearer view of the characteristics of this evolution path and whether it was truly suitable for them. How many flesh bodies have I gone through? Which evolution path is right for me? Within a vast hall, Lulan he complained as he climbed out of the nurturing pod. He stood about 1.5 meters tall, with a forehead covered in mysterious patterns. Young Master Lulan, within the many evolution paths of human civilization, there is not a single path that is smooth sailing, said a black-robed elder standing beside him respectfully. I know, Lulan he said helplessly. He glanced down at his brand-new body and grimaced. Looks like I have to start all over again. A few years ago, Lulan he had taken a fancy to the heterogeneous blood evolution path and purchased a large supply of precious blood from giant star beasts for cultivation. The heterogeneous blood evolution path allowed one to accommodate many giant beast bloodlines and eventually merge them into one's body. Once cultivated to the extreme, one could easily transform into any star beast or ferocious beast encountered. This evolution path was incredibly powerful, especially in the early stages. Of course, there were risks. Different ferocious beast bloods could reject each other, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a body exploding. Lulan he had died because of this method. However, Lulan he always synchronized his consciousness with the cloud, and with preparations made in advance, he had replicated an untrained body. After exploding and dying, his consciousness transferred to the new body, perfectly avoiding true death. Although he had survived, the cost was huge. First of all, much of the investment into cultivating the heterogeneous blood path had gone to waste. But Lulan he wasn't concerned about that. His father held a high position and had plenty of money. It was the wasted time that was the real issue. Xiaohe, this time in choosing your evolution path, you should exclude those that rely on external forces or items, a gentle female voice advised. Lulan he knew it was his mother reminding him. Okay. Lulan he sighed. He wasn't suited to walk the evolutionary path of his parents. So, he could only pick another suitable one from the various other evolutionary paths. But after over 10 continuous attempts, every time he practiced halfway, he would die. Just pick a random one this time. Lulan he was a bit despairing, but still, following his mother's instructions, he skipped over those evolutionary paths that relied on external forces and objects. Lulan he started browsing at random. The potential of this evolutionary path actually reaches the 6th rank. Lulan he's gaze suddenly stopped, looking at an evolutionary path named Martial Tao. Currently, only the 1st tier chapter and 2nd layer chapter have been published, and even so, its theoretical potential reaches the 6th rank. Lulan he's eyes showed surprise. A 5th rank evolutionary path, with a theoretical potential reaching the 6th rank. Isn't anything strange? After all, the difference between them is not big. But a 4th rank evolutionary path, with theoretical potential reaching the 6th rank. That's somewhat unthinkable. And the Martial Tao evolutionary path that Lulan he saw had just the 1st tier chapter and 2nd layer chapter, yet its theoretical potential had reached the 6th rank. That was even more surprising for Lulan he. Father said, the goddess of wisdom doesn't lie. Let's take a look at this evolutionary path. Lulan he impulsively bought both the 1st tier chapter and 2nd layer chapter of the Martial Tao evolutionary path. Then he began to read them carefully. Lulan he's expression was grave. He couldn't understand it. Ask the founder of this evolutionary path and let him give me some guidance. After pondering for a while, Lulan he felt that the martial Tao evolutionary path was somewhat suitable for him, so he offered a payment for its founder to give him some guidance. Let's make it 1 billion. Lulan he thought of an amount. The price for guiding him, Lulan he, definitely can't be low. 1 billion should be about right. The founder's name is Yuan? Lulan he checked the detailed information of the martial Tao evolutionary path and directly sent his request along with the payment via a private message. Shueihue Residential Complex. Lin Yuan was browsing through private messages. Just then, a new private message came through. I'm Lulan he, hoping to receive guidance on the martial Tao evolutionary path, and for that, I am willing to pay 1 billion civilization coins. How much? Lin Yuan read it again. 1 billion civilization coins? Lin Yuan blinked. He too could take out 1 billion civilization coins. For other entry-level evolvers, gritting their teeth and scraping together the funds, they could also come up with such an amount.
But
this 1 billion civilization coins was merely to ask for his guidance for 1 hour. That was a bit extravagant. Agree. Lin Yuan immediately chose to agree. Why refuse free money? As Lin Yuan accepted the request, the virtual world sent out another application. Lulan he has invited you to his personal space. Do you accept?
agree.
Lin Yuan accepted once more. Out of caution before going there, Lin Yuan adjusted his appearance a bit. The next moment, the space around him transformed. Lin Yuan appeared in a vast golden hall. In the center of the hall on the throne was a figure clad in a purple robe. This figure was only 1.5 meters tall, with a forehead covered in mysterious patterns. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Lulan he immediately came down. He then slightly bowed to Lin Yuan, saying, I have seen Yuan, teacher. Coming from his parents' teachings, Lulan he respected any creator of an evolutionary path immensely. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 56: The Mysteries of the Flesh. Hello, Lin Yuan said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at the other person with a hint of curiosity. Lulan he's exposed personal information was scarce. Besides his name, there was only his place of residence. Thunder Rain Star Region? This couldn't be achieved just by shutting oneself away in closed-door training. Of course, with his against heaven's understanding, even if he shut himself away in isolation, he believed he could gradually perfect the martial path evolutionary path. But that would definitely take much longer than now, and the subsequent developments of the martial path might lack the comprehensiveness that comes with integrating hundreds or thousands of evolutionary paths. Did we win? Even though they had expected it, Zhong Bai and the others felt as if they were dreaming at this moment. They had truly defeated opponents who were previously unbeatable. After a moment's pause, Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the third person respectfully approached Lin Yuan. They knew in their hearts that their victory was entirely thanks to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, with their own strength, they would have been directly crushed by that giant team captain into the ground. For this ring competition, no matter how far we reach, all the rewards we receive will be given to Mr. Lin. Zhongbai thought about it, and then said, one should be content with what they have, considering the strength Lin Yuan just displayed. This time, they are not just talking about breaking into the top 5,000, but even the top 3,000 or 2,000, which is highly likely. The top 3,000 in the tournament receive official rewards, and Zhongbai felt unworthy of them. If he had contributed even a little, Zhongbai would have had reason to convince himself, but just now, he was merely a puppet on a string, doing whatever Lin Yuan said. Any other evolver could have done the same. Therefore, regarding the official rewards, Zhongbai felt he didn't qualify. So do I. Chao Rong and Lu Shiguang exchanged glances, saying likewise. In the following 2 months, The tournament continued. Besides the team competition, Lin Yuan also participated in the singles competition. As for the results, he naturally narrowly won each game. There was no choice. Lin Yuan certainly could finish his opponents quickly. But that would defeat the purpose of participating in the tournament, prolonging each battle to carefully comprehend the path of each evolver, then refining it into his own martial Tao, discarding the dross and selecting the essence. That was what Lin Yuan wanted. The evolvers in the tournament all had considerable strength, especially as it progressed. Each one could be called a genius. The top 500 evolvers were basically at the second layer limit, and occasionally, a few at the third rank would pop up.
Soon.
Dongning City's team broke into the top 100 on Kanglin Star. In a devastating struggle against competitors from Central Mainland, they lost the match. The opposing team was from Lin Yuan City, one of the most prosperous cities in Central Mainland. Among their 4 players, 3 were at the second layer limit and 1 at the third rank. Moreover, the evolutionary paths they pursued were extremely powerful ones, especially the third-rank evolver, who practiced the dream evolution path. Thus, as soon as the match began, Zhong Bai and the other 2 hadn't even reacted. They were plunged into a deep dream by a single glance from that dream evolver and were eliminated from the match. Only Lin Yuan was left. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan, under the frenzied assault of the 4 evolvers, managed to hold out for half an hour by leveraging the Tao of Taiji. In the end, even as the arena's size diminished, Lin Yuan could still endure. If not for the team competition rules, which decided the match in the end based on the number of remaining evolvers if no winner emerged, Lin Yuan City had 4 evolvers left. Dongning City only had Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan City won. I never expected our Dongning City to break into the global top 100. Mr. Liao said, as if he were dreaming, a position he had never even dared to imagine. Not just him, but even putting together all previous presidents of the Evolvers Association, none would have dreamt of reaching this rank. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin. Just relying on us. Zhong Bai and the others also present immediately spoke up. If it were just the top 3,000 or 2,000, he might still dare to claim some credit in front of Mr. Liao. But the top 100, that was terrifying. Top 100 in the global tournament. Every evolver, even those specialized in support, could easily sweep through all evolvers in Dongning City. Zhong Bai, thick-skinned as he was, didn't dare claim this merit. It was Mr. Lin. Mr. Liao nodded in satisfaction. He was no fool. Having watched the matches firsthand, he naturally saw that it was always Lin Yuan who controlled the turbulence. Zhong Bai and the others were no better than accessories. Where is Mr. Lin now? Mr. Liao asked with concern. Since losing to that team from Lin Yuan City, Lin Yuan had withdrawn from the virtual universe. Mr. Lin said he needed to seclude himself for a while. Zhong Bai honestly stated. Lin Yuan had indeed told him this before leaving. I see. Mr. Lin must be tired. Mr. Liao nodded in understanding. After all, the opponents from Lin Yuan City were too powerful, especially that rare third-rank Dream Evolver, whose strength, if unleashed to the fullest in the real world, could plunge nearly 1 million civilians in half a city into sleep simultaneously. To contend with such a terrifying opponent indeed exhausted one's mental strength. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Underground Training Facility. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Dozens of matches in the tournament, witnessing hundreds to thousands of different evolvers, critiquing countless evolutionary paths in his mind while integrating them with his against heaven's understanding. At some unknown moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A Taiji pattern of interlocked yin and yang flashed within the depths of his pupils. Third rank. Lin Yuan exhaled softly. The aura within his body began to change swiftly. The third rank of the martial path evolutionary path had finally been achieved. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 60, 4th Level Citizens. Is this the third rank? Feeling his body rapidly transforming, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After the second shuttling ended, Lin Yuan was already at the peak of the second layer. Lin Yuan pondered the Force evolution path and was nearly one step into the third rank. Even so, Lin Yuan was still not at the third rank. Other evolvers at the peak of the second layer had traceable paths to reaching the third rank. Their own evolution paths would also provide detailed guidance. How to step into the third rank. What conditions are needed to be met? After meeting the conditions, what should be done? But as the opener of an evolutionary path, everything for Lin Yuan was unknown. Even with his against heaven's understanding, if it hadn't been for the past few months fighting with many evolvers and closely perceiving many evolutionary paths, Lin Yuan's step into the third rank would have been greatly delayed. Evolver of the third rank, also known as City Destroyer grade, can penetrate half a city with a full force strike. The third rank of my martial path evolutionary path covers several miles with a Taiji field. With a mere thought, everything within its range is annihilated. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the Taiji field faintly spreading, covering the entire Shuiwei residential complex. One could say that at this moment, the lives of everyone in the Shuiwei residential complex hung on Lin Yuan's thoughts. In the entirety of Kanglin Star, among evolvers below 100 years old, there are definitely no more than 20 who have reached the third rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As a middle-grade life planet, Kanglin Star had a resident population of over 50 billion. Such a huge population base would inevitably give birth to some extraordinarily talented geniuses. Like one of Lin Yuan's opponents in this arena competition, whom he held in high regard, born during a thunderstorm, struck by lightning at birth. Thousands around him perished under the thunder, but he alone survived. Not only that, his physique was baptized by the thunder, naturally possessing the thunder attribute, extremely fast, and he could even transform into thunder. Thus, other competing evolvers referred to him as the Thunder God. The power of thunder, extreme in its rigidity and yang. Although Lin Yuan had yet to face Thunder God, he felt that his Taiji field would probably not be able to trap the opponent. Evolver like Thunder God belonged to the unique type of evolver, individually powerful, but unable to be generalized, only suitable for him alone. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Now that I have stepped into the third rank with my martial path, am I allowed to reveal my full strength in the upcoming arena competition? Lin Yuan inquired. The Goddess of Wisdom had previously reminded him not to reveal his identity as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, as it could draw the attention of those different species and possibly lead to being added to their assassination list. Please rest assured, exceptionally powerful evolver talents are not noticed by different species until they break into the star domain ranking. The Goddess of Wisdom explained softly. The territory of the Cosmic Human Alliance was far too vast, and its population extremely large. Just Kanglin Star had 50 billion citizens. And Kanglin Star was just one middle-grade life planet that belonged to the Chikuan Star domain. For the Chikuan Star domain, life planets like Kanglin Star numbered over 1 million. Even a flourishing star domain like Chikuan was just one among many that were governed by the realms of human civilization. The different species simply do not have the energy or strength to pay attention to the top 10 or even top 100 human evolver talents of a certain planet. Compared to evolutionary paths that can be permanently passed down, individual humans truly seem somewhat insignificant. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, then proceeded to ask the Goddess of Wisdom whether others could figure out that he was practicing the martial path evolutionary path. The explanation given by the Goddess of Wisdom was that it was very hard to tell. To be precise, almost impossible. Nowadays, not a single person practicing the martial path evolutionary path had reached the Grandmaster realm, let alone grasp the Tao of Taiji in the Yin-Yang realm. Without reaching this realm, how could one comprehend the true mystery of the Tao of Taiji, and how could others figure out that Lin Yuan was using the Tao of Taiji? The evolution pathways made public by the Cosmic Human Alliance were as vast as the sea. There were indeed others similar to the martial path evolutionary path, similar to the Tao of Taiji. Unless Lin Yuan himself spoke up, how could others guess it? In the arena competition, Lin Yuan knew many opponents' evolution paths because that information was disclosed by the individuals themselves. As long as Lin Yuan didn't blurt out that what he practiced was the martial path, others couldn't possibly guess the exact path. At most, they could determine a vague range. Keep in mind that the evolution path is an extremely personal matter. Once your evolution path is known, one can specifically target the weaknesses of that path to exploit the evolver. Therefore, unless they were very confident evolvers, normal evolvers would not advertise the evolutionary path they were on. I've taken the opportunity to upgrade my citizen level. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted slightly, and he directly spent merit points to upgrade his citizen level. Half a year ago, just after finishing his second shuttle, the merit points Lin Yuan received from submitting the further developments of his martial path evolutionary path were enough to upgrade to 4th level. However, it was to freeload on the loan limit from the human civilization central bank that Lin Yuan decided to delay it until now. Beep. As the merit points were spent, Lin Yuan's citizen level officially upgraded to 4th level. A 4th level citizen could already be considered among the elite of Kanglin Star, only matched by the citizen levels of the ruling officials. The privileges of a 4th level citizen were updated and went deeper than those of a 3rd level citizen. An added privilege was that if Lin Yuan felt his life was threatened, he could now directly command the battleship fleet of Kanglin Star to protect himself. In addition, Lin Yuan's loan limit at the central bank had reached 1 billion, and Lin Yuan had received a transfer of 20 million from the central bank. To upgrade to a 5th level citizen requires 50,000 merit points. Lin Yuan frowned. No wonder there were no 5th level citizens on the entire Kanglin Star. The merit points required to upgrade to a 5th level citizen were more than the total for all the previous 4 levels. Take it slow. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Now that his martial path evolutionary path was only at the 3rd rank, it had already brought him so many merit points. One day in the future, when he reaches the 5th or 6th rank with this evolutionary path, will there be any shortage of merit points? Just having a theoretical potential for the 6th rank had already earned Lin Yuan 20,000 merit points. If the martial path evolutionary path truly became a 6th rank evolution path, the merit points Lin Yuan would receive would certainly far exceed 20,000. Mr. Liao has been here 3 times? Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor log. I've been in seclusion for 3 days? Lin Yuan got up and sent a message back to Mr. Liao. I'm fine. During the breakthrough to the 3rd rank, both Lin Yuan's physique and soul underwent transformation, so it took a bit longer. No sooner had Lin Yuan sent his message than Mr. Liao instantly replied. If there's anything wrong, you must tell me. That Lu Meng has attack methods that can penetrate dreams and the soul, and even in the virtual world, you can't be completely isolated. Mr. Liao's tone was filled with concern. Lin Yuan's last match before going into seclusion was against that 3rd rank evolver of the Dream Evolution Path. Mr. Liao was worried about whether Lin Yuan had been affected. After all, the tournament fights in the past few months made Mr. Liao fully realize Lin Yuan's incomparable evolutive talent. With just a strength of the 2nd layer in the 12th segment, Lin Yuan had held his own against a 3rd rank evolver for half an hour. If it wasn't for the time limit, perhaps he could have continued holding on. Such potential, even across the whole eastern continent, was among the cream of the crop, the kind that wouldn't emerge even after dozens of tournaments. I'm really fine. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and then sent another message. I'm already at the 3rd rank. Stepping into the 3rd rank couldn't be hidden for long. During the upcoming individual tournaments, when facing those 3rd rank opponents, Lin Yuan would certainly show his corresponding strength. Dongning City Evolvers Association. Mr. Liao sat in his seat, staring blankly at the virtual screen in front of him with the reply on it. Especially at those 6 words. I'm already at the 3rd rank. It left Mr. Liao's mind completely muddled. It took quite a moment for him to barely come to his senses. Third rank? Lin Yuan had stepped into the third rank. His Dongning city had actually produced a third-rank evolver? There had been thousands of tournaments held in Dongning City, and at its peak, there were just 2 or 3 second-rank evolvers. As for third-rank evolvers, Mr. Liao didn't even dare to think about it. One of the conditions for the tournament was being under 100 years old. There had indeed been third-rank evolvers born in Dongning City, but with the additional condition of being under 100 years old, it was truly unprecedented. Even across the entire eastern continent, let alone the whole Kanglin star, evolvers meeting this condition were few and far between. Now, during the tournaments, there were just over a dozen evolvers who had clearly demonstrated third-rank strength. My Dongning City has birthed a dragon. Mr. Liao's eyes reddened as he murmured to himself. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 61. I am the Thunder.
Soon.
The group competition in the arenas of Kanglin's Star had ended. Dongning City, thanks to Lin Yuan's overwhelming force, astonishingly secured the 100th spot. It should be noted, this was a ranking across all of Kanglin Star. Kanglin Star is divided into 5 continents: the Eastern Continent, Western Continent, Northern Continent, Southern Continent, and, the most powerful, the Central Mainland. Over 20,000 cities participated. To snatch a spot in the top 100 among so many cities. Something that made countless cities green with envy. Everyone could see clearly that Kanglin City had achieved this rank only because of Lin Yuan. This evolver, who was to a certain extent comparable to those of the third rank, was the core of Dongning City's team. As for the other 3, calling them accessories would be a compliment. If our city had an evolver like Lin Yuan, we could probably have made it into the top 50, one said. Indeed, an evolver who controls a domain's power is suitable for taking control of the entire field. Such an ability is very rare. Who knows what kind of dumb luck Dongning City stumbled into? In the previous arena competitions, we never even heard of the city, and now it suddenly popped up. Right, does anyone here know this Lin Yuan? Countless spectators were quickly discussing. In the group competition, the most dazzling without a doubt was Lin Yuan. His prominence even eclipsed those over a dozen third-rank evolvers. After all, with second-layer strength, holding off a third-rank evolver for over half an hour had been a rare sight in previous arena competitions. The individual competition is coming up next. No idea what rank that Lin Yuan could achieve. In my view, at least in the top 50, I believe in the top 20, only below those dozen or so third-rank evolvers. The hype around the arena competition intensified. After all, the individual competition attracted even more attention than the group competition. The Dongning City Arena. The individual arena competition would occur a full half-month after the group competition. Thus, it was only after the group competition ended that the individual competition began moving toward the top 500 rankings. Lin Yuan was standing on one side of the arena, quietly waiting for his opponent in this match. Meanwhile, the surrounding seats were filled with spectators. After hundreds of matches, Lin Yuan had also garnered a huge number of fans. Especially in the last battle of the group competition, where by himself, he held off 1 third-rank evolver and 3 second-rank pinnacle evolvers for over half an hour. Eventually, it was only because of the arena competition rules that he lost, thereby gaining countless fans. So now, each of Lin Yuan's matches drew a large number of spectators, these spectators coming from all over Kanglin Star. Even billions of ordinary citizens watched through live broadcasts. I didn't expect that in this arena competition, I could have made it this far. Host Sun Bin was deeply moved. As the host of Dongning City, Sun Bin naturally only commented on Dongning City's matches. If all of Dongning City's participants were eliminated, there would naturally be nothing related to him. In the past arena competitions, the most Sun Bin had ever commented on was one match, decades ago, but naturally, it was nowhere near what was happening now. It should be noted, now in the arena competition, they had reached the top 500, signaling that it was nearing the final stages. Sun Bin felt like he was dreaming. Wrong. Even in his dreams, Sun Bin dared not dream such a thing. Alright, now our player Lin Yuan, who has created miracles all the way, has arrived. Sun Bin generously praised Lin Yuan, then began to introduce Lin Yuan's opponent. This match's opponent is Sima Yun from Haiyuan City, also a second-rank pinnacle evolver, who has chosen the water element evolution path. Looking around at the seats filled with spectators, Sun Bin's voice became vigorous. In terms of historical performance, Lin Yuan definitely has a higher chance of winning, but one shouldn't underestimate Sima Yun. On the field, Lin Yuan looked towards the distant opponent who had appeared. Sima Yun was a woman with blue pupils. Looking at her was like looking at an ocean. Water element evolution path. Lin Yuan's face showed interest. The water element evolution path, one of the elemental paths within the overarching element evolution paths, which include the 5 mainstream paths like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other special paths like shadow and ice. In earlier matches, Lin Yuan had encountered some evolvers of other types of element evolution paths. But the water element evolution path was indeed rare.
Soon,
the match began. Lin Yuan was about to deploy the Taiji field. Time to closely examine Sima Yun.
Just then,
standing opposite Lin Yuan, Sima Yun raised her hand without hesitation. I concede. Sima Yun looked deeply at Lin Yuan. If it were any other opponent, Sima Yun would have at least tried to resist. She wouldn't have conceded directly. But with Lin Yuan, Sima Yun had been watching Lin Yuan for a long time. She knew Lin Yuan's way of fighting. Opponents facing Lin Yuan often held on until the very last moment, during which they would be toyed with and tested by Lin Yuan. Whether facing a first-rank opponent or a second-layer one, it was the same. Over time, Sima Yun realized something was amiss. So, she chose to concede directly. After all, Sima Yun felt that she absolutely could not last more than half an hour against a third-rank evolver. If Lin Yuan could do it, it proved he was more powerful than her. Rather than being toyed with after engaging in combat, it was better to concede outright. Conceding? Lin Yuan was slightly startled.
He sighed.
Lately, the individual competitors who lacked ambition like this were becoming increasingly common. Before leaving, Sima Yun, curious, asked Lin Yuan one thing. Are you also after those 10 spots like them? 10 spots. Lin Yuan didn't answer. When he returned to the lounge, Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. As an evolver who could advance into the top 500, Sima Yun's words must have some basis. 10 spots. The top 10? Or something else? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. He began connecting to the goddess of wisdom. I want to know about the arena competition's 10 spots. Lin Yuan asked directly, rather than painstakingly scouting for information about the 10 spots. It was better to ask the goddess of wisdom directly, who knew everything that human civilization should and shouldn't know. Access granted. The so-called 10 spots refer to this year's Kanglin Star Arena competition being observed by the Chikuan Star Lord. The top 10 individual arena competitors have a chance to catch the eyes of the Chikuan Star Lord. The solemn and calm voice of the goddess of wisdom slowly emerged. Chikuan Star Lord? Lin Yuan looked a bit surprised. This was the supreme figure who ruled a star domain. The Chikuan Star Domain included 8 major star systems, all within this Chikuan Star Lord's realm of influence. Kanglin Star, Central Mainland. In a private space, a male figure with a shadow of thunder in his pupils was sitting on a sofa. This man merely sat there, and the surrounding void subtly flickered with fine strands of lightning. This is the list of competitors to watch out for in this competition, along with detailed information. Thunder God, you might want to take a look to avoid any issues during the contest. Next to the man with thunder in his pupils stood a middle-aged man who gently pressed on a virtual screen in front of him, dismissing it in front of the sofa. The list mostly consisted of evolvers who had reached the third rank, with a few exceptional cases of second-layer peak evolvers, and Lin Yuan's name was among them. I don't need these. Thunder God's face remained calm. Since his youth, when lightning had struck and killed thousands of people around him while he alone survived and his body was transformed into a body of thunder, he randomly chose a pathway of evolution related to thunder and rapidly advanced, reaching the third rank in just a few decades. With regards to combat power, he had swept through the ranks, commanding thunder, mastering thunder, and incarnating as thunder, giving him an overwhelming advantage against other evolvers. Analyzing opponents is the behavior of the weak. I do not need it. Thunder God slowly stood up and walked to the window, his eyes slightly fervent as he said, "The competitors in this arena competition, I have never considered them worthy of attention. Because they are all commoners and I am the thunder." Thunder God stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his tone measured, filled with immense confidence. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 1: Ancient God, Evolution Path. Rest Area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. A holographic screen appeared in front of him, flashing through the profiles of various evolvers. These evolvers had all made it into the top 50 of the tournament. Even if they weren't third realm, they weren't far off, and each had their own trump card. Lin Yuan watched carefully, even pulling up videos of these evolvers' previous battles. With Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, even viewing battle videos could give him a certain degree of sudden enlightenment. Of course, compared to a real battle, these videos were just appetizers. Battle videos, similar to the NPCs in old games. All their moves and techniques were already fixed. How could they compare to the vast insights brought by real-time battles and immediate feedback? Feng Qing. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. He looked at the information displayed in front of him. The subject of the information was a young man. He looked harmless enough, but he was a hot favorite for champion in this tournament. So far, no one knew the evolution path Feng Qing had taken. Yet each time Feng Qing made a move, he ended the battle in 1 or 2 moves, even against third realm evolvers. This was the opposite of Lin Yuan. In the eyes of most spectators, Lin Yuan particularly liked to play with his opponents. Even against a first-rank evolver, he would drag it to overtime. This induced innate fear in many evolvers towards Lin Yuan. Aside from Feng Qing, there were several other evolvers Lin Yuan needed to pay attention to. Take Thunder God, for example, who could summon and command thunder. Lin Yuan was not too worried about him. Only the incarnation as thunder. Becoming thunder meant energy transformation throughout the body, which could immunize against most physical attacks. There was also a third-rank evolver who followed the poison evolution path. The poison evolution path was a very niche path. Evolver who practiced this path were extremely rare and scarce. However, once someone achieved something on this path, the techniques they mastered would trouble all evolvers of the same or even higher levels. Poison did not merely damage the body. It also affected and could suppress the soul and spirit. A third-rank poison path evolver, if willing, could effortlessly wipe out a city of millions, even tens of millions of citizens. Time passed. Before long, half a day had drifted by. The virtual world tournament invited Lin Yuan to participate in the match. At this point in the tournament, they were down to the top 50 competitors. Each contender was either a third-realm evolver or a second-layer evolver with special techniques. Ordinary second-layer evolvers had been eliminated early on. Currently, among these 50 evolvers, 19 were confirmed third realm. In the rest area, Lin Yuan accepted the official invitation from the tournament. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the center of the arena. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, cheers like a tsunami suddenly erupted from all directions. So many people? Lin Yuan looked around and saw that nearly 10 million seats surrounding him were already filled. The tournament had now moved to the most prosperous city arena in the central mainland. As for the number of matches, it had gone from 8,000 matches a day when the tournament began to just 5 matches today. This convergence of spectators resulted in nearly 10 million at this match. Keep in mind, the audience capable of attending in the virtual world were either evolvers or citizens of the second rank and above. As for the ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast, their numbers were likely over 10 billion. It couldn't be helped. Now there were only 2 matches a day, timed apart. Audiences wanting to watch the tournament could only opt for this match. Lin Yuan appeared in the arena. This caused a huge cheer from the audience. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan has arrived. The tormentor King Lin Yuan. All kinds of cheers. Though it wasn't a live match, the virtual world completely replicated reality. Everyone's voices carried through the air, deafening. Before long, Lin Yuan's opponent also appeared. He was a tall man with a cold gaze, and a strange chill spread from where he stood. Third Realm Evolver Bingyan. Following the special elemental evolution path of ice. Previous contenders against Bingyan almost all ended up as ice sculptures. Bingyan's arrival further incited the surrounding spectators. Although Lin Yuan had broken into the third realm, up to now, he had never shown his full third realm power. Most of his previous opponents had surrendered voluntarily, and those who did not were not strong enough to make Lin Yuan exert his full strength. Therefore, in the eyes of the spectators, Lin Yuan was just a special second-layer evolver. And Bingyan was indeed a third-rank evolver. On Kanglin Star, there were no more than 20 individuals who could step into third rank by the age of 100. Bingyan was one of them. I've seen your match videos. I admit you're strong, but meeting me means this is as far as you go, Bingyan said in an even tone, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Up to now, Lin Yuan's most notable achievement was that he had managed to last more than half an hour against a third-rank evolver. But that third-rank evolver was a rare dream evolver, skilled in soul and spirit attacks. If Lin Yuan had some accomplishments in soul and spirit, enduring that long wouldn't be surprising. Based on the analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of normal evolution paths that specialize in soul and spirit inevitably have weaknesses in physical matter. The ice evolution path, which Bingyan specialized in, was best at freezing everything, including the physical body. That was why Bingyan was very confident. Up in the spectators' stands, at a middle seat, there sat a young man who appeared gentle and harmless. He looked down at the battleground below with a somewhat bored expression. Teacher, these 2 contestants, one has yet to reach third rank, the other follows an ordinary evolution path. Watching their match isn't as good as spending more time cultivating in the rest area, he said. The young man was named Fong Qing, and he was a popular favorite to win this tournament. Fool. A palm-sized, white-bearded old man appeared on Fong Qing's shoulder. This white-bearded old man was ethereal in form, visible and perceptible only to Fong Qing. Have you failed to see the special aspect of that Lin Yuan evolver? The white-bearded old man glanced at Fong Qing. Special aspect. Fong Qing was slightly taken aback. The embryonic form of a domain? Fong Qing ventured a guess. The strongest technique Lin Yuan had displayed was the embryonic form of a domain. This power was something 4th and 5th rank evolvers hoped to master. Yet, the embryonic form of a domain was enormously difficult for other evolvers to access. But to someone of the ancient god lineage like him, it was just SOSO. If Fong Qing wanted, he could also quickly master the embryonic form of a domain. It's not the embryonic form of the domain that's special, but the power that evolves it. The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. Furthermore, our old master once dominated dozens of star domains, overlooking everything. It was only in the end that he was surrounded and killed by a different species plot because of his arrogance. As the successor to our old master, even though you follow the ancient god evolution path, if you continue to be complacent and underestimate your enemies, you will eventually follow in the old master's footsteps, the white-bearded old man couldn't help but say. Once upon a time, The old master was glorious, but he died like a snuffed-out candle, and everything ceased to exist. I understand. Fang Qing's expression became serious as he began to watch the fight below intently. If my guess is right, that Lin Yuan has probably already reached third rank, the white-bearded old man continued. Already third rank. Fang Qing looked alarmed. On the battlefield, as soon as the host announced the start of the match, Bing Yan immediately took action. Though confident, he did not take the slightest chance and exerted his full strength right away. A terrifying chill spread rapidly. But in the next moment, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the area. The Taiji field at the third layer level, being more refined, imposed greater constraints on the enemy. Facing an opponent at the third layer, Lin Yuan had no intent to hide his skills, and he used the Taiji field to suppress his opponent. What is this? Bing Yan's expression changed slightly. In previous matches, Lin Yuan had also displayed the Taiji field, but it shouldn't have been this powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been overwhelmed by that third-rank dream evolver. Have you already reached third rank? Bing Yan's expression grew solemn. Such a level of suppression could only be achieved by the embryonic form of a domain at the third layer. However, defeating me won't be so easy. Bing Yan charged towards Lin Yuan, transforming almost into a 1,000-year iceberg, crashing down fiercely. Despite being restrained by the Taiji field, Bing Yan's speed reached an astonishing level, approaching 1,000 meters per second.
Boom.
The two clashed fiercely.
Eh.
See that? That Lin Yuan isn't simple, is he? The white-bearded elder, sitting on Fang Qing's shoulder, observed the battlefield below with interest. Indeed, he's not simple? Fang Qing nodded slightly. He could see that the power Lin Yuan wielded was not just of one kind, but two completely opposite forces. These two diametrically opposite forces, in Lin Yuan's hands, had reached a certain balance and fused perfectly together. If I were to fight Lin Yuan, I reckon I'd use the ancient god True Body, then suppress him within 10 moves and defeat him within 200 moves, Fang Qing reasoned. The reason it would take 200 moves was because Fang Qing could see that the combining forces Lin Yuan mastered were particularly adept in defense, capable of converting an enemy's attack into his own. Fusing powers, that's something 6th-rank individuals have the capability of doing. Without relying on the ancient god evolution path, under the same conditions, you aren't as good as this Lin Yuan. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 2: The Third Shuttle. It's unbearable. At this moment, Bing Yan felt somewhat withdrawn. He felt as if the Taiji field around him was a spider web, and he was a bug trapped within it. Every move he made was severely constrained. After the initial burst, Lin Yuan had easily blocked his attack. Bing Yan realized he no longer had any chance of victory. The following time seemed exceedingly lengthy. Under the coverage of the Taiji field, Bing Yan was even unable to call out, "I give up." He could only be mercilessly toyed with by Lin Yuan for over half an hour before the battle ended. Meanwhile, the surrounding audience let out an earth-shaking cheer. Before the match, a majority of the audience believed that Bing Yan had better odds of winning. After all, third rank against second layer, even if the latter had an impressive record of holding off a third rank for half an hour. But as the match began, as Lin Yuan demonstrated his third rank strength, the atmosphere of the match reached its peak. Initially, it was third rank against second layer, so Lin Yuan didn't stand much of a chance. Now it was third rank against third rank. The gap between the two was gone. Especially during the battle, Lin Yuan completely suppressed Bing Yan using the Taiji field. This caused countless spectators to get caught up in the excitement. A third-rank evolver is a city destroyer grade existence, able to destroy a city in no time if unleashed. Now, having two third-rank evolvers clashing before them was an unparalleled experience. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan is invincible. Lin Yuan, can you come torment me? Among countless cheers, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. He returned to the resting area. Phew. Lin Yuan breathed out gently. Ice attributes power. Countless insights flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. In the exchange with Bing Yan, his opponent freely displayed a myriad of ice-based techniques. To other evolvers, these would be terrifying trump moves. But in Lin Yuan's heart, they were revelations related to this power. The ice of all things freezes everything. If this were to spread, it would surely stun the multitude of scholars who regarded the Grand Tutor as their mentor. Inside Qingtian Hall, the Grand Tutor, wearing a helpless expression, complained to Emperor Lu Shi. "Your Majesty, I really can't teach him anymore." The Grand Tutor looked at Emperor Lu Shi seated on the dragon throne and couldn't help but speak up. "What happened? Did Yuan make you angry again?" Emperor Lu Shi asked with immediate concern. He had gone to great lengths to persuade the Grand Tutor to teach Lin Yuan. After all, threatening a scholar's life is certainly futile. For most scholars, they very much aspire to be executed by the emperor, because at least in this way, they can leave their name in history. And the emperor probably would have to bear some infamy. Furthermore, behind the Grand Tutor stood the support of the majority of Greater Yan's literati. A single move could affect the whole. If a forceful approach was ineffective, then a gentle one must be tried. After various promises and enticing prospects put forth by Emperor Lu Shi, the Grand Tutor finally agreed to teach Lin Yuan. But what Emperor Lu Shi had not anticipated was that, not even a year into the job, the Grand Tutor was planning to quit. If it were just a matter of making me angry, that wouldn't be much of a problem. The Grand Tutor sighed lightly. He had lived for decades, and what kind of student hadn't he seen? His mentality was already extremely calm, confident in his ability to correct even the most stubborn of students. But Lin Yuan was not the least bit stubborn. Not only was he the opposite of stubborn, but he could also be described as astoundingly exceptional. All the concepts taught by the Grand Tutor were readily accepted by Lin Yuan without a hint of doubt. This initially left the Grand Tutor, who was waiting for Lin Yuan to raise questions, dumbfounded for quite a while. "You understood everything with just one explanation? Then what do you need me for?" At first, the Grand Tutor thought Lin Yuan was pretending to understand. So, he carefully prepared several questions, aiming to expose Lin Yuan. But what the Grand Tutor had not anticipated was that Lin Yuan not only explained his question once. He also used the example to deduce other aspects that even the Grand Tutor had not thought of before. And for the Grand Tutor, the nightmare was just beginning. In the following lessons, the Grand Tutor completely became a tool. He only needed to read out the contents of those classical books. As for how to understand them, he didn't need to say a word. Lin Yuan would understand the meaning after just one listen. Besides, sometimes Lin Yuan would sense the Grand Tutor's confusion and would reinterpret the more obscure content. After hearing these interpretations, the Grand Tutor would have an epiphany, feeling like the decades he spent studying were in vain. Thus, a very strange scene occurred. In front of the study desk, the aged Grand Tutor resembled a student, mostly listening attentively. While the mere child, Lin Yuan, talked eloquently, his knowledge spanning ancient and modern times. Most crucially, the Grand Tutor actually found Lin Yuan's points to be very sensible. The wisdom of countless sages throughout history, in Lin Yuan's words, now showed many aspects unknown to others. The Grand Tutor, although obsessed with this sensation, immediately realized that he could not go on like this. If he continued to stay with Lin Yuan, he feared he would be unable to resist taking Lin Yuan as his master. Even if he suppressed this thought, what would the passing palace maids and eunuchs think? Was it he who taught Lin Yuan, or was it Lin Yuan teaching him? For these reasons, the Grand Tutor sought an audience with Emperor Lu Shi early in the morning to tender his resignation. He truly had no face to continue. "What do you mean by that, Grand Tutor?" Emperor Lu Shi sat on the dragon throne, scrutinizing the Grand Tutor. At first, he thought the Grand Tutor had come to complain or perhaps wanted to bargain for something more. But now, after observing him for a while, Emperor Lu Shi realized the bitterness and resignation on the Grand Tutor's face was genuine, from the heart. This made Emperor Lu Shi very curious. What had his son done to make the Grand Tutor, a literary giant, wear such an expression? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's control over situations and his approach to major issues far exceed that of your humble servant. Us mortals, what qualifications do we have to teach him? The Grand Tutor said bitterly. Far exceeds you? Emperor Lu Shi blinked. For anyone to receive such high praise from a literary giant like the Grand Tutor would usually be a cause for delight. But for Lu Shi, his 6-year-old son? Could you not be more credible in your flattery? Emperor Lu Shi immediately felt that the Grand Tutor might be mocking him. If the Grand Tutor wishes to propose other conditions, just speak them. Why the need to? Emperor Lu Shi frowned slightly, his tone displaying some dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor managed a difficult smile. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he himself would think he was taking the opportunity to propose conditions. But that wasn't the case at all. The Grand Tutor took a light breath, and then solemnly said, "With my virtues, I am no longer fit to teach the Crown Prince." In order to make Emperor Lu Shi believe what he said, the Grand Tutor had already begun to abandon his pride, directly admitting his inferiority to Lin Yuan. The words the Grand Tutor speaks, Emperor Lu Shi was inwardly shocked. One should know that the most valued thing among scholars was their reputation. They argued for a legacy that would last generations, especially for a literary giant like the Grand Tutor. Even if he was unwilling to teach Lin Yuan, he wouldn't admit to being inferior to him. After all, Lin Yuan was but a 6-year-old child. To admit being inferior to such a child would be a great blow to any scholar's reputation, especially for a literary authority like the Grand Tutor. Even in death, he would not have admitted such. In the literary world, there is no first place. In martial arts, there is no second. This isn't about who is stronger or weaker. What are you suggesting, Grand Tutor? Emperor Lu Shi was silent for a while before finally asking. Our greater Yan dynasty. The Grand Tutor paused for a moment, then said with an inexplicable sigh, will welcome a sage monarch. A sage monarch? Emperor Lu Shi could hardly believe it. Since ancient times, the highest praise for an emperor was to be called a sage monarch. Emperor Lu Shi had not expected the Grand Tutor to have such high regard for Lin Yuan, to determine him a future sage monarch even before he ascended the throne. Your Majesty, this servant shall take his leave. Seeing that Emperor Lu Shi remained silent, the Grand Tutor bowed and requested to be excused. Lu Shi did not stop him but silently watched the Grand Tutor's retreating figure. Once the Grand Tutor had completely left Qingtian Hall, Emperor Lu Shi waved his hand, signaling the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs to leave. He then sat alone in Qingtian Hall, lost in thought. After a long time, a bout of unrestrained laughter echoed from within Qingtian Hall. Ha 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 ha. My son, Lu Shi, a sage monarch? Ha 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 ha. May our ancestors bless us. May our ancestors bless us indeed. I, Lu Shi, will have a son who is a sage monarch. May heaven bless our greater Yan. May heaven bless our greater Yan indeed. Ha 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 ha. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5. Divine Weapon? Demonic Weapon? Name: Lin Yuan. Status: Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent: Against Heaven's Understanding. Current state: Consciousness descent. Remaining residence time: 154 years. In the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan glanced at the Myriad Realms Gate panel. Without realizing it, he had already spent 6 years in this world. During these 6 years, Lin Yuan could say his life was extremely comfortable, having whatever he desired. Given Emperor Lu Shi's indulgence towards him, Even if Lin Yuan expressed a wish for the stars in the sky, Emperor Lu Shi would probably consider it. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan stepped out of the Eastern Palace. He arrived in front of a wooden tower deep within the Imperial Palace. This wooden tower looked extremely ordinary, but there was a large number of Imperial guards patrolling the vicinity. Lin Yuan didn't stop, walking straight towards the entrance of the tower. "Pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." The patrolling Imperial guards immediately bowed in an extremely respectful manner upon seeing Lin Yuan. There was no help for it. As the sole heir of the current emperor, Lin Yuan was enthroned as the Crown Prince at the age of 5. This was extremely rare throughout the history of the Greater Yan Dynasty. Even for the eldest legitimate son, it was only possible to be enthroned as the Crown Prince after reaching adulthood and undergoing the coronation ceremony. And even after becoming the Crown Prince, he would still be subjected to the emperor's wariness. The presence of a Crown Prince certainly stabilizes the court situation, but it also divides the emperor's power and influence to a certain extent. It was not like Emperor Lu Shi indulging him. If Lin Yuan were not so young, Emperor Lu Shi would probably let Lin Yuan supervise the state, getting accustomed to what it would be like to be emperor. Lin Yuan entered the wooden tower. This place was a forbidden area of the Greater Yan Dynasty. It housed the most powerful techniques and secret methods of the Greater Yan Dynasty. Just taking out one of them would incite a bloody storm in the outside world. Years ago, Lin Yuan asked Emperor Lu Shi if he could take a look inside the wooden tower. Emperor Lu Shi agreed, without a second thought. Firstly, while the tower was indeed a forbidden area, who was Lin Yuan? He was his son, the future emperor of the Greater Yan Dynasty. What was wrong with entering the wooden tower? Secondly, Emperor Lu Shi felt that Lin Yuan was simply acting out of curiosity. How old was Lin Yuan at that time? Could he understand the profound techniques and secret methods within the tower? He probably expected that Lin Yuan would lose interest after playing around for a while. Emperor Lu Shi could never have dreamed that in just less than 2 years, Lin Yuan had fully grasped and even innovated upon the many techniques and secret methods that the Greater Yan Dynasty had compiled over thousands of years. The cultivation system of this world. Lin Yuan found a corner to sit down at random. His expression fell into a brief contemplation. In the Greater Yan Dynasty, or rather the entire Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, the essence of the cultivation system was about the same. Specifically, it was divided into 7 stages: body refinement, tendon refinement, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, marrow refinement, and finally blood refining. The corresponding realms were martial apprentice, martial apprentice, martial master, innate martial master, great grandmaster, and martial saint. In simple terms, body refinement, martial apprentice; tendon refinement, martial apprentice; skin refinement, martial master; bone refinement, martial master; organ refinement, innate martial master; marrow refinement, great grandmaster; and blood refining, martial saint. According to Lin Yuan's judgment, the strongest blood refining martial saint, whose blood and qi integrate into one, is equivalent to the second layer pinnacle level of the main world. However, Lin Yuan noticed something amiss. That is, the cultivation system of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, when traced back to its roots, is merely about tempering the body and strengthening the blood and qi. As for the soul and spirit, there is not the slightest involvement. Not to mention, even the first world that Lin Yuan traversed began developing spiritual supernatural powers at the Grandmaster level. It doesn't make sense for the blood-refining martial saint, comparable to the second-layer pinnacle, to not touch on it at all. Weapons master. Lin Yuan muttered to himself softly. The cultivation system from martial apprentice to martial saint is just the cultivation system accessible to the ordinary people. And in this world, there is another set of cultivation systems. That is to become a weapons master. Weapons masters can wield divine weapons. And divine weapons are the most powerful existence in this world. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, each kingdom possesses a nation-protecting divine weapon. The power of the divine weapons is beyond human resistance. A wielder who drives a divine weapon, even a mere wisp of its aura, can easily crush 100 blood refinement martial saints. This was also why Emperor Lu Shi had been far more excited upon learning that Lin Yuan possessed the potential to become a sage monarch than when showing off his innate physical endowments at birth. No matter how strong one's physical endowments, in the future, one might only become a blood refinement martial saint. And what counts a blood refinement martial saint in the face of a wielder? So long as the greater Yan dynasty had a divine weapon standing guard, no number of martial saints could affect the overall situation. However, not everyone could become a wielder. To become one must gain the recognition of the divine weapon. And each wielder does not live long. Rarely does a wielder live to 40 years. This has led the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms to always have a supply of wielder candidates in reserve. Even so, occasionally there would be a break in the line of wielders. The Greater Yan dynasty is currently facing such a predicament. But with a divine weapon standing guard and the treaty signed among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, no problem should arise in the short term. The strength of a wielder stems from the divine weapon. Merely leaking a trace of its aura could crush 100 martial saints. The power of the divine weapon is at least 3rd rank, perhaps even borderline 4th rank. Lin Yuan guessed in his heart. With his insight, he naturally saw that these so-called wielders were but puppets. The truly powerful entity was naturally the divine weapon itself. Lin Yuan stood up. He walked to a bookshelf deep in the wooden tower. He took down an old, tattered manuscript from there. It contained bits of information on the divine weapons. This was one of the few channels through which Lin Yuan understood divine weapons. As for asking Emperor Lu Shi directly, other matters might be negotiable. But once it came to the divine weapons, Emperor Lu Shi would become evasive and deeply guarded. It seemed that he did not want his son to know about the divine weapons so soon. Lin Yuan slowly flipped through the manuscript. Even though he had already committed its contents to memory, it still stirred up ripples in his heart. All 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains have divine weapons standing guard. It appears tranquil throughout the world, but the living sacrifices needed by each divine weapon are enormous. If the requirements are not met, the 36 divine weapons will awaken on their own and seek out sacrifices. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for all living beings. I wonder if these are really divine weapons or... The content at the end of the book seemed to be erased. But Lin Yuan, combining the context, easily deduced what had been removed. I wonder if these are really divine weapons or demonic weapons. Lin Yuan closed the book and returned it to the shelf. There were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of volumes collected in the wooden tower. And since this book was hidden in the deepest part, it was highly improbable that anyone coming in would see it. Only Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, and having mastered all the martial arts and secret techniques in the tower, would have had the time to find these miscellaneous records. Divine weapons. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. Sikong Luan had been prepared that should Lin Yuan inquire about these matters, he would immediately trigger the mechanism within his body, dying by his own hand. But he hadn't expected this question. Divine weapons reign supreme. How could we mere mortals confront them? Sikong Lin paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. Since ancient times, only a divine weapon can contend against another divine weapon. That is an iron law. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 10. Since we're here already. Only a divine weapon can combat another divine weapon? Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. There was nothing wrong with this statement. For thousands of years, under the covert influence of the divine weapons, the martial arts system of this world had become deformed, merely honing the physical body and enhancing the vitality. Even if there were extremely talented individuals, they would still only reach the stage of a blood refinement martial saint, becoming delicacies in the eyes of many divine weapons. The blood refinement martial saint corresponds at most to the second layer's ultimate level. The divine weapons, at the very least, are on the brink of the fourth rank. The gap between the two, if measured by the ranks of the main world, spans at least a dozen realms. Are you saying that these so-called evil soldiers are also divine weapons? Lin Yuan asked with interest. Indeed, that is the case. Lin nodded and said, given your status, it shouldn't be difficult to know that all divine weapons originate from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, an ancient godly being sacrificed mountains and rivers, melted the seas, and forged many divine weapons. All the divine weapons of the present age come from that era. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, yet he continued to gaze calmly at Lin. Feeling the pressure of Lin Yuan's gaze, Lin felt a great deal of pressure and continued, 10,000 years ago, the divine weapons forged by the ancient godly being were far more than 36. But something happened later. Most of the divine weapons were shattered, leaving only 36 intact divine weapons. Those shattered divine weapons were later declared evil soldiers by the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Lin said all this in one breath. This information was extremely confidential even within the Defying Divine Society, known only to leaders like him. However, these secrets did not touch on the foundation of the Defying Divine Society, so he had the authority to disclose them. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan resolved many doubts in his heart. Sir, although I do not know which power you belong to, the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons regard us, the human race, as pigs and dogs, consuming a great number of living human sacrifices periodically. Who can tolerate such actions? Lin spoke up immediately when Lin Yuan remained silent. The Defying Divine Society had managed to survive the siege of the 36 nations by relying not only on some evil soldiers for protection but also because the divine weapons practice of consuming humans easily ignited the rebellious spirit among many of the human race. As long as the truth is known, a significant number of people, if not joining the Defying Divine Society, at least would not stand in opposition to it. After all, you might not resist the rule of the divine weapons, but there is also no need to obstruct the Defying Divine Society. After all, should the Defying Divine Society ever overturn the divine weapons one day, as a member of the human race, you too would benefit. Do you want me to join the Defying Divine Society? A flicker of unusual expression crossed Lin Yuan's face. He indeed had thoughts about the Defying Divine Society, but it was not about him joining them, but rather making them serve him. Bring an evil soldier here, and I will consider it. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment before speaking. So far, Lin Yuan was still no match for a fully empowered divine weapon. But if he couldn't handle a divine weapon, couldn't he handle an evil soldier? Evil soldiers, being shattered remnants of divine weapons, retained only 1% of their strength, and with years of hiding and not being able to consume a large amount of living humans' vitality and soul. Their strength was at most slightly stronger than a martial saint, roughly equivalent to a weakened version of a martial god. In such cases, Lin Yuan started pondering the study of evil soldiers. Regardless of how weak, after all, they were once divine weapons. And with his against heaven's understanding, perhaps he could uncover the weaknesses of the divine weapons from them. Consider it? Lin's pupils slightly contracted. His earlier words were meant to evoke Lin Yuan's pity, thereby sparing his life. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan was seriously considering it. It's known that the rationale of divine weapons consuming living beings rarely affects real powerful figures. After all, these powerful figures stand at high positions. And even if divine weapons truly consumed humans, it wouldn't affect them personally. And in Lin's eyes, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly among the most powerful of figures.
Fine.
But I need to return to the headquarters. There is a fragment of a divine weapon that no one else but me can find. Lin decisively agreed. He could think of no reason for Lin Yuan to deceive him. Even though evil soldiers are fragments of divine weapons, they possess their own consciousness. Let alone 20 martial saints, not even 200 could contain an evil soldier. Under Lin Yuan's command, Sikong Luan successfully left the imperial palace. If such a major figure really joins the Defying Divine Society, Sikong Luan felt elated. Although Lin Yuan had never revealed his true identity throughout, from the destruction of the Defying Divine Society's headquarters by various powerhouses, one could sense his formidable and inscrutable power. With the support of such a character, the future days of the Defying Divine Society would undoubtedly be much better. Thinking this, Sikong Luan's pace quickened once again. Defying Divine Society headquarters. This place had already been razed, but a few still guarded it. Returning here, Sikong Luan felt a mix of emotions and also brought Lin Yuan's orders.
Soon,
Sikong Luan reached the deepest part of the underground. This was a stone chamber, completely empty. Sikong Luan approached a corner, muttered a few words, then dribbled a few drops of blood. Thunder rumbled. A stone door slowly opened. Seeing this, Sikong Luan let out a slight sigh of relief. The open stone door meant that the evil soldier had not left. It's known that each evil soldier possesses its own consciousness. If the Defying Divine Society headquarters was destroyed, it was only natural for the evil soldier confined here to have left. Entering the stone gate, Sikong Luan walked up to a stone platform. His expression respectful, he spoke softly. I have seen the superior. On the stone platform rested a fragment. It seemed to be a part of a mirror.
Oh,
Wasn't this Defying Divine Society wiped out? How are you still alive? A wave of spiritual fluctuation emitted from the fragment on the stone platform. The tone carried a hint of interest. It's like this. Sikong Luan shared everything he knew. There was no choice. If he wanted to bring the evil soldier to meet Lin Yuan, he needed the evil soldier to be willing. So that's how it is. The spiritual fluctuation of the fragment slowly transmitted. You want this seat, when meeting that person, to directly take control of him? The fragment continued to inquire. The fragment was a part of the divine weapon Saint Heart Mirror. Even though broken, it still possessed the ability to confuse and enslave the hearts of men. However, this ability should be used as infrequently as possible, for it too burdens the fragment itself. The most critical issue was the evil soldier's actions, emitting fluctuations, could easily be caught by real divine weapons, thus leading to the awakening of the nation-protecting divine weapons. This was also the reason why the Saint Heart Mirror fragment did not act when the Defying Divine Society headquarters was destroyed. Of course, this probability was very small, but for the evil soldier, it couldn't be ignored. However, that was in relation to enslaving ordinary people. If the Saint Heart Mirror fragment could control Lin Yuan, such a significant figure, then the gains would far outweigh the risks. Not to mention, just amongst Lin Yuan's subordinates, the more than 20 martial saints, if the Saint Heart Mirror fragment could consume 10 of them, then it would greatly heal the original damage of the Saint Heart Mirror fragment. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, each kingdom has its nation-protecting divine weapons, which can consume a large number of living human sacrifices periodically. But an evil soldier like the Saint Heart Mirror fragment does not enjoy such treatment. Are you sure what you're saying is true? The Saint Heart Mirror fragment, once again, emitted spiritual fluctuations. Superior, every word I said is true. Sikong Luan solemnly stated. If you want the evil soldier to make a move, it is impossible without a price. Good. Take me there. The Saint Heart Mirror fragment floated up and landed in Sikong Luan's hand. Sikong Luan, carrying the Saint Heart Mirror fragment, soon returned to the outside of the imperial residence. Such a deeply missed scent. The Saint Heart Mirror fragment, hidden within Sikong Luan's embrace, emitted faint spiritual waves. Just standing at the doorway, it sensed 7 or 8 martial saints' presences. Blood refinement martial saints. Even for genuine nation-protecting divine weapons, these were rare to encounter, and not every time available for consumption, let alone in the eyes of an evil soldier like the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment, treated as a street rat. The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment could not remember the last time it tasted a blood refinement martial saint. 200 years ago, 300 years ago, or 500 years ago. With a sentiment of reminiscence and excitement, the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment moved closer to the Grand Hall in the depths, along with Lin Yuan. The fleeting aura flashes along the way further excited the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment. At this moment, the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment had only one thought, which was to control Lin Yuan as soon as possible. Then, through ordering Lin Yuan, have these blood refinement martial saints be consumed one by it. Shortly after, Lin Yuan stopped in front of the Grand Hall at the deepest part. It was in this Grand Hall that he had met Lin Yuan, who must still be inside waiting for him. "Superior, we have arrived." Lin Yuan touched his chest, reminding the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment. I know. The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment emitted an impatient spiritual fluctuation. However, out of caution, it still subconsciously used the residual power of the divine weapon to sense inside the Grand Hall. What is this? The mind of the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment instantly boiled. Through the close sensing of the divine weapon, it instinctively perceived an extremely dangerous aura. What's going on? The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment was puzzled and shocked. Under the heavens, only true divine weapons could pose a threat to it. And through the connection between divine weapons, it confirmed that there were no divine weapons inside the Grand Hall. No divine weapons, yet such a deadly threat. The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment found it incomprehensible. Forget it. This place is not suitable for a long stay. After a few breaths of thought, the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment decided to retreat. Its spiritual fluctuation reluctantly swept over the nearby blood refinement martial saints one last time before it completely withdrew them. Whoosh! A streak of light flew up from Lin Yuan's chest. Looking closely, one would see that at the core of this light, there was the appearance of a fragment of a mirror. Let's go! The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment flew toward the outside of the imperial residence. Just then, a voice came from inside the Grand Hall. You've come all this way, won't you come in and take a look? In an instant, the power of heaven and earth within several miles boiled. The power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang merged, forming a great black and white hand that seemed to grasp a chicken. It caught the escaping Saint Heart Mirror Fragment in its palm and then swiftly shrank toward the inner hall. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 11. The Battle 8,000 Years Ago. Outside the Great Hall, Lin Yuan's mind was like mush. He had not yet recovered from the act of the Saint Heart Mirror Shard escaping in the midst of battle. Then, he saw a colossal hand that was half black and half white effortlessly yank back the Saint Heart Mirror into the hall, as if snatching a chicken. Lin Yuan saw clearly, just as the colossal hand of black and white stretched out. The Saint Heart Mirror Shard suddenly burst forth with a profound black radiance, its aura shaking heaven and earth. Yet, under the might of that colossal hand, the profound radiance was like fire meeting water, dissolving in an instant. This. Lin Yuan's heart trembled. That was an evil soldier, and a true divine weapon shard. Without the emergence of divine weapons, their shards are invincible, impenetrable by human force. That is an ironclad rule. But now, Lin Yuan discovered that the divine weapon shard was not as strong as he imagined. At least before that colossal hand of black and white, it seemed remarkably fragile. That's not right. A shock suddenly pervaded Lin Yuan's heart. It wasn't that the divine weapon shard was frail. Instead, that colossal hand of black and white was far too powerful. In this world, how can there be something so powerful? Lin Yuan was in utter disarray, and his thoughts briefly turned to Lin Yuan, whom he had seen not long ago. That colossal hand of black and white must have been Lin Yuan's doing. But Lin Yuan was neither a divine weapon nor a weapon wielder, so how could he possibly possess the strength to overpower a divine weapon shard? According to the many years of intelligence gathered by the Defying Divine Society, all weapon wielders are deeply influenced by the divine weapons, inherently bearing an aura that is cold, indifferent, and aloof. And on this point, Lin Yuan clearly did not fit. Inside the Great Hall, Lin Yuan was sitting casually in front of a desk. Before him, a fragment that resembled a mirror was floating. Are you human? No. How could a human cultivate to your extent? The Saint Heart Mirror shard sent out waves of terrified spiritual thought. Compared to its perception outside the Great Hall, now in front of Lin Yuan, the shard was deeply shocked by Lin Yuan's vast and ocean-like aura. While still not on par with a fully awakened divine weapon, it was far superior to a divine weapon shard like itself. In the eyes of the Saint Heart Mirror shard, this was utterly inconceivable, beyond all reason. The cultivating system of this world has its ultimate endpoint at the blood refinement martial saint. Beyond that, there's simply no path to tread, no way to advance. But Lin Yuan, this is the essence of divine weapons. A strange glint crossed Lin Yuan's face as the Saint Heart Mirror shard before him appeared to be nothing more than a mere fragment. But through Lin Yuan's eyes, it seemed like the most perfect thing in the world. Observing the Saint Heart Mirror shard was like observing a part of the heavens and earth. No, it was like observing a part of the heavens and earth laid bare, revealing its essence. Your perception defies the heavens. You gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws. Should you comprehend something? Your perception defies the heavens. You gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws. Should you comprehend something? Your perception defies the heavens. You gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws. Should you comprehend something? So-called divine weapons, are they an external manifestation of the laws of this world? Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. As his strength continuously advanced further at the third rank level, Lin Yuan began to vaguely sense the fundamental laws that support the heavens and earth, sustaining the operation of the world. Even in the main world, Lin Yuan felt this sensation, although the fundamental laws there were exceptionally powerful. Even with all effort to comprehend, his gains were minuscule, much like the time Lin Yuan tried to perceive the endless cosmos. The progress was excruciatingly slow, and to understand the arcane rules governing the operation of the endless cosmos, even sitting in meditation for 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 years may not suffice. Having arrived in this world, although the essence of the world is far inferior to the main world, trying to perceive the fundamental laws here is still far from easy. After all, any world, no matter how weak, has formed a perfect cycle. All fundamental essences are concealed within, making it incredibly difficult to perceive them. Yet now, as Lin Yuan looked at the Saint Heart Mirror shard before him, his gaze lit up with fervent excitement. Divine weapons like the Saint Heart Mirror are manifestations of the world's essence, which is why they could develop spiritual wisdom and be innately powerful. As such, because they represent the external manifestation of the world's fundamental essence, observing these kinds of divine weapons is far easier than directly perceiving the fundamentals of the heavens and earth. Especially so for the Saint Heart Mirror itself, having shattered, the fundamental laws revealed within are even clearer. Merely by observing and contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan managed to perfect the martial Tao cultivation system slightly, saving a day or two of work. What exactly do you intend to do? This seat is a divine weapon of heaven and earth, indestructible. Seeing Lin Yuan staring at himself with fervent eyes, the Saint Heart Mirror shard felt somewhat uneasy. With your strength, in the eyes of those 36 old fellows, you are no doubt a highly sought-after delicacy, the most delicious meal in thousands of years. If you release this seat, I will teach you a secret technique that can hide from the perception of those 36 old fellows. How about that? The Saint Heart Mirror Shard immediately began to negotiate terms. The 36 old fellows it referred to were naturally the 36 complete nation-protecting divine weapons. Indestructible. Lin Yuan sent a portion of his consciousness to size up the Saint Heart Mirror Shard up and down. Indeed, as a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, at least in this world, the Saint Heart Mirror Shard was indestructible. Of course, indestructible here meant completely indestructible, not even leaving behind fragments. As for going from a complete divine weapon to being shattered, that was still achievable. Indestructible are only the divine weapons themselves, but as for the consciousness of spiritual wisdom, that can still be worn down, right? Lin Yuan countered with a smile that was not quite a smile. At this remark, the Saint Heart Mirror Shard was immediately alarmed. How do you know? The Saint Heart Mirror Shard couldn't believe it. When the original Saint Heart Mirror was shattered, its original consciousness had already vanished. The current Saint Heart Mirror Shard was merely a new consciousness that had been born over a long time from the fragment itself. And not only the shard of the Saint Heart Mirror, but other shards had similarly given birth to new consciousness. It was precisely because of this reason that shards like the Saint Heart Mirror, which were considered evil soldiers, feared the true complete divine weapons. They were worried about falling into the hands of the others and then having their consciousness erased. However, such matters had always been a secret among the divine weapons. Other divine weapon shards wouldn't possibly divulge this to mere mortals. As for the secret technique, I don't need you to tell me. I can obtain it myself. Lin Yuan's eyes faintly displayed an inexplicable vortex, with the black and white marks of Taiji spreading and pervading, as tremendous spiritual otherworldly forces and soul powers abruptly descended toward the Saint Heart Mirror Shard for suppression. Lin Yuan planned to soul search the Saint Heart Mirror Shard. Since the Saint Heart Mirror Shard had given birth to its own consciousness, it was considered a living being and could have its memories forcibly accessed. This kind of soul search secret technique was something that Lin Yuan had created after observing various soul and spirit evolution paths. Similar secret methods existed in the main world, and they likely served more or less the same purpose. What exactly do you want to do? The Saint Heart Mirror Shard suddenly shrieked. Its body once again lit up with dark-colored light. Alas, under the suppression of Lin Yuan's Taiji field, all of the dark-colored light rapidly dissipated, and a vast and invisible force invaded deep into the shard. Through the method of soul search, Lin Yuan browsed through the other's memories as if he were looking at flowers while riding past on horseback. Since the Saint Heart Mirror itself had already shattered, many memories were incomplete. But Lin Yuan still found the information he wanted. According to the description in the memories, it was an event that occurred 8,000 years ago. Atop the 9 heavens, violent winds swept through that could easily tear apart a blood refinement martial saint. This place was a forbidden zone for life. But at this moment, there stood over 100 terrifying presences. The sources of these terrifying presences were unmistakably various weapons of war.
Blade, spear, sword, halberd, bell,
cauldron, and so on. What is that? Through the memories, Lin Yuan saw a long spear. It seemed as if all the light of heaven and earth was converging upon that spear. The body of the spear was engraved with the sun and moon, surrounded by an extremely sharp force. The sun and moon spear. It was the nation-protecting divine weapon of the greater Yan dynasty. It was also one of the 36 complete divine weapons of the current age. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1250 Years. Are all of these 100 weapons divine weapons? Lin Yuan looked around, his expression slightly somber. Through the memories of the Saint Heart Mirror Shards, Lin Yuan quickly confirmed the total number of weapons. Including the source of Lin Yuan's current perspective, that is, a divine weapon resembling a mirror. Complete divine weapon, the Saint Heart Mirror. So, 10,000 years ago, the total number of divine weapons was actually 100? Lin Yuan thought to himself. For over 20 years, he had been collecting information about divine weapons. The numerous pieces of intelligence he had obtained all mentioned that in ancient times, the number of divine weapons exceeded 36. Later, due to some unknown event, most of the divine weapons had disappeared. However, there was no specific information on how many divine weapons there were. Only now, by viewing the memories through the Saint Heart Mirror Shard, had Lin Yuan confirmed the total number of divine weapons. 100. 100 divine weapons. Just as Lin Yuan continued to observe these divine weapons. Boom! The centralmost, tower-shaped divine weapon stirred. Its tremendous power exploded, affecting the other divine weapons. This caused the other divine weapons to be forced into action. The spear engraved with the sun and moon gently thrust forward, its sharp aura converging, directly piercing through a fan-shaped divine weapon. A melee ensued among the 100 divine weapons. Heaven and earth were in turmoil. If the battlefield had not been in the 9 heavens, far from the ground, there probably wouldn't have been anything left of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms by now. The melee lasted for several months. In the end, most of the divine weapons were shattered, turning into fragments scattered across the 4 corners of the world. Only 36 divine weapons still stood in the arena. These 36 divine weapons included the nation-protecting divine weapon Sun and Moon Sphere of the Greater Yan Dynasty today. The aura emanating from the Sun and Moon Sphere at that time was somewhat unstable, but it was clearly the victor. The melee among the divine weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the cause of the melee, Lin Yuan could roughly guess it. The divine weapons needed to consume the human race in order to grow slowly. But the number of humans was limited. With the appetite of 100 divine weapons, the human race of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms could not satisfy them. That was what ultimately led to this great battle. Only the most powerful divine weapons were entitled to enjoy the blood feast. As for the weaker divine weapons, they were directly shattered to extinction. In front of the desk, Lin Yuan set down the Saint Heart Mirror Shard he was holding. His expression turned ponderous. This time he had traveled from afar, leaving the capital, coming to Wuyan City. It was indeed the right decision. He had not only acquired a divine weapon shard that could be described as a manifestation of the essence of the rules, but had also learned about that great war 8,000 years ago, not recorded in any book. The great battle among 100 divine weapons. Master. Master, spare my life. From the desk, the Saint Heart Mirror Shard emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. While forcibly conducting a soul search, Lin Yuan also casually refined the mirror shard. If it had been a complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan would not have been able to refine it, but as it was only a shard, it naturally could not withstand Lin Yuan. After refining the Saint Heart Mirror Shard, Lin Yuan then had absolute control over its consciousness. Even if he could not destroy the shard, erasing the consciousness within it was merely a matter of thought. The Saint Heart Mirror Shard was also aware of its predicament, completely shifting from its previous negotiating stance, directly addressing Lin Yuan as master. Spare your life. Lin Yuan glanced at the Saint Heart Mirror Shard. He realized the essence of the rules within the Saint Heart Mirror Shard, which had nothing to do with its consciousness. Even if the consciousness were to vanish, as long as the shard itself existed, the essence of the rules would remain, not impeding Lin Yuan's realization. However, now the survival or destruction of this consciousness was within a single thought from Lin Yuan, so there was no need to erase it so quickly. Otherwise, who knows how many years it would be before another consciousness emerged. Moreover, a divine weapon shard with its own consciousness indeed had some use for Lin Yuan. At least it could revive spontaneously, without Lin Yuan having to stimulate it. Outside the Grand Hall, Lin Yuan was somewhat at a loss. As soon as the Saint Heart Mirror Shard was forcibly pulled into the Grand Hall, Lin Yuan realized that his most significant support might have fallen. At this moment, Sikong Luan felt both joy and anxiety. The way Lin Yuan effortlessly suppressed the evil soldier gave Sikong Luan a tinge of ambition he shouldn't possess. For thousands of years, the human race had been mere food for the divine weapons. Never had anyone been able to counter the divine weapons, even just a divine weapon shard. However, Lin Yuan's arrival disrupted this balance. Yet, what Lin Yuan's origins truly were and whether he was indeed a human, or if he would stand on the side of the divine weapon, remained unclear to Sikong Luan. Time slipped away. While Sikong Luan became lost in his chaotic thoughts, a voice resounded silently by his ear. "Come inside as well." "Yes." Sikong Luan took a deep breath. As if facing judgment, he stepped inside the great hall. The interior of the hall was just as Sikong Luan remembered it. The only difference was a casually placed fragment of a mirror on the table where Lin Yuan sat. A mirror fragment? Sikong Luan swallowed hard, realizing that it wasn't just any piece of mirror, but rather a revered and worshipped evil soldier of their defying divine society. "My lord." Sikong Luan fell to his knees with a thud. Lin Yuan glanced at him casually. "From today onward, I want your defying divine society to submit to me completely."
Can you do that?
Lin Yuan asked indifferently. The influence of the defying divine society spanned all of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. The branch where Sikong Luan was located was merely one headquarters within the greater Yan dynasty. Such a headquarters was one of 35 others, all hidden within the other 35 kingdoms. Lin Yuan's implied command was for Sikong Luan to subjugate the other 35 headquarters of the defying divine society, to bring the entire defying divine society under Lin Yuan's command. Facing Lin Yuan's words, Sikong Luan fell silent. If it had been anyone else who spoke to him like this, Sikong Luan would have refused without a second thought. The defying divine society represented the last line in opposing the rule of the divine weapons. Even if they worshipped an evil soldier, it was only to bolster their courage against the true divine weapons. Sikong Luan could die, but the defying divine society must never perish. Otherwise, all of the human race in the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms would forever become mere fodder for the divine weapons. "I just want to know one thing." Sikong Luan stared at Lin Yuan and asked desperately, "Are you human, and how do you view the divine weapons?" "Human." A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He looked at Sikong Luan, who was ready to face death, and slowly said, "I am indeed human, and as for those divine weapons, I've disliked them for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Sikong Luan felt an immense relief. "Going forward, the defying divine society will follow your lead," Sikong Luan said respectfully. Having received the answer he sought, Sikong Luan's heart finally relaxed completely. To preserve the spark of hope for the human race, the defying divine society was even willing to worship a former divine weapon as an evil soldier. How much more so for Lin Yuan, who was a human? The capabilities Lin Yuan demonstrated provided Sikong Luan with hope of resisting the divine weapons, thus leading the rest of the defying divine society to pledge allegiance to him was only natural. After subjugating Sikong Luan, Lin Yuan issued his first command. It was to report all known intelligence about the evil soldiers possessed by the defying divine society.
For Lin Yuan,
each evil soldier represented an external manifestation of the world's essential laws. Observing their essence held great benefits and could significantly enhance the martial path evolutionary path, aiding Lin Yuan to advance sooner to the 4th rank. And not just to the 4th rank, but it also elevated the effect on the martial path evolutionary path. Does my lord intend to continue subjugating those evil soldiers? Sikong Luan immediately discerned Lin Yuan's intentions. "You must be cautious, my lord. These evil soldiers are not easily subdued," Sikong Luan said softly. Though Lin Yuan had overwhelmingly suppressed the fragment of the Saint Heart Mirror, there is a difference between a divine weapon and its fragments. Some fragments, being larger and containing more of the full divine weapon, possess greater power. Even if they still can't defeat Lin Yuan, if one were to escape, it could still cause future troubles. No matter. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. With his current strength, no divine weapons could emerge, and he could instantly suppress any number of fragments. Time slipped away. Another 50 years had passed. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 13 Disaster of War. For the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, with their history of thousands of years, 50 years did not amount to much. To most ordinary people, it probably wasn't any different from the past. However, the royal families of the 36 kingdoms subtly perceived the slight abnormalities of the past 50 years. It mainly involved the remnants of the defying divine society, whose actions were growing increasingly bold. The defying divine society, as an underground organization expelled and wanted by the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, was always like a rat crossing the street. To recruit new members, they always operated in a stealthy manner. Yet in recent years, these remnants of the defying divine society became more arrogant, even daring to pull in people on the streets. The most shocking thing for the royal families was that every time they launched an encirclement campaign, the remnants of the defying divine society seemed to receive advanced warnings, managing to escape coincidentally. This made the royal families realize that the defying divine society had come prepared. As a result, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms stepped up their suppression of the defying divine society even further. In fact, 36 and 19 years ago, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms even deployed divine weapon masters, aiming to harness the power of the nation-protecting divine weapons to deal a heavy blow to the defying divine society. Unfortunately, the divine weapon masters of the Evil God Association intervened in time. Tying up the divine weapon masters of the 36 kingdoms allowed most of the elite members of the defying divine society to leave in advance. The Central Plains' 36 kingdoms possessed nation-protecting divine weapons. By leveraging the power of nation-protecting divine weapons, they could train divine weapon masters. Although the defying divine society did not have complete divine weapons, they possessed many divine weapon fragments. These were known as evil soldiers. Evil soldiers were essentially divine weapons in their essence. Provided an evil soldier's completeness met a certain standard, it was possible to train a divine weapon master. Of course, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms referred to such masters as evil soldier masters. In direct combat, evil soldier masters naturally did not match up to divine weapon masters, but the former could slightly interfere with the latter. Unless the divine weapon master invoked the full awakening of their divine weapon, it was difficult to capture an evil soldier master. In general, a divine weapon master would not allow a divine weapon to fully awaken, because doing so meant their lifespan would be drastically reduced. The soul essence drawn by a fully awakened divine weapon would reach a horrific level. Every time a divine weapon fully awakened, the divine weapon master would live 10 years less. In a secret underground square, a towering man sat cross-legged in the very center. Around him were scattered dozens of weapon fragments. If there were an evil soldier master from the defying divine society present, they would be horrified to discover that these weapon fragments were indeed evil soldiers. Evil soldiers, the fragments of divine weapons. Although far less powerful than divine weapons, they too transcended the limits of the mundane. Yet at the moment, these supreme evil soldiers were treated like ordinary items, carelessly strewn across the ground. 50 years. The towering man Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. For the majority of those 50 years, he was contemplating the essential nature of the laws within the divine weapon fragments. As for the many state affairs of the greater Yan dynasty, over 40 years ago, Lin Yuan had specially selected a group of capable and loyal officials, establishing the cabinet to handle state matters on behalf of the emperor. Lin Yuan only needed to return from time to time to check on things. As an emperor, the most taboo thing is to micromanage everything. How many matters can one country have? If one were to inquire into each one, wouldn't it be exhausting to death? Of course, like Lin Yuan's long periods of disengagement, this was rare and typically a major taboo for emperors, as it easily led to being sidelined. But with Lin Yuan's strength, who could afford to sideline him, as he held immense force in one body? Fourth rank. Lin Yuan looked towards the divine weapon fragments around him, his face falling into brief contemplation. With Lin Yuan's speed of cultivation, he had reached the completion of the Heavenman Realm 20 years ago. And the completion of Heavenman Realm, if placed in the main world, would be considered just short of fourth rank. But to break through further, to formally step into fourth rank, Lin Yuan was somewhat hesitant. The transition from third rank to fourth rank, even in the main world, was a major bottleneck and shackles. Any evolver who could cultivate to the extreme pinnacle of third rank was 1 in a million, 10 million, or even 1 in 100 million a prodigy. Even so, to cross this major bottleneck and shackles, one would need at least hundreds of years, with many dying old at the extreme pinnacle of third rank. This was under the premise of having a complete evolution path for guidance. For someone like Lin Yuan, who is carving out an evolution path, every step taken on a completely unknown road, breaking through to fourth rank was going to be thousandfold, or even 10,000-fold more difficult. Of course, this thousandfold or 10,000-fold is relative to Lin Yuan's current strength at the extreme pinnacle of third rank. If it were a higher-level evolver such as at fifth rank or sixth rank, overseeing from a high level, carving out an evolution path would naturally be much easier. In fact, even with the thousandfold or 10,000-fold difficulty, with Lin Yuan's unreasonable against heaven's understanding, he should have broken through to fourth rank by now. But Lin Yuan kept hesitating. Fourth rank and fourth rank are also not the same. For example, a heavenly master who ascended through the power of Taiyin or Taiyin is naturally of a different concept from one who ascended through the Tao of Taiji. This time, ascending to the fourth rank, Lin Yuan wanted to ascend through the essence of the rules contained within the divine weapon fragments. Ascending to the fourth rank in this way would definitely be the kind with the greatest potential. Over the past 50 years, Lin Yuan had collected dozens of divine weapon fragments, integrating their essence of rules into the martial Tao cultivation system. But these fragmented essences of rules were still too few for Lin Yuan. They weren't enough to support his ascension to the fourth rank. Divine Weapon Master. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Over the years, the Defying Divine Society had helped him collect divine weapon fragments that were naturally weaker. There was no help for it, for divine weapon fragments had their own consciousness. Even if Sikong Luan borrowed help and coaxed, he could only fool those ordinary divine weapon fragments. As for the truly powerful divine weapon fragments, the Defying Divine Society wasn't able to track them. Usually, these fragments had already cultivated their own weapon masters and lay dormant within them. But who could have imagined that Lin Yuan would be so audacious as to want to borrow a look at them? Not bad at all. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly fervent. He had specifically come here not just to confirm his suspicions. His main objective was to collect more complete evil soldiers. If Lin Yuan planned to ascend to fourth rank by the essence of the rules, he had to comprehend a great number of evil soldiers, perhaps even real divine weapons. Thus, the more powerful these evil soldiers were, the better. Outside the Qingshi Grand Hall, Sikong Luan looked worried, pacing back and forth. The Lord has been impulsive again, Sikong Luan fretted. After he and Lin Yuan arrived at the location, as per the evil soldier wielder's guidance, Sikong Luan planned to enter the hall with Lin Yuan. After all, compared to Lin Yuan, he, Sikong Luan, had plenty of experience communicating with those evil soldier wielders. Knowing what the evil soldier wielders wanted, even if negotiations broke down, he and Lin Yuan still had a chance to leave unscathed. At worst, they would pay a price. But Lin Yuan had asked him to wait outside, and went in alone. This only made Sikong Luan more anxious. He was aware of Lin Yuan's strength, strong enough to easily suppress evil soldiers. But the evil soldier wielders inside the Qingshi Grand Hall, which one of them was easy to deal with? Those gathered here, their evil soldiers had an integrity of over 50%, far surpassing that piece of the Holy Heart Realm fragment from before. There was even an evil soldier with 90% integrity, extremely close to a divine weapon. With such power, yet Lin Yuan had walked in so boldly. What if negotiations went south? It would surely lead to a great loss. Lin Yuan admitted Lin Yuan's abilities, but didn't believe that Lin Yuan would be able to gain any advantage in front of so many powerful evil soldier wielders. There shouldn't have been a fight. Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Given Lin Yuan's methods and the strength of the evil soldier wielders, if a real battle had ensued, it would have been earth-shattering, not this quiet. This was a small comfort to Lin Yuan, but only a small one. Because Lin Yuan had yet to come out. Not coming out. It meant there was still uncertainty. A great battle could still occur. As Lin Yuan anxiously waited, a figure slowly emerged from the entrance. Sir. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Thankfully, the worst hadn't happened. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, a smile on his face indicating his good mood. Take care of the people coming out behind me. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he departed straight away. Take care of what? Lin Yuan was somewhat confused. What people? He remembered that Lin Yuan had gone in alone. There were no others in the entire Qingshi Grand Hall besides Lin Yuan and those powerful evil soldier wielders. Just as Lin Yuan was puzzled, the evil soldier wielders, led by Qinggu, stepped out from the entrance, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Having the evil soldiers forcibly extracted was tantamount to extracting their bone marrow and muscles. If it weren't for Lin Yuan thinking that the souls and spirits of the evil soldier wielders were innately strong and might be useful later, they wouldn't have survived. Seeing these evil soldier wielders, Lin Yuan put together their demeanor and realized that the ones Lin Yuan wanted him to take care of were these evil soldier wielders. Lin Yuan swallowed hard. With his intelligence, he, of course, understood that if Lin Yuan asked him to take care of them, it meant these evil soldier wielders had already submitted. Otherwise, even if he wanted to, they would not have allowed him to do so. But this. Lin Yuan felt a profound shock. He had just been worried about Lin Yuan's safety, concerned about Lin Yuan being at a disadvantage against the evil soldier wielders. And now, seeing the ashen-faced 18 evil soldier wielders, Lin Yuan looked up at the departing figure of Lin Yuan like one looks up to a god. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 16. Let's go. Let's go worship the divine weapon. The essence of the rules contained in the evil soldier, like the splitting heaven axe, allowed Lin Yuan to advance further toward the 4th rank. To continue increasing the strength of the defying divine society, Lin Yuan bestowed the divine weapon fragments he had previously obtained. He granted them all. They were used to nurture new divine weapon masters. These divine weapon fragments, which were completely comprehended by Lin Yuan, had no further significance if kept by his side. Moreover, the bestowed divine weapon fragments were also refined and completely obeyed Lin Yuan's commands. The divine weapon masters cultivated with these evil soldiers naturally would not be unruly, but were completely loyal to Lin Yuan's command. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had gone by. The capital of the Greater Yan Kingdom, 100 Flowers Hall. This place was once the palace where the Empress Dowager of Greater Yan stayed as a concubine. Although, as the Empress Dowager, she should have moved to a higher standard palace, Wang Shangfeng did not do so. She had lived in the 100 Flowers Hall for over 10 years and had grown accustomed to it. On this day, Lin Yuan came to visit his mother. Since his ascension, Lin Yuan mostly focused on cultivation, visiting only once every 6 months or even a year. Yuan, How do you feel about those concubines I selected for you last time? Wang Shangfeng, though over 90 years old, looked only 45, her complexion rosy and her spirit very good. In this world system of cultivation, the blood refinement martial saint, though comparable to the pinnacle of the second layer, was of no use in terms of extending lifespan, even for a martial saint who could at most live just over 100 years. Lin Yuan speculated that this was also influenced by the divine weapons. After all, the longer one lived, the more likely one could research a level surpassing that of martial saint. Most of the 36 divine weapons were always dormant, naturally not allowing such control-exceeding incidents to occur. Thus, their lifespans were directly limited. Even powerful blood refinement martial saints reaching this stage would mostly be 70 or 80 years old, with weakening vitality and nearing the end of their lifespan. Where would they have the energy to research the realm beyond martial saint? Wang Shangfeng was not a martial saint, and at her age, was still lively, naturally owing to the marrow cleansing performed on her secretly by Lin Yuan. For Wang Shangfeng, the marrow cleansing performed with Lin Yuan's current power was akin to an immortal pill. According to Wang Shangfeng's current health, living to 200 years old was not a problem. It's okay, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Ascending the throne for 50 or 60 years, Lin Yuan had not sired any children. Mainly because there was no need, Lin Yuan was not the retired Emperor Lu Shi. An emperor needs heirs primarily to determine the crown prince and confirm the successor to the dynasty. But Lin Yuan did not need these. With his lifespan, even if he had children, it would definitely be the crown prince who would pass away first. Remaining in this world for at least 160 years was enough to outlive any blood refinement martial saint. Even if he really needed to leave descendants, he would consider it only in the last 20 or 30 years of his extended stay. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's response, the Empress Dowager Wang Shangfeng immediately knew her son was just placating her. But now, Wang Shangfeng had no way to deal with Lin Yuan. Under Lin Yuan's rule, the Greater Yan dynasty was now almost comparable to the strongest few nations among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. And Lin Yuan's prestige also surpassed that of previous emperors, becoming the most accomplished emperor since the founding of the Greater Yan dynasty. By the way, your father has not been feeling well recently, Yuan. You should find time to visit him. Wang Shangfeng said softly, as if thinking of something. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and replied. Leaving the 100 Flowers Hall, he was greeted by a member of the royal family who came to see him. Your Majesty, our Greater Yan dynasty has not produced any weapon masters for over a decade. This member of the royal family was also one of Lin Yuan's elders, now aged and frail, reminding Lin Yuan. For the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, the most important task was cultivating weapon masters. Everything else was secondary. Only with a weapon master could they suppress the nation's foundation. And the last generation weapon master, Lin Yuan's elder sister, had passed away over a decade ago. Since she had never revived a divine weapon or even stimulated one, she lived longer compared to other weapon masters. Weapon masters. In front of Lin Yuan's eyes appeared the image, from 50 or 60 years ago, of his elder sister running up to him to see him one last time, her eyes reddening with tears. After becoming a divine weapon master, one was bound to the divine weapon, and unless Lin Yuan's power overwhelmingly surpassed, it was difficult to sever the bond between them. This matter is not urgent, Lin Yuan said indifferently. Yes. The royal descendant hesitated to speak and then stopped, finally saying nothing. After dismissing this royal descendant, Lin Yuan soon met the retired Emperor Lu Shi. Compared to Wang Shangfeng, Lu Shi's condition was much worse. His hair and beard were all white, skin wrinkled. That was the case because Lin Yuan had never performed the marrow cleansing on Lu Shi. As a former emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty, Lu Shi had performed multiple rituals with the nation-protecting divine weapons. The marks of the divine weapons had long been planted on him. Should Lin Yuan use his own power to perform marrow cleansing for Lu Shi, it was highly likely to alert that nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty. Father Emperor, Lin Yuan and the retired Emperor Lu Shi talked for a long time. Mainly, it was Lu Shi speaking and Lin Yuan listening. Lu Shi also had heard about the current state of the greater Yan dynasty. His own son had become the most accomplished sage monarch in the history of the dynasty. Lu Shi was naturally joyful from the bottom of his heart.
Yonar, I'm afraid he must depart.
In this lifetime, the thing I, Lu Shi, regret the least is handing over greater Yan to you. Lu Shi spoke for a while, then felt spiritless and closed his eyes to sleep. It's about time. Upon leaving the palace where retired Emperor Lu Shi resided, Lin Yuan looked up towards the due north. There lay the ancestral grounds of the divine weapons of the greater Yan dynasty. 5 or 6 years ago, Lin Yuan had already reached the edge of 4th rank, not weaker than the divine weapons. Now, having absorbed the foundational laws from many evil soldiers like the splitting heaven axe, his strength had increased once more. The next day, in the court, the civil and military officials of the greater Yan dynasty were excited. Because this morning, Lin Yuan would participate, discussing state affairs with the ministers. For the ministers, this was undoubtedly thrilling. After all, this generation's emperor of the greater Yan possessed abilities esteemed as the best among his predecessors, his only fault being his reluctance to appear in public. Many new ministers in the court had never seen the emperor in person. The countless citizens of the greater Yan dynasty regarded Lin Yuan as the most respected figure in their hearts. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, how could the dynasty have achieved such great governance today? Upon the dragon throne, Lin Yuan sat casually. The ministers below one by one stood out, presenting their reports on state affairs. As the court meeting was about to end, the Minister of Rights finally stepped forward. Your Majesty has been on the throne for over 50 years. According to ancestral customs, you should proceed to the divine weapon ancestral grounds for the ritual. The Minister of Rights spoke as per the text, harboring no expectation of a direct response. For over 50 years, since Lin Yuan's accession to the throne, there had been 3 Ministers of Rights. All 3 Ministers of Rights had always brought up the matter of urging the emperor to proceed to the divine weapon ancestral grounds for the ritual at each morning court meeting. But the emperor had never replied, and the 3 Ministers of Rights did not dare to insist, only taking the chance to mention it whenever possible. And this had become a habit for all 3 Ministers of Rights. Or perhaps a hope. Yet this time, when the current Minister of Rights had finished speaking, Lin Yuan, seated on the dragon throne, slightly nodded and stood up to say, "Indeed, it's time to go to the ancestral grounds for the ritual." The current Minister of Rights, hearing this, immediately was stunned. Then his eyes began to moisten. After more than 50 years, the emperor was finally not ill anymore, but was planning to go to the ancestral grounds for the ritual. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 17. Isolating Heaven and Earth. Divine Weapon Ancestral Grounds. These are places dedicated to the worship of nation-protecting divine weapons. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, there are 36 nation-protecting divine weapons, and naturally, 36 divine weapon ancestral grounds exist. For the royal families of the 36 countries, worshipping divine weapons is even more important than honoring ancestors or past emperors. It was only because Lin Yuan made an independent decision in the greater Yan dynasty Tiangang, withstanding pressure from the court, that he managed to delay the worship of divine weapons for 50 to 60 years. Even so, the number of living sacrifices sent to the divine weapon ancestral grounds each year hadn't reduced in the slightest. Lin Yuan turned a blind eye to this. With matters like the succession of the throne, divine weapons might not pay attention. However, if there was even a slight shortfall in the living sacrifices, it would surely attract the notice of the divine weapons. At that time, the divine weapon would awaken and proactively seek out sacrifices. The consequences of this would be difficult for the greater Yan dynasty to bear. After all, when a divine weapon awakens on its own, the number of sacrifices it requires is much greater than when it slumbers. Therefore, before accumulating enough strength to suppress the divine weapon, maintaining the status quo to gain more time to grow stronger is the correct choice. At least Lin Yuan could be in control and choose when to take action.
Like now.
Lin Yuan thought now was a good opportunity to make a move. Taking the opportunity of the worship ceremony, he would lure out the divine weapon and strike when it fed. Divine weapon. After Lin Yuan agreed to the worship of the divine weapon, the Minister of Rites and many other ministers hurriedly started preparing the various rituals needed for the ceremony. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, returned to Qingtian Hall, pondering the matter of divine weapons. Having decided to take action against the divine weapon, Lin Yuan was, of course, fully prepared. After studying the memories of numerous evil soldiers, Lin Yuan gained a deep understanding of the 36 divine weapons. In terms of combat power alone, Lin Yuan was confident he was not inferior to any divine weapon. What Lin Yuan needed to be wary of was the divine weapon's final trump card, merging with heaven and earth. Whether it's a divine weapon or an evil soldier, at its core, it is the external manifestation of the essence of the rules of heaven and earth. Since it is an external manifestation, in times of need, it can naturally merge back into it. The essence of evil soldiers is shattered, no longer intact, so they cannot return to heaven and earth. But divine weapons are different. If a divine weapon wishes, it can surely merge into heaven and earth. In such a state, even if Lin Yuan were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, unless he could destroy heaven and earth, he could do nothing about it. Of course, if it weren't a last resort, with no other options, divine weapons would not choose to return to heaven and earth. Because by doing so, the divine weapon's own consciousness would be washed away by the consciousness of heaven and earth. Simply put, it would be formatted. Centuries later, even if it emerged from heaven and earth again, that divine weapon would no longer be the original divine weapon, because its inner consciousness would have changed. Nevertheless, having chosen to make a move against the divine weapon, Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't just watch it return to heaven and earth. One of his main purposes in taking action was to suppress the divine weapon in order to comprehend the essential rules it contained. Over decades, the essence of rules within the fragments of many evil soldiers provided Lin Yuan with a tremendous help. This was only from evil soldiers, that is, fragments of divine weapons. What if it were a complete divine weapon, with its full essence of rules? How much help could it bring to Lin Yuan? At the very least, it could elevate him to the 4th rank. Not just an ordinary 4th rank, but a 4th rank founded on the essence of rules. Since divine weapons can merge into heaven and earth, then I will just cut off heaven and earth completely. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm. In his 80 years in this realm, with against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had contemplated many fragments of evil soldiers and developed a secret technique to isolate from heaven and earth. Using 81 pieces of evil soldiers as the core, he could completely seal off a certain area. That is, cutting it off from heaven and earth. However, such sealing had its limits. Heaven and earth have the ability to repair themselves, and with Lin Yuan's methods, he could seal it for at most an hour. That is, cut off from heaven and earth for an hour. The matter of the Flame Emperor going to the ancestral grounds to worship the divine weapons became a top priority in the court. Since it was a worship ceremony, a large number of sacrifices would be prepared. The sacrifices for worshipping divine weapons are, of course, living people and particularly cultivators with abundant blood and energy. Since Lin Yuan's ascension to the throne, although he hadn't reduced the number of sacrifices, he tried as much as possible to select those sentenced to death or life imprisonment. If there still weren't enough, he would recruit from the populace as much as possible. Those who volunteered to be sacrifices would have their parents, children, and so on taken care of by the state. The elders would be supported by greater yen in their old age, and their descendants would have priority in education, entering politics, or enlisting in the army. This policy once sparked controversy in the court. Many ministers thought it unnecessary, insisting that the honor of sacrificing for the divine weapons should be reserved for the peasants. After all, implementing such a policy would definitely put a strain on the state treasury. Yet, under Lin Yuan's firm stance, the policy was still enforced. The process of offering sacrifices to the divine weapon was very cumbersome. Numerous ministers had been busy for most of the day before they began the final offering. As the emperor, Lin Yuan walked at the forefront, heading toward the center of the underground palace in the ancestral grounds. Several hours later, Lin Yuan's gaze was deep as he looked towards the center of the altar. In his perception, a vast and mountainous aura was almost bursting forth. This aura was ferocious and majestic, sharp and overbearing, surpassing any evil soldier Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Even the splitting heaven axe, which was 90% intact, paled in comparison to this aura. For 8,000 years, those evil soldiers had made no progress. However, the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons continuously devoured the life force, blood, and souls of living beings, slowly improving, and over 8,000 years, dripping water had worn through stone, their strength naturally surpassing that of the past. Not to mention, these 36 nation-protecting divine weapons were strongly fought for in the great battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, and they were the strongest 36 out of those 100. The Sun and Moon Spear. A trace of a strange color flashed across Lin Yuan's face. This nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan Dynasty, the Sun and Moon Spear, was one of the divine weapons most adept at offensive powers among the 36. In that battle of divine weapons, the Sun and Moon Spear had pierced through at least 7 or 8 other divine weapons, its fierce might nothing short of awe-inspiring. All right, you all may leave now. I have something to say to the divine weapon. Lin Yuan sensed that the Sun and Moon Spear was about to appear, devouring the offerings. He immediately turned back to look at the various ministers and the imperial lineage. Yes. Then we shall depart first. Everyone was already somewhat breathless. After all, as the aura of the Sun and Moon Spear gradually moved, facing such an aura as vast as heaven and earth, ordinary people found it difficult to endure. And Lin Yuan's reason was very sufficient. The Greater Yan imperial family was the spokesperson chosen by the divine weapons. And as the emperor, the highest in the royal family status, being alone with the divine weapon was only natural.
Soon.
Apart from Lin Yuan, everyone respectfully departed. For a moment, the vast and enormous altar was left with only Lin Yuan and the living sacrifices kneeling in the distance. The living sacrifices for this offering were all death row inmates from various places. To ensure the smooth progress of the offering, these inmates were already unconscious. Lin Yuan stood in place, quietly waiting for the divine weapon to appear. At this time, Lin Yuan's aura was contained. Even the divine weapon could not detect any anomaly. Otherwise, with the strength of Lin Yuan's physical blood, the Sun and Moon Spear would have gone crazy by now. Why would it dawdle as it was doing now? Humble. Under Lin Yuan's watchful eyes, 100 Zhonglong divine dragon with the sun and moon revolving around it slowly flew out. A dragon? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't a dragon. The so-called divine dragon was nothing but a phantom image transformed by the aura of the divine weapon. Lin Yuan saw at the core of the divine dragon phantom a hazy long spear undulating. The divine weapon, the Sun and Moon Spear. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. This was not the first time he had seen a divine weapon. In perusing those evil soldier memories, he had seen many divine weapons. He had even seen numerous scenes of the Sun and Moon Spear making its thrust. But scenes were just scenes after all. In comparison to the actual Sun and Moon Spear, it was like the light of a firefly vying with the bright moon. The Sun and Moon Spear trembled lightly. The 100 Zhonglong divine dragon phantom opened its huge mouth and slightly sucked in the direction of the sacrifices.
Suddenly,
a massive amount of life force, vitality, and souls were devoured into the dragon's mouth. These offerings are not bad. The sun and moon spear emitted a vast spiritual fluctuation, clearly somewhat satisfied. Are you the new emperor? The sun and moon spear seemed to sense something, emitting another spiritual fluctuation. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. In that case, the body of the sun and moon spear shook.
En indescribable redescended.
Each emperor, during the offering to the divine weapons, would be branded with a divine weapon mark. It was both a deterrent and a restriction. Lin Yuan had to this day not undergone the marrow cleansing for the retired emperor, precisely because he was wary of this divine weapon brand. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. As Lin Yuan pronounced the word wait, he lifted his right foot and took a step forward. By the time Lin Yuan finished saying wait, his right foot landed, and with the altar as the center, the surrounding heaven and earth had already been isolated. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 18, The Ancient Godly Being. Cutting off heaven and earth.
For Lin Yuan,
it was not only about preventing the divine weapon from returning to the world. More importantly, it was to block the fluctuations of qi generated during his fight with the divine weapon. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, each capital had a divine weapon in command. All 36 divine weapons emerged from that great war 8,000 years ago. They jointly divided the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. These 36 divine weapons, remaining so peacefully, must have made some secret agreements. Like watching over each other, perhaps? If the other 35 divine weapons sensed that Lin Yuan was suppressing the sun and moon spear, he might face the siege of all 36 divine weapons. Even without any agreement to watch over each other upon seeing Lin Yuan such a powerful member of the human race, whether it was to share the spoils or to eliminate future troubles, the other 35 divine weapons would also take action. Even if Lin Yuan managed to escape the encirclement, after the 35 divine weapons witnessed Lin Yuan's strength, they would surely develop a deep sense of wariness and were likely to accelerate harvesting lives to advance to the 4th rank level sooner. After all, according to the intentions of other evil soldiers, the 36 divine weapons were already very close to the 4th rank. Waiting for what? The sun and moon spear didn't notice the change in heaven and earth. It had just awakened from its slumber, so its perception was somewhat dulled. Recently, there was an evil soldier named Splitting Heaven Axe. Lin Yuan casually picked a topic to divert the sun and moon spear's attention.
That one.
The sun and moon spear was slightly taken aback, its tone laced with disdain. 8,000 years ago, the Splitting Heaven Axe was not its match, let alone now. The sun and moon spear was about to discuss matters, when it saw Lin Yuan raise his right hand and slowly clench it towards the spear. A terrifying pressure filled every inch of the air. What the sun and moon spear had morphed into, the divine dragon, directly disintegrated. Lin Yuan's figure moved nearly 1,000 meters in an instant, appearing in front of the sun and moon spear, and then his outstretched right hand grasped the body of the spear. How dare you? The sun and moon spear instinctively raged. For so many years, even during that gruesome battle 8,000 years ago, no divine weapon had dared to come so close to it, let alone be held. Apart from the Father God, who had forged it, no other living being had ever done this. The formidable aura of the divine weapon exploded suddenly, sharp to the extreme, a force almost tearing the air, thrusting towards Lin Yuan. Too late. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A smile appeared on his face, as if he hadn't yet come close to or grasped the sun and moon spear. With the power of a divine weapon, it could indeed struggle with him for a while.
But now,
he had already locked down the true body of the sun and moon spear. No matter how it thrashed, it was futile. And this was Lin Yuan's ultimate scheme. If he had acted directly against the sun and moon spear, Aside from whether he could handle it, he probably wouldn't even know where its true body was. Moreover, once he revealed his strength and raised the sun and moon sphere's vigilance, it would become even more difficult. Only by taking advantage of the ritual did he make the sun and moon sphere let down its guard. Then, as a spokesperson, Lin Yuan was able to get close to the sun and moon sphere. In this way, he could, like now, instantly seize the crux of the divine weapon's life. Indeed about to approach the fourth rank. Feeling the sun and moon sphere struggle in his hand, Lin Yuan grew more solemn. At that moment, he seemed to be holding a 2-meter-long lance, but it felt as though he was pressing down on a flood dragon that roamed the clouds and rain. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who exactly are you, to possess such strength? The sun and moon sphere was utterly panic-stricken. After several counterattacks, all suppressed by Lin Yuan, the sun and moon sphere quickly realized its predicament. This was trouble. Real trouble. With its true body suppressed, no matter how great its divine skills and capabilities were, a rebound seemed very difficult. Taiji. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a faint black and white vortex appeared. In just a moment, the sun and moon sphere felt the pressure it was under skyrocket by several or even dozens of times. The two extreme powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, flowing along the body of the sphere, continuously invaded its consciousness. You force my hand. The spiritual fluctuations of the sun and moon sphere exploded. The body of the sphere began to become ethereal, clearly intending to return to the world. Although this method would cause its consciousness to vanish, it was better than falling into Lin Yuan's hands. Besides, faced with the suppression from those remnants of the defying divine society, how dare they? How dare they? The Daki emperor bellowed as he abruptly stood up, while the many ministers below bowed their heads in silence, not daring to respond. Over the past decade, the defying divine society had mounted a significant resistance against the 35 states of the Central Plains. What started as a spark soon ignited a flaming prairie fire. Initially, the defying divine society was suppressed, but as time passed, their ideals spread, and the discontent among the people of the nations boiled over. Merely within a decade, 7 of the 35 states' powers were overrun by the defying divine society. The nation-protecting divine weapons of these 7 dynasties had vanished as if they never existed, never making an appearance from start to finish. And now the Daki emperor had just learned that the Damo dynasty, neighboring the Daki dynasty, had recently had its capital breached. Damo bordered on Daki territory. With the fall of the Damo dynasty, the next target would naturally be the Daki dynasty. In the Daki court, the Daki emperor took a deep breath, and then looked towards the dignified middle-aged man seated beside him. What does the divine weapon have to say? The Daki emperor asked, attempting to appear calm. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 21. Been waiting for you a long time. _2. The middle-aged man with a stern face was none other than the divine weapon master of the Daki dynasty. 8 years ago, the nation-protecting divine weapons of 35 countries left their ancestral lands as if by agreement, disappearing without a trace. According to the message left by the divine weapons for the divine weapon masters, they said they were about to take the final crucial step. Now, 8 years had passed, and apart from the divine weapon masters occasionally being able to communicate with them, no one else, including the emperors of the nations, could sense the slightest presence of the divine weapons. The divine weapons have said they are nearly done with that step and will return to the world soon. The man with a stern face said, unable to hide his excitement. Although the divine weapons had left a trace of their power within them before they left, ensuring that the divine weapon masters were not completely powerless, it was still far inferior to directly motivating the divine weapons, to the extent that those evil soldier masters could confront them head-on. Very good, Very good, very good. The Emperor of Daki said, repeating the word, good 3 times. In these years, had it not been for the loss of the divine weapons, how could they have been beaten back step by step by the defying divine society? Fortunately, this difficult time was about to pass. The nation protecting divine weapons would soon reign supreme once more. And as the legitimate dynasty, they would surely return to their previous dominant position. If that's the case, then I will join forces with the other dynasties, fight a decisive battle with the defying divine society, and then suppress them with the divine weapons, wiping out all their remnants at once. The Emperor of Daki, having ruled for decades, immediately thought of a solution that would resolve the issue for decades or even centuries to come. The remnants of the defying divine society, like rats in a sewer, could never be completely eradicated. With the defying divine society's reputation at its peak, they would surely pull out all their tricks. If at this moment, they could crush everything about the defying divine society with an overwhelming stance, then for a long time to come, the defying divine society would not be able to recover their primordial chi. On the contrary, if the news that the divine weapons were about to return was leaked, the defying divine society would surely be frightened away, quickly retreating and hiding back in their lairs, coveting the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms with envious eyes. Faced with these 2 methods for dealing with the defying divine society, the Emperor of Daki naturally chose the former. In the central location among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, the vast region of the 5 peaks was turned into a battlefield, where the forces of the defying divine society and the remaining armies of the 35 countries were arrayed against each other, both sides with incalculable numbers. On the side of the defying divine society. So the 35 nations have decided to battle us so readily? Su Chong sat in his chair with a frown, pondering aloud. After 10 years, Su Chong was no longer the ignorant youth of the past. Through countless battles, he had grown into a qualified divine weapon master. With the full power of the splitting heaven axe in his control, he could even suppress the divine weapon masters of the 35 nations. Even though those divine weapon masters seemed unable to directly draw upon the power of the divine weapons, Su Chong's fierce combat achievements were still renowned throughout the world. Could it be? Su Chong's expression shifted slightly as a thought occurred to him. If the 35 nations were so boldly seeking battle, was it possible that their divine weapons had returned? No matter. If the 35 nations dare to engage in battle, then so shall we. Lin Yuan, seated at the main seat, fell into silence for a while before speaking. All right, let's fight. Everyone else in the gathering immediately rose to their feet, looking toward the side of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, their eyes brimming with the desire to fight and a thirst for battle. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. On the battlegrounds of the 5 peaks, the 2 sides suddenly began to engage in fierce combat. With an unspoken accord, common soldiers fought common soldiers, cultivators fought cultivators, and divine weapon masters fought divine weapon masters. Su Chong grasped a massive black axe and swung it down fiercely. Immediately, he forced back several divine weapon masters who had surrounded him, and then with a swift motion, his black axe came down, severing one of them. The scene was exhilarating. After all, it was rare for divine weapon masters on the side of the 35 nations to fall, even when their 8 dynasties were breached by the defying divine society. The divine weapon masters and emperors had managed to flee in time. One should know that in other times, the divine weapon masters of the 35 kingdoms were invincible. At that moment, the other battlefield surged with morale, driving the forces of the 35 nations into a continuous retreat. Elsewhere, the emperors of the 35 nations were all gathered in the distant rear. They watched the battlefield from afar, noting their side's ongoing defeat without any change in expression. It's about time. The defying divine society should have no other moves left. It's time for the divine weapons to take action. The Emperor of Daki exchanged a glance with the other emperors, having reached a decision in their hearts. On the battlefield. Thrilling. Su Chong wielded his black giant axe, the force from the divine weapon splitting heaven axe boiling and surging.
Suddenly,
No good. Those old fellows have arrived. The consciousness of the splitting heaven axe was suddenly shocked, quickly informing Su Chong. What old fellows? Su Chong had not yet reacted when he was startled. You mean the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons? Where are they? Su Chong looked around, not retreating easily. Over the years, he had also realized that the splitting heaven axe in his possession was already complete, a true divine weapon, and he felt it was not much weaker than those 36 divine weapons. Even facing them, he would not be scared into a panicked flight. How could they be so strong? This is troublesome. They have taken that step. The splitting heaven axe's consciousness trembled, emitting waves of spiritual energy that revealed a sense of despair. Where exactly? Su Chong stood his ground, with no one daring to attack him. They are in the sky. The consciousness of the splitting heaven axe recovered slightly and informed Su Chong. In the sky? Su Chong looked up to the heavens. Above the clouds, unbeknownst to Wen, stood warrior weapons, one after another. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 21 been waiting for you a long time, _3. These military arsenals were majestic and grand, totaling 35 in number, currently perched high in the heavens, overlooking the mortal realm. The 35 colossal armaments suspended in the sky had an aura as vast as the universe itself. This was also the reason Su Chong had not noticed them, because their presence was too overwhelming. It's like being in an endless, vast ocean, where you would definitely notice ships sailing above and the occasional islands. As for the ocean itself, it tends to be overlooked. Su Chong's teeth were chattering. In his numerous preconceptions, wielding the splitting heaven axe with his strength, even if he couldn't match the 36 divine weapons, the difference wouldn't be too significant. Yet now, having seen the 35 divine weapons with his own eyes, Su Chong realized from the depths of his heart that there was a gulf-like gap between the splitting heaven axe and the former. Accompanied by Su Chong looking up to the sky, more and more people on the battlefield also began looking up to the heavens. It's divine weapons. The divine weapons of my Daki dynasty, and those of the Great Chu dynasty. The end is near for those remnants of the defying divine society. Countless people from the 35 nations were exhilarated. Some even knelt down on the ground to welcome the descent of the divine weapons. In contrast, the scene at the defying divine society was one of utter despair, especially those wielders of the evil soldiers, who felt an even deeper sense of heavenly, overwhelming pressure coming from the clouds. At the same time, above the clouds, the 35 divine weapons emitted tremendous mental fluctuations. So much flesh and souls, simply delicious. And those losers just right to be dealt with this time? This breakthrough, though successful, has greatly depleted my primordial chi, urgently needing flesh and souls for replenishment. Wait, why haven't I seen the old 18 for such a long time? Perhaps the old 18 is also hiding somewhere transforming. He's not done transforming yet. Never mind, I'll enjoy these flesh and souls first. The 35 divine weapons dispersed, their terrifying might enveloping the entire battlefield of the 5 peaks. Begin to feast. In an instant, a divine weapon gently inhaled, and tens of thousands of soldiers from the 35 nations side below turned instantly into skeletons. For the divine weapons, be it the 35 nations or the defying divine society, both were merely food on the plate. Now, due to their breakthrough transformation, they needed flesh and souls, and they wouldn't distinguish whether the food was farmed by them or not.
What?
Su Chong, looking at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, was filled with despair. At this moment, as the 35 divine weapons spread out and took positions in all directions, they completely sealed off the battlefield, leaving him no route for escape. It's over. Su Chong was resigned, feeling as if there was no way out for him today. In such a situation, Su Chong subconsciously began to reflect on his life, from his birth, as well as his dad and mom and his sister. Unfortunately, she was later taken away by that storyteller, struggling against the rule of divine weapons. For some reason, Su Chong's thoughts wandered back to that night 10 years ago. Back then, Lin Yuan had led him into the underground palace, where he met the master of the Defying Divine Society, who also bestowed upon him the Splitting Heaven Axe. Su Chong's memories became progressively clearer, and he seemed to remember the final words that the master of the Defying Divine Society had said, that if he encountered an insurmountable situation, he could shout "Flame Emperor." Thinking of this, Su Chong, for some reason, instinctively looked up, gazing straight at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, took a deep breath, and shouted angrily, "Flame Emperor?" In order to shout these two words, Su Chong burned his blood essence, even harnessing the power of the Splitting Heaven Axe. In an instant, the words "Flame Emperor" spread in all directions, echoing throughout the entire Five Peaks battlefield. The world suddenly fell into silence. Why the hurry? At that moment, another voice came through. Everyone looked up to see a young emperor in a dragon robe, composed and calm, stepping onto thin air, arriving with a gaze sharp as a torch and an aura of authority. The young emperor ascended into the heavens step by step, reaching a position level with the 35 divine weapons. Lin Yuan suspended in the air and looked towards the 35 divine weapons. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 22. Thousands of years ago and thousands of years later, seeking first subscription. Above the clouds, Lin Yuan faced 35 divine soldiers alone. Compared to the towering divine soldiers that stood shoulder to shoulder with the mountains, Lin Yuan seemed exceptionally minuscule, like a speck of dust. Yet, even under the terrifying pressure of the divine soldiers, Lin Yuan still hovered in the air, without showing any signs of irregularity. Who is that? He actually rushed up to the divine soldiers? Is he seeking death? Upon seeing the scene, the emperors of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms all furrowed their brows. Even when the divine soldiers from their side had just swallowed their soldiers, it had only caused them a moment of distress. They almost didn't care at all. It wasn't just the swallowing of 30 to 50,000 soldiers. If all their soldiers were consumed, as long as they could completely crush the Defying Divine Society, the emperors all felt it would be worth it. For the royal families of the 36 kingdoms, soldiers were like leeks, with a new batch able to quickly grow after one is harvested. As long as their status could be maintained, everything else could be tolerated. It's the master of the Defying Divine Society. Is that the emperor of the Greater Yan? Indeed, the Greater Yan dynasty has a significant relationship with the Defying Divine Society, perhaps even behind it. The Flame Emperor. What does he want to do? Declare war on the divine soldiers. But have you noticed? The nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty hasn't appeared. Countless people looked up to the sky, including those within and outside the Five Peaks battlefield. The decisive battle between the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms and the Defying Divine Society attracted the attention of every being in this world, such as some hidden world cultivators, and even the consciousnesses within fragments of divine weapons. The great battle of the divine soldiers 8,000 years ago resulted in 64 divine weapons being shattered, falling into the four corners of the world. Some of the divine weapon fragments, unwilling to accept their defeat, became evil soldiers, stirring up trouble in the world upon reappearing. Others, thoroughly disheartened, believed that the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons were invincible and thus remained in hiding. And to most beings, the defying divine society represented the losers of old, many evil soldiers. But now, the appearance of the Flame Emperor undoubtedly surprised most beings. Leaving aside whether Lin Yuan could contend with the 35 divine soldiers, merely his current stance, disregarding the pressure from the 35 divine soldiers, was enough to indicate that this emperor of the greater Yen had strength far beyond the limits of the human race of this world. Keep in mind, even they, the evil soldiers, faced with the 35 divine soldiers that had already completed their transformation, also trembled with unease and wished they could burrow into holes to hide. Master, can our master win? On the battlefield, the splitting heaven axe and many other evil soldiers refined by Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder. They had once felt Lin Yuan's strength up close, and it was indeed extremely powerful. Equating him with a true divine weapon was not an overstatement. But now Lin Yuan was facing not just one divine weapon, but 35 of them, and they had taken that final step. Especially the likes of the top four, who even 8,000 years ago were far stronger than the other divine weapons, let alone now. Above the clouds, under the vast sky, the 35 divine weapons were clearly taken aback. Their colossal psychic fluctuations kept sweeping over Lin Yuan. But what was strange was that all psychic fluctuations, upon approaching within 3 feet of him, were all devoured by some force. It was as if Lin Yuan himself was a black hole, capable of absorbing everything that came near. Interesting. Are you really of the human race? A knife-shaped divine weapon that seemed to be trodden upon by a real dragon emitted psychic waves, tinged with curiosity. For 10,000 years in their eyes, the human race had always been food, so the sudden appearance of an enigma like him was indeed a curiosity. Regardless of whether you are of the human race, I can feel the vastness in you, like an ocean of qi and blood. Swallowing you might allow me to advance another step. Another divine weapon emitted greedy psychic waves.
Boom.
A force of divine soldiers descended silently. Lin Yuan looked on calmly. Now just his gaze towards the 35 divine soldiers felt like observing some fundamental nature of the world. Since you've all arrived, come in then. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. The force from the divine soldiers dissipated into nothing.
Not just that. A terrifié n'aura su dans lit érupted.
The vast and expansive Five Peaks battlefield now burst forth with streams of aura, and a giant cage began to take form. 10 years earlier, Lin Yuan, following the steps of ancient godly beings, walked the world and entered the 4th rank in the first year. By understanding the fundamental rules of this realm and reaching the 4th rank, Lin Yuan gained deeper insight into the world. He also vaguely sensed that the nation-protecting divine weapons of the other 35 kingdoms were close to a breakthrough. Lin Yuan had tried using his 4th rank strength to squat down and suppress those 35 divine weapons one by one. But these divine weapons were cautious, and with Lin Yuan's strength, while he could have quickly suppressed 5 or 6 of them, it would undoubtedly alert and drive away the rest. In order to capture them all in one fell swoop, Lin Yuan deduced the great trends of the world and quietly maneuvered the war between the defying divine society and the 35 kingdoms, setting their decisive battleground at the 5 Peaks. The 5 Peaks battlefield was located at the central position of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, next to rivers and streams. Lin Yuan spent 8 years traversing every corner of the 5 Peaks battlefield, setting up nodes. He transformed the entire 5 Peaks battlefield into a kind of furnace, only waiting for the 35 divine weapons to gather here and consume the beings of both sides. Then he could utilize the furnace to form and thereafter suppress the 35 divine weapons.
Boom, boom, boom.
The terrifying presence came from all directions. Lin Yuan had spent 8 years of his life forsaking cultivation and sudden enlightenment, placing all his energy on the 5 sacred mountains furnace. At this moment, it suddenly erupted, and its might nearly reached the late 4th rank, its aura causing the 35 divine weapons to tremble. What is this? This is bad. Let's get out of here. Upon witnessing the scene, the 35 divine weapons all began to quiver with spiritual fluctuations. For 10,000 years, aside from that ancient godly being, they had never feared anything, not even during the great battle of the divine weapons 8,000 years ago when they emerged as the victors.
But now,
sensing the overwhelming presence from the entire battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains, all the divine weapons were scared. The 35 divine weapons, without a second thought, scattered in all directions, attempting to flee. On the ground, all those who witnessed this scene were stunned. They hadn't yet recovered from the shift in the atmosphere of the 5 sacred mountains battlefield. Then they saw the 35 esteemed divine weapons flee in panic. Everyone's eyes widened, and it took a long while for them to regain their composure. It turns out, even the exalted divine weapons that stood high in the eyes of all creatures had their day of flight.
Impossible.
Divine weapons are invincible. How could they flee? In the rear of the 36 nations, the emperors of various dynasties were filled with disbelief. They were all waiting to kneel and welcome the descent of the divine weapons, and now the divine weapons were fleeing? If the divine weapons fled, what should they do? Thinking of leaving now? It's too late. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If it were just now, when Lin Yuan had appeared, the 35 divine weapons might have chosen to return to heaven and earth, possibly escaping before the 5 sacred mountains furnace completely sealed off the realm. But in Lin Yuan's deductions, this possibility was almost zero. After all, returning to heaven and earth for the divine weapons was almost equivalent to being reforged. Their consciousness and memories would be washed away by heaven and earth, which was only slightly better than complete obliteration. How could these divine weapons, having just completed their metamorphosis and not yet enjoyed any benefits, choose such an extreme approach upon encountering an inscrutable person? And just as Lin Yuan had predicted, even when sensing danger, not a single one of the 35 divine weapons chose to return to heaven and earth. Rise. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved once again. The vast Taiji field quickly spread. After advancing to the 4th rank, Lin Yuan's Taiji field gained a huge enhancement once again. The path of Taiji is not limited to Taiyin and Taiyang. It is centered around Taiyin and Taiyang, encompassing all the Tao of the world. This is also why Lin Yuan could continue to improve by comprehending the essence of the rules within other evil soldiers. Break. Among the 35 divine weapons, the tower-shaped one suddenly halted. Its red light flared up as if a great sun burst forth all its light and heat in an instant. The void boiled over, and the sky for hundreds of miles seemed to be boiled all at once, with a misty aura enveloping the entire battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains like clouds. The temperature within hundreds of miles rose, and even for the blood refinement martial saint, the air they breathed through their nostrils seemed to have turned into burning coal, unbearably hot. The terrifying heat exploded, and in an instant, it shattered a portion of the furnace's shape enveloping it within several miles. Water. Seeing this, Lin Yuan reached out again, and the river water outside the 5 sacred mountains battlefield was immediately drawn forth. Great amounts of river water evaporated, quickly blocking the intense heat from the tower-shaped divine weapon. This is bad. Seeing this, the tower-shaped divine weapon became heavy with thought. Because at this moment, the aura from countless nodes within the 5 sacred mountains battlefield all came together. The endless interplay of light and shadow, qi, and the power of heaven and earth outlined a Taiji furnace that displayed black and white colors. It formed with a thunderous rumble. The 35 divine weapons, without any exceptions, were all engulfed within the Taiji furnace. Suspended below the vast sky, the Taiji furnace towered 100 miles high, spanning like a colossal entity. Roaring sounds continued to emerge from within the furnace, indicating that the 35 divine weapons had not given up and were still struggling. But with time, this struggle grew increasingly weaker. The 36 divine weapons, all captured in my pot. Lin Yuan stepped out and sat atop the furnace. Then a spear-shaped divine weapon engraved with the sun and moon flew out, willingly entering the furnace. All the 36 divine weapons emerged from heaven and earth. To facilitate comprehension, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly placed the sun and moon spear inside as well. Next is suppression and enlightenment. Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged, calming his mind. The divine weapons have been suppressed. On the ground, everyone who witnessed the scene, whether human or the consciousness of evil soldiers, were all struck by an overwhelming shock. 10,000 years ago, an ancient godly being walked the world, sacrificing mountains and rivers, melting the 4 seas, forging 100 weapons. Majestically for 10,000 years, all creatures bowed their heads. 10,000 years later, a young emperor sat high in the heavens, cooking the rivers, refining the 5 sacred mountains, subduing the 36 weapons. With his resplendent heavenly might, all spirits looked up in reverence. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 23. Divine Weapon Shattered. Subscribe, please. The 36 divine weapons are not merely divine weapons. They are also part of some complete essence of rules. If it were someone else, even if they had the strength to suppress the divine weapons, it would be difficult for them to benefit from them. After all, the essence of the realm's rules, even if explicitly shown, is hard for ordinary people to comprehend much. It's like a complex mathematical problem. Even if the solution process is fully written out, others might not be able to understand it. 10,000 years ago, that ancient godly being literally split the 100 divine weapons from heaven and earth, and then took the opportunity to comprehend them, benefiting greatly. But Lin Yuan was different. With his against heaven's understanding, comprehending such things came naturally to Lin Yuan. This time I've made a big gain. Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into the Taiji furnace. It could be said that his biggest gain from this journey was the divine weapons of this world. As for the rest, far from comparing to the fundamental great Tao of rule essence. It's a pity that these divine weapons originate from this world and can't be taken away. Lin Yuan felt somewhat regretful. He wasn't coveting the divine weapon's power, as there were many weapons in the main world whose might far exceeded that of the divine weapons. The divine weapons contain the essence of the world's rules. If he could take them back to the main world, then sell them or submit them to the goddess of wisdom, he would definitely make a huge profit. After all, other citizens, even if they couldn't comprehend the divine weapons as completely as Lin Yuan, would definitely spend a lot of money to buy them if they were even slightly touched by them. However, since the divine weapons are expressions of this world's rules, they would dissipate once they left this world. If it were not so, Lin Yuan at any cost would have attempted it. Although he descended in consciousness to this world, the door to the Myriad Realms was able to take back items from the worlds it traversed by accumulating energy. However, how much energy was needed, Lin Yuan did not know. Forget it. Let's fully comprehend the essence of the rules in all the divine weapons first. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and began to carefully comprehend. The entire Taiji furnace was an extension of his 5 senses. With just a thought from Lin Yuan, he could feel the position of any of the 36 divine weapons inside. Compared to Lin Yuan, who was deeply comprehending the divine weapons, the surface of the Wuyu battlefield was completely erupting into chaos. How can the Flame Emperor be so powerful? Those are complete divine weapons. Even the divine weapons have been suppressed by the Flame Emperor, should we continue to fight with the defying divine society. On the side of the 35 kingdoms, countless people looked up at the sky, gazing at the 100-mile furnace stretching between heaven and earth. This scene was too inconceivable. No one could imagine how the Flame Emperor managed to do this, and the shock in their hearts was unimaginable. Actually, surrendering to greater Yen might not be a bad thing, At least our descendants won't be devoured by divine weapons in the future. Someone suddenly had this thought. In the past, with divine weapons ruling, they wouldn't dare to have such thoughts even if they had 10 times or 100 times the courage. But now, the divine weapons looming over their heads had already been suppressed, meaning that even if they were exploited in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about being devoured.
Impossible.
I don't believe it. This is all an illusion. Everything is an illusion. The emperors of the 35 kingdoms were falling apart. They had staked everything on the divine weapons. They even actively instigated a decisive battle with the defying divine society, just waiting for the divine weapons to finally act and sweep away everything. And now they were told that the divine weapons were swept away? Not only swept away, but suppressed by the Flame Emperor. Not one escaped, extinguishing the last hope of turning the game around for these emperors. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 25. Return. Global Top 10? Why so weak? _2. The third aspect involves research and development and inventions, which include various novel discoveries, encompassing evolutionary paths and other types of technology. Beyond the aforementioned 3 categories, there are other ways to earn merit points. For example, accidentally discovering traces of different species or their conspiracies, and then reporting these to the Goddess of Wisdom, thus preventing human civilization from suffering losses. After which the Goddess of Wisdom would impartially determine the importance of this intel and award merit points accordingly. In Lin Yuan's mind, uploading evolutionary paths was undoubtedly the most cost-effective way to acquire merit points. As for killing different species, on the battlegrounds at the frontier, fraught with risks, Lin Yuan saw no need to take this risk. And serving the Cosmic Human Alliance? Taking on a minor official position felt too troublesome and came with the pressure of making achievements. Moreover, perfecting the martial path evolutionary path had another advantage. That was to improve one's ranking on the Kinglin evolution ranking. You see, it's not as if once Lin Yuan uploaded the evolutionary path to the Goddess of Wisdom, it ceased to be his. Lin Yuan was still the founder of the evolutionary path. And within the Cosmic Human Alliance, every citizen who purchased the martial path evolutionary path for cultivation would result in Lin Yuan receiving 30% of the income. The higher the potential of the martial path evolutionary path, the higher it ranked on the evolution ranking, and the greater the promotion it received. The more wealth Lin Yuan would ultimately accumulate. Key point is, this source of income was continuous. And that was only the direct impact. Being the founder of a powerful evolutionary path, there were many indirect, hidden influences as well. Third rank chapter. Lin Yuan began to significantly modify the third rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path with his Against Heaven's understanding, making it suitable for citizens of the main world to cultivate. 2 days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected 4th-level citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. Since being promoted to a 4th-level citizen, the Goddess of Wisdom had become increasingly gentler in her treatment of Lin Yuan. I want to upload the 3rd rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Lin Yuan spoke. As for why there was no 4th rank chapter, Lin Yuan himself was still at the 4th rank 9th stage, and had not fully completed this level, so there was no need to upload it in advance. Besides, the 3rd rank chapter was sufficient. The rule essence pathway Lin Yuan had chosen was already reflected in the 3rd rank chapter. Accompanied by Lin Yuan swiftly uploading the 3rd rank chapter content. In a mysterious space countless light years from Kanglin Star, massive screens flashed rapidly as immense computational power frenetically assessed and deduced the value of the 3rd rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary System. The 3rd rank chapter uploaded by Lin Yuan was divided into Martial God chapter and Heaven Man chapter. Detected Martial God chapter contains a higher-order method to forge the body. Detected Heaven Man chapter involves the power of origin rules, beginning re-evaluation of the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. Evaluation complete. Current martial path evolutionary path has a 10% probability to promote to 5th rank evolution path and a 60% probability to promote to 6th rank evolution path. Probability of the martial path evolutionary path promoting to 6th rank evolution path exceeding 50%, triggering the Charter Secrecy Protocol. Relevant contingency plans generated. Henceforth, all promotions concerning Human Citizen Code 123****** will be handled by the three goddesses, no other authorizations needed. Beginning valuation of the 3rd rank chapter. 40,000 merit points. Is there a need to seek nearby highest citizen authorization? No need. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Lin Yuan was adapting to his current frail physical body. The solemn and cool voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out. Respected 4th-level citizen Lin Yuan. So quickly? Lin Yuan appeared somewhat surprised. Compared to his previous uploads of evolutionary paths, the response from the goddess of wisdom was much quicker this time. After the final evaluation, your uploaded 3rd rank chapter is valued at 40,000 merit points. The goddess of wisdom provided the response. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. 40,000 merit points was not the value of the entire martial path evolutionary path, but specifically the value of the 3rd rank chapter. Too bad, still short some merit points to promote to a 5th-level citizen. Lin Yuan glanced at his merit points balance. A 4th-level citizen aiming to promote to a 5th-level citizen needed 50,000 merit points. Since Lin Yuan's promotion to 4th-level citizen had consumed 10,000 merit points, leaving him with 9,000 merit points. Now, with the newly acquired 40,000 merit points, he had a total of 49,000 merit points. Let's check the latest updates on the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered, and he summoned his evolutionary system panel. The extreme potential is still 6th rank. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. The 7th rank evolution path was much more difficult than he had imagined, and even the essence of many rules he had learned in the Divine Arms world could not give the martial path evolutionary path a sliver of possibility for advancing to the 7th rank. Perhaps there are other constraints on the 7th rank evolution path. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then continued to look further. A full possibility of advancing to the 5th rank evolution system and a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th rank evolution path. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If he remembered correctly, before he had uploaded the 3rd rank chapter, the chance of the martial path evolutionary path advancing to the 6th rank evolution path was only 10%. Now, surging to 60% was clearly due to the essence of the rules. Right. Now, where does the martial path evolutionary system rank on the Kinglin evolution ranking? Lin Yuan, somewhat curious, looked at the latest ranking of the martial path evolutionary path. Others would have to wait for the Kinglin evolution ranking to be updated to know the ranking of any evolutionary path in real time. But Lin Yuan, as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, naturally could check any real-time information about the martial path evolutionary path. Martial path evolutionary path, Kinglin evolution ranking. First. Virtual world. Personal room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The environment of the personal room simulated being a vast desert. The hot air spread like wildfire. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Mr. Liao is looking for me? Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered. The barren desert in front of him began to transform. It quickly formed into a manor-like setting, with bridges over flowing water, resembling a southern Chinese household. The next moment, Mr. Liao's figure appeared in the chair across from him. Mr. Lin. Mr. Liao was quite respectful toward Lin Yuan. After all, on the arena, the prowess Lin Yuan had demonstrated had shattered Mr. Liao's perceptions time and again. Now, he had even advanced to the top 10 in the individual competition. It's worth noting that the Kinglin Star Arena competition was open to all evolvers of Kinglin Star. That Lin Yuan could break into the top 10 in such an arena. What kind of favored son of heaven was this? Even without thinking, Mr. Liao knew that once this competition ended, Lin Yuan would soar to heights far beyond his reach. There's just over a week until the final battle for the top 10. Mr. Liao disclosed his purpose for coming. Although from previous records, it was easy to see that Lin Yuan's odds against the other monsters in the top 10 weren't high. Many speculated that Lin Yuan might be the weakest among them. But, at the very least, there was still concern. After all, Lin Yuan had secured a top 10 ticket, the pride of Dongning City, for thousands of years. Mr. Lin, this is what I've collected, videos of those top 10 evolvers fighting, including analyses from higher-level evolvers. I believe after watching these, you'll understand more. Mr. Liao immediately played a video. The fight itself wasn't rare. What mattered was the attached analysis of other evolvers. Because, like it or not, what different level evolvers see in the same battle often varies. High-level evolvers can spot the weaknesses and shortcomings of the combatants at a glance. If Lin Yuan could absorb the judgments in the analysis, he might have an advantage in the forthcoming top 10 showdown. While hoping for a top 5 or 3 might be too much, aiming for a 7th or 8th place was still hopeful. After all, to make it into the global top 10, the differences in strength between each were not substantial. Perhaps that bit of understanding could play a crucial role. Please watch, Mr. Lin. Mr. Liao played the video. So powerful. Mr. Liao watched alongside Lin Yuan. Even after many views, Mr. Liao was still shocked. However, sitting beside him, watching the video with Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan seemed unconcerned. The pressure he felt before from those evolvers standing in the global top 10. Now, to Lin Yuan, they seemed too weak. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 26, Climbing to the Top, Trending Rankings. Among the top 10 global evolvers, the one most likely to clinch the title should be the evolver known as Feng Qing. Feng Qing's origins are unknown. He is suspected to have encountered a great opportunity, receiving the heritage of a high-rank evolver and cultivating the ancient god evolutionary path. Moreover, the ancient god evolutionary path refers to a category of incredibly powerful evolutionary paths as a collective term. Each ancient god evolutionary path corresponds to an ancient god in the depths of the starry sky. In terms of hierarchy, the ancient god evolutionary path surpasses the 6th rank. Before Lin Yuan proceeded with his traversal, the one he most dreaded was this Feng Qing. With the power of the Taiji field at his disposal, if he were to go all out, Lin Yuan was confident he could compete with the other 8 evolvers. The only one he was uncertain about was Feng Qing. But that was before the traversal. After completing the 3rd traversal, Lin Yuan had transformed inside out. His strength had even reached the 4th rank 9th segment. Under such circumstances, even though his martial path evolutionary path's potential limit was still not as high as the ancient god evolutionary path, the overwhelming difference at the Great Realm meant the two were simply not on the same level anymore. Now, Lin Yuan felt no interest in watching the battle videos of the other 9 evolvers. Not to mention feeling any pressure. Then I'll take my leave first, Mr. Liao said upon seeing Lin Yuan's lack of interest, promptly suggesting his departure. It seems Mr. Lin Yuan doesn't have much confidence in the upcoming competition for the top 10, Mr. Liao thought to himself as he returned to his personal room. Actually, it was only to be expected. One should see what the other 9 evolvers are like. The Thunder God who can transform into lightning, the fortunate individual who awoke the 6th rank fallen star level bloodline, and Feng Qing who cultivates the ancient god evolutionary path. This lineup would be considered extravagant even in previous tournament rankings. Kanglin Star Virtual World, Central Plaza area. Because of the popularity of the tournament, this area became rather desolate, as most citizens had gathered around the tournament arenas. At dawn that day, the Kanglin Evolution ranking began to update its list of information. At first, not many people paid attention to it. But soon, some noticed something amiss. Damn, am I seeing things? Why has the evolutionary path, Purple Thunder, which was ranked first, moved to the second position? I think I'm seeing things too. My God, the Marshall Path evolutionary path has taken the top spot? In an instant, the Central Plaza area was in an uproar. Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked up at the word Marshalltown, now at the very top of the evolution ranking. Everyone was familiar with the Marshall Path evolutionary path. In fact, they knew it very well. From its initial entry into the top 100 to the top 10, it took only a year or two. Everyone thought that the Marshall Path evolutionary path would lay low for a while because every evolutionary path in the top 10 of the ranking withstood the test of hundreds of thousands of years. Especially the Purple Thunder evolutionary path, which dominated the top position for 500,000 years. One of the hot favorites for the current tournament champion, Thunder God, follows the Purple Thunder evolutionary path. Only now, the myth of the Purple Thunder evolutionary path had been broken. What is the background of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, and which great figure developed this path? I guess this path must be from a higher-ranked planet's great figure, deliberately placed on our Kanglin star. I agree. The rise of the Marshall Path evolutionary path was too sudden. I have an elder who works at the Central Continent Evolvers Association, and I've never seen an evolutionary path similar to the Marshall Path evolutionary path. The crowd discussed animatedly, sharing their speculations. In the end, they concluded that the Marshall Path evolutionary path most likely originated from a higher-ranked planet, introduced by great figures on Kanglin star. After all, the creation and refinement of an evolutionary path not only depend on its founder, but also require the participation of a large number of cultivators. Just like the Purple Thunder evolutionary path, in order to perfect this path, countless evolvers have contributed over hundreds of thousands of years. But what about the Marshall Path evolutionary path? It came out of nowhere, without any sign of its emergence. Compared with the general onlookers, those who were previously displaced by a rank by the Marshall Path evolutionary path were much more relaxed in their minds. When the Marshall Path evolutionary path first appeared, it broke into the 93rd position on the evolving ranking. As a result, the original 93rd, 94th, 5th rank, etc. evolutionary paths naturally receded by one rank. Afterward, when the Marshall Path evolutionary path rose to the 78th rank, the original 78th, 79th, 80th places also moved back by one rank. Latterly, when the Marshall Path evolutionary path broke into the top 10, even more evolutionary paths moved back a rank. This had caused discontent among the cultivators following these evolutionary paths. But now, seeing the Marshall Path evolutionary path ascend to the top, they didn't know why, but they felt somewhat happy. In short, it might be, if everyone moves back, it's as if no one has. Thunder Rain Star Region. Inside the virtual world. Lulan he sat cross-legged. In his mind emerged the teachings of Lin Yuan. The way of Taiji, based on Taiyin and Taiyang, seamlessly boundless. The more Lulan he thought about it, the more confused he became, only briefly comprehending when feeling the trace of the Taiji power left by Lin Yuan within him. It was at that moment. A deep voice came through. Lulan he. Father. Lulan he was startled and quickly stood up, speaking respectfully. Compared to his gentle mother, Lulan he feared his father even more. His father was not only the sky of the Lulan family, but also a figure of authority in the Thunder Rain Star domain. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 26 Climbing, Hot Rankings _2. A single sentence could determine the fate of hundreds, even thousands of life planets. The evolution path you're cultivating now has too low a probability of advancing to the 6th rank. Change to another one. A deep voice said. Ah. Change to another one? Lulan, he felt some reluctance. But father, I really like the martial Tao and the founding teacher often gives me guidance, he said, mustering courage to argue. I said the probability of advancing to the 6th rank is too low, only 10%. Choose something with higher odds. Lulan Yu said, somewhat impatiently. Before coming here, Lulan Yu had naturally reviewed the martial path evolutionary path. With his insight, he could naturally discern the strengths and weaknesses of the martial path evolutionary path. Being able to accommodate both the extreme energies of Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang was indeed impressive. But that was all. Moreover, the martial path evolutionary path currently had only the 1st-tier chapter and 2nd-layer chapter, and although it had the potential for a 6th rank, there was only a 10% chance. To Lulan Yu, this was far from enough. Alright then. However, the martial path evolutionary path just updated with the 3rd rank chapter this morning, and I haven't even finished reading it. Lulan, he said, feeling a bit aggrieved, but unable to go against his father's will. The 3rd rank chapter? Lulan Yu was slightly taken aback. He pulled up the information on the martial path evolutionary path, and indeed saw the newly released 3rd rank chapter. Lulan Yu chose to purchase and quickly skimmed through the content of the 3rd rank chapter. The 3rd rank already touches upon the power of origin rules. There's a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th rank. Lulan Yu's expression became slightly more solemn. He looked again at the release times of the 1st-tier chapter, 2nd-layer chapter, and 3rd rank chapter within the martial path evolutionary path. On average, each rank was released less than a year apart. It's not impossible to cultivate. Lulan Yu scanned his son Lulan He, who looked downcast, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Since you like this evolution path so much, continue with it. Really? Lulan He's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen his father change his mind on his own. While the outside world was abuzz over the martial path evolutionary path topping the evolution charts, Lin Yuan had just received the 2 cosmic spiritual objects he had purchased. The yin-attributed and yang-attributed objects, valued at 1,200 million. These are the vermilion fruit and cold jade. Lin Yuan opened the alloy box, his spirit slightly stirred. The alloy box was large, divided into 2 layers. The top layer held a crimson fruit. The fruit was only the size of a baby's fist but radiated a surprising amount of heat, as if it were a miniature fireball. Lin Yuan knew that this vermilion fruit was the fruit of some special plants deep in the universe. They were classified by age: centennial vermilion fruit, millennial vermilion fruit, decamillennial vermilion fruit, centimillennial vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit Lin Yuan purchased was a centennial vermilion fruit. Even so, it was valued at 700 million, and it came with the privileges of a 4th-level citizen. Carefully picking up the vermilion fruit and setting it aside, Lin Yuan looked at the other item in the alloy box. Cold jade. Though not as expensive as the vermilion fruit, it was still a cosmic spiritual object worth 500 million. After thoroughly inspecting the 2 cosmic spiritual objects to ensure there were no issues, Lin Yuan began the refining process. He started with the vermilion fruit. Lin Yuan handled it with extreme caution. Under the light, the vermilion fruit seemed to have a liquefied substance like magma flowing within it. Who knows what kind of special plant could bear such fruit? Lin Yuan thought to himself. He then sat down cross-legged and began to slowly absorb the energy within the vermilion fruit. There were 2 ways to use the vermilion fruit. One could eat it directly, but only if the user's strength was at least at the 4th rank. Only then could one withstand the terrifying energy burst that occurred the moment the vermilion fruit was swallowed. Beneath 4th rank, one had to absorb it slowly, as Lin Yuan was doing. Though Lin Yuan was indeed at the 4th rank 9th realm, he could barely refine the fruit if he swallowed it directly, but there was no need for such haste. Time passed. 1 day later, in front of Lin Yuan, only a thin layer of the fruit peel remained. The essence inside had been completely absorbed by Lin Yuan. Next was another cosmic spiritual object, Han Jade. Refining Han Jade was much easier than the fruit, especially since he had fully refined the fruit and his strength had subtly broken into the 4th rank. Refining Han Jade naturally became even easier. Half a day later, The entire piece of Han jade disappeared. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura like a black hole as the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang turned into black and white, connecting with the universe. I've finally recovered to the 4th rank, 9th segment. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took a gentle breath. Deep within his Dantian Qi Si, the Taiyin powers formed a Taiji pattern like a miniature galaxy, constantly rotating and intertwining. Now, the Taiji field should be considered a real domain. With a thought, Lin Yuan easily covered all of Dongning City with the Taiji field. Moreover, if Lin Yuan wished, he could even spread it further. The power of the domain is something that only 4th and 5th rank evolvers could hope to grasp. But that's just wishful thinking. In reality, most of the 4th and 5th rank evolvers also cannot master the domain. This has nothing to do with combat strength or power, but with one's own cultivation system and talent. Take Lin Yuan, for example, with the Tao of Taiji as his foundation and a perfect fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang, which then extended to the domain. He had mastered the Taiji field at the 2nd layer, which is the embryonic form of the domain. Other evolvers practicing martial Tao, even if they don't have Against Heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan, if they follow the martial path evolutionary path and master the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang to form the Tao of Taiji, even if they do not condense the Taiji field at the 2nd layer, naturally they will master the Taiji domain by the 4th or 5th rank. This is the advantage of an evolutionary path. Continue cultivating. After restoring all his strength, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation and enlightenment. Possessing an Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan did not only cultivate by traversing worlds, he could also cultivate and seek enlightenment in the main world. It's just that, compared to the years, decades, or even 100 years spent in the traversing worlds, Lin Yuan's stay in the main world was short, which led to the illusion that most of his power was obtained through traversing. In fact, if Lin Yuan could spend decades or even centuries in the main world, he would similarly reach a terrifying height. As time edged closer, the heat of the tournament matches was rising, especially the upcoming global top 10 matches, which attracted the attention of most citizens on Kanglin Star. Whether they were evolvers or ordinary citizens, they all wanted to know which evolver would win the final championship. In my opinion, Thunder God has a great chance of winning the championship. His evolution path is Kanglin Star's number 1 evolutionary path. Well, now it's number 2. Regardless, there's no problem with the evolution skill, and Thunder God himself, having survived lightning strikes and being able to incarnate as lightning, just this ability alone is enough. A well-known host began analyzing and releasing various videos to prove their point. Thunder God might be strong, but he's only 3rd rank. That Yang Wei, who has awakened 6th rank bloodline, has the greatest chance to win the championship. 6th rank bloodline, do you understand what that means? Not only is the upper limit as high as 6th rank, but when at a lower rank, you can also awaken some innate abilities from the bloodline. Thunder God might be strong, but can he compare to a 6th rank fallen star? Another well-known host spoke out to refute and presented their own viewpoint. What does Thunder God amount to in front of Feng Qing? Do you understand the value of the ancient God evolution path? That's an evolution path with a great reputation even in the Qikuan star domain. If it weren't for the many limitations in cultivation, there wouldn't be any matter of the Purple Thunder evolution skill. And Yang Wei, so what if he's awakened a 6th rank bloodline? With such a diluted bloodline, what kind of talent can he get? A big shot in the field of science and popular knowledge spoke out sarcastically. Countless people on the internet argued, each supporting their favorite contestant. Finally, a host ranked the current 10 evolvers based on the number of supporters and the level of enthusiasm. 1st, Thunder God. 2nd, Feng Qing. 3rd, Yang Wei. 9th, Lin Yuan. 10th, Ruan Du. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 27 Sweep, Crush, Global Number 1. Thunder God ranks first entirely because of his flashy fighting style. Summoning thunder, controlling thunder, transforming into thunder, especially transforming into thunder, apparently, it captivated countless fans. It led to him surpassing Fong Qing in popularity, securing the top spot in the rankings this time. Of course, such civilian rankings carry little authority. They are merely based on the past achievements of the top 10 evolvers, as well as their personal popularity. Even so, the rankings of these 10 evolvers do to some extent reflect the outcome of the final battle. The top 3, for example, whether it is Thunder God ranked first, or Fong Qing, or even Yang Wei. In any case, these 3 evolvers are clearly a tier above the remaining 7 in strength. Almost everyone believes the champion will emerge from these 3. As for which one it will be, only after the fights will we know. In order to ensure fairness in the competition, the official organizers have not yet allowed these 3 evolvers to encounter each other in the arena. Yang Wei is an exception. Before awakening a 6th-rank bloodline, he was once crushed by Thunder God. But once a 6th-rank bloodline is awakened, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Evolved beings constrained by their own bloodlines can nonetheless dominate their ranking once they awaken a powerful bloodline. The day before the global competition. Virtual world. The officials of the competition found Lin Yuan. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan. I am the official assistant for this arena competition," a woman with soft features and light purple pupils said with a smile. "Hello." Lin Yuan replied with a nod. "We need you to record a video. Mainly your thoughts on the upcoming top 10 competition." The female assistant paused before continuing. "Of course, if Mr. Lin Yuan is unsure what to say, we can provide a script for you to read from." After speaking, the assistant brought out a stack of documents. Lin Yuan took them, skimmed through, and immediately understood that these scripts were meant for declaring war on the other 9 evolvers. Although the top 3 spots of this competition are almost already decided among Fong Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei, regardless, one must not lose momentum. Even if one doesn't make it into the top 3, there is still 4th, 5th to 10th place. These pre-competition interviews are designed to provoke and thereby incite other contestants and the audience. I'll just speak for myself. After reading through the interview scripts, Lin Yuan felt they did not suit him. If Mr. Lin Yuan has his own ideas, then there's naturally no need for script. The female assistant spoke gently. Having followed more than one tournament, she knew that some evolvers get nervous before a competition, which is why she considerately prepared scripts. "Then let's." Lin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. "I wish everyone a pleasant competition." "Is that all?" the female assistant asked after hearing Lin Yuan's response, patiently waiting a moment longer. When she saw Lin Yuan looking at her, she realized he had finished speaking. "Isn't that enough? Or is that, after all, each one was extraordinarily valuable, worth billions, and one couldn't simply buy them with money. They also required citizen rights and other restrictions. Even if Lin Yuan himself didn't need them, he knew many would pay a premium price for them. 3rd-rank gene potion? I don't need it. 4th-rank orbital cannon also not needed." Lin Yuan continued to eliminate options until he had decided on 5. 1. 4th-rank life fruit. This cosmic rare treasure contained an enormous amount of life force, allowing evolvers below the 5th rank to recover quickly from even the most severe injuries, as long as their soul remained. It was a treasure for preserving life. Even a 4th-rank life fruit had a certain effect on 5th-rank evolvers, remaining effective as long as the injuries were not fatal. Lin Yuan chose the life fruit purely as a precaution against extreme situations, ensuring he had it on hand should he sustain any injuries. Furthermore, within the Cosmic Human Alliance, the life fruit was highly sought after and always in short supply. Even if Lin Yuan didn't need it, he could monetize it later on. 2. The Soul Defense Treasure, Soul Suppressing Bell. The soul-suppressing bell could guard one's soul and effectively defend against other soul attacks or soul disturbances. The soul is crucial for life. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, whether one is classified as human race is not determined by the physical body, but by the soul. For example, Some cosmic prodigies with great fortunes seize the bodies of some innate, powerful, special life forms. Would that cosmic prodigy still count as part of the human race? Or would the offspring of some great figures who switched to a body with superior aptitudes still be considered the descendants of those figures? The first one counts. The second one counts as well. As long as the soul is unique, that is enough. 3. Julie liquid. This liquid could enhance one's physical base strength to a certain extent and was only effective for evolvers of the 4th rank and below. The soul may be important, but the physical body is essential. In the Cosmic Human Alliance's commercial app, Julie liquid can only be hoped to be purchased for 50 billion. And that is only a hope. As soon as it appears, it is often snapped up immediately. 4. Soul-nourishing jade. Wearing this jade over a long period can subtly increase soul strength. As for the 5th item, he chose a 6th rank evolution skill. This 6th rank evolution skill, from another life planet, seemed from its description to complement Lin Yuan's martial Tao cultivation system significantly. If Lin Yuan were to purchase it directly, each evolution skill would also cost tens of billions. This 6th rank evolution skill was almost top tier among the 50 items. That will be all. Lin Yuan returned the reward list to the lady in the pink skirt. Understood. The lady's eyes were gentle. Before she left, she suddenly mentioned, "By the way, Mr. Lin Yuan, there might be news from the Chikuan star domain after a while." Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Before the 3rd teleportation, Lin Yuan had learned from the goddess of wisdom that the current platform competition might catch the eye of the Chikuan Star Lord. The Chikuan Star Lord was a supreme figure who ruled over an entire star domain. Currently, Kanglin Star was also under the jurisdiction of the Chikuan Star Domain, one of the million life planets within its domain. Of course, the explanation from the goddess of wisdom was very vague. She only mentioned that it was possible to draw the attention of the Chikuan Star Lord, and that even if he did, it might not necessarily lead to any reaction. After Lin Yuan had selected his rewards, the other evolvers began to choose in turn. "I pick these 3. Fang Qing said, his tone somewhat dejected. In this competition, he had secured 2nd place. He was only second to Lin Yuan. Nevertheless, Fang Qing still felt somewhat inadequate, mainly because the gap in strength between him and Lin Yuan was too great. If either Thunder God or Yang Wei had secured 2nd place, he would have accepted it, feeling that he had hope of catching up. The white-bearded old man sitting on his shoulder then shook his head and said, "Fang kid, you really don't need to reproach yourself. That Lin Yuan kid may have some talent indeed, but the evolution path he practices surely can't compare to the ancient god evolution path. He might be ahead of you now, and perhaps he will lead you in 10 years or even several decades, but after 100 or several hundred years, he will certainly not catch up to you." All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.